Day 3 in Barcelona saw some close finishes, including our very first golden ball of the tournament here in the Fancode European Cricket Series. It's been an exciting week of cricket so far, and on the European Cricket Network there's going to be plenty more action today with 5 T10 matches. This is the Fancode European Cricket Series and it starts right now. Well, hello there and welcome to another exciting day of Fancode European Cricket Series action. I'm Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and we're going to start with match 16 between the City Lions and Barcelona. The match referee, Shub, is with the two captains.
Heads is the call. Head is it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What are you going to do that?
I like field.
Okay. Barcelona have won the toss and elected to field first.
Well, there you go, Raja Khalik Uraman winning the toss and electing to field. That's a bit of a surprise because I know that he was leaning towards batting first before the toss, but I think that once this pitch was uncovered, he saw there was a bit of dew and perhaps it would be a little bit difficult for batting early. Well, City Lions, they played their first match on Tuesday and they went down by 10 runs, but they were there and thereabouts. I think they'll be relying on their star player, Sikandar Raja, to get them off to a good start. So it's going to be a very exciting day of action. And this pitch, well, like I said, there's a little bit of moisture on it at the moment, and that just means the ball can skid through. And we've seen a few balls keeping low at times. Well, the weather today in Barcelona, it's going to be a beautiful day. Still a little bit chilly, a maximum of 15 degrees, but the main thing is the rain will stay away. So let's get ready for the first ball of what's going to be a feast of cricket here in Barcelona. It's over to you, Rico Full.
Thank you, Vinny. And yes, buenos dias, everybody, and welcome, bienvenidos to Barcelona here in Spain. And yeah, look at that view, it's absolutely beautiful. And what that shows you there as well is this morning it is very clear. It's going to be a nice sunny start to the day. You can just see the sun starting to bless this beautiful cricket ground at Montjuïc, the Olympic Stadium. And you can see there from the captains, it's still a little bit chilly this morning. It's been hard work getting my fingers going, writing my little notes. So it's going to be a fresh start. I think we will once again see one or two of the fielders shy away a little bit from these very hard wide kookaburra balls when they're coming their way, but they'll soon warm up. And we're expecting a fantastic day of cricket. You can see there coming up on your screens the fantasy dashboard, and City Lions versus Barcelona. Barcelona winning the toss and deciding that they want to take the field. Now, they've had not the best of starts in the series so far. Barcelona, they've lost both their games, so they'll be looking to get off to a good start. And once again, like I think both of these teams, the weakness for them has been in their batting. So it'll be interesting to see how the City Lions go about. They also lost their first game, and that was against the Barna Royals, chasing just a low score of 86 for 8. They managed 76 for 7 as Vinny Sandhu is making his way into the commentary station. Good morning to you, Vinny. How are we this morning?
Well, good morning to you, Rico. Well, I sprung out of bed this morning. I sprung my step because I'm really excited to get back here and see some more 10 over cricket. Yesterday we had some cracking finishes, didn't we? Especially in games 12 and 13. We had our first golden ball of our time here and our first golden ball of 2021 in the Fancode European Cricket Series. And I'd like to welcome all of our viewers, including all of our 160,000 subscribers on YouTube, and of course everyone watching on Fancode in India. It's going to be a great game. Mohammad Amir is going to kick it off. Runs down the leg side and for the call there. But Rico, how was your night in Barcelona? There's not too much to do at the moment, isn't there? We just go back to our rooms at night, and it's one of the things that's probably keeping us on the straight and narrow, but I'm certainly excited for the cricket during the day at least.
Yeah, just watch this delivery. And once more, just aiming, getting it down the leg side. He's just got to get his radar right. How was my night? Well, I'm surprised you couldn't guess what I was doing last night. There was only one thing really to do. Like you said, not a lot happening in the evenings here in Barcelona. So yeah, I was right back there, and well, I was watching a game of cricket. And which game was it? Well, it's Men in Blue versus Gracia, as that one is played out there down to the boundary on the leg side. And it, of course, was the match number 12, Men in Blue versus Gracia, which went to the golden ball. What a game that was. The excitement there.
What
and
a finish.
It had everything. It had absolutely everything. And when you watch that game, you have to ask yourself the question, how can you not like this format of the game? It's absolutely fantastic.
You said it, and we hope you're enjoying the action wherever you're watching around the world. Let us know in the YouTube chat, of course, where you are watching from today. We've had viewers from all over, all the continents, I think. If we get one from Antarctica, I think we've collected the whole set. I don't know if any penguins are watching down there, but it's great to have your company, and we're going to settle in for a great day's cricket with plenty of excitement. This next ball's pulled away, and it might be the first boundary of the day. Yes, and it is. So the City Lions, after going down by 10 runs in their ECS debut on Tuesday, they've made a solid start here in the first over of the match.
Yeah, as I was saying, City Lions, they want to come back here with a win. And Pakistan as well, they lost out to the very strong Pak Ikea, and they also were beaten by the other team that made a debut, the Ripple Warriors.
This is Kander Raja on strike, and next ball. Just, you see this first thing in the morning from the players struggling for their timing. Probably affects all the players equally with the ball in the bat. But Rico, we saw a pretty low scoring game in the first match yesterday, didn't we? It was 63 to 52, and you wonder if this might be a similarly low scoring encounter.
Playing and missing there, getting his line better now, finding his shape, finding his rhythm. But that's at the end of the over.
Yeah, 7 for no loss. First over, nice start there by Muhammad Amir after couple of stray deliveries early, but just the one boundary. And we've seen some power plays, we've seen some big ones, we've seen some little ones, and it's very interesting to see how the batsmen approach it, whether they really go after the power play and try and get ahead in the match, or if they're more conservative and just try to set a solid foundation for a late innings assault. And this is the captain, Raja Ur-Rahman, who will bowl the second over.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. He's been bowling well. He took 2 wickets for 28 against the very strong Pak Ikea. No ball.
Yeah, it's a no ball because
he's hit the stumps, has he?
Yeah, he's hit the stumps. You'll see it's in the replay. It's the first time we've seen that. And it's a good rule they've brought in. It used to be, well, no call, and sometimes be distracting for the batsman. And then there was some call for it to be a dead ball. But I think, if you delivered the ball, that's what everyone's the no ball call, and it's going to make this a free hit. Yeah,
just having a practice, probably just having a little bit of difficulty getting himself nice and straight.
It's actually his foot. It's actually his foot that knocked the stumps over. You see there, kicking out to the side. So, bit of kung fu magic from the captain early. It's a free hit, so it won't be out. Must be one run out to deep mid wicket.
Yeah, what about you, Vinny? What does Mr. Maximo get up to in the evenings?
I just put on some tunes, and I did see the golden ball again on social media. It was all over the place, really. We had plenty of great highlights, actually, if you follow us on social media at European Cricket. Plenty of great highlights and clips going up there. Next ball, a bit wide. What about you guys, wherever you're watching around the world? Let us know what you're doing today. Are you at work, or are you skipping work to watch? Are you watching secretly at work? There's all sorts of viewers we have on the YouTube channel here.
Oh, he's gone big, but he's only managed to slice it in the air. Oh, and the catch has gone down. Well, he looked really set for that. He was in position. I thought, he's got to go. But Tazib Hussain lets it pop out, and the chance goes begging.
Yeah, and that didn't surprise me because it is very, very chilly. And I don't think there are any easy catches. Poor Tazib Hassan wanted to be anywhere else than under that. And a big let-off here early. And the City Lions, of course, they've only played one completed match in the ECS, and they'd be very keen to try and open their account as far as wins go. Give them some confidence. Of course, both these teams without a win, Rico, going into today, so they'll be super keen to get on the board. Next ball swung across the line, and It's not as easy, this pitch, as you think, especially early in the morning. There's normally a thin kind of film of moisture and dew across the surface, and that ball can just skid through, and the ball gets a little bit waterlogged as well because of the dew, so it doesn't travel quite as far, so not easy batting conditions.
That's well floated, well hit. He's going to split the two fielders, and that's cuatro carreras. Well played, nicely timed shot. And Mr. Maximo was dying to get his hands on that ball. That was a nice ball you had there early on. Was that a golden ball? Where'd you find that from?
Yeah, I got a golden ball, yeah, you know, part of my contract. They give me gave me a box of them at the start of the year, but we used one of them yesterday, didn't we? So, yeah, it's just getting my hands on the ball, going straight to us. And, yeah, just see it's a little bit moist across the surface, picking up some water off the surface. So, look, it's a kind of bit of an arm wrestle early here between these two teams. You see that keeping low, and this is what we're talking about. Raja Khalik really not putting too much on the ball at all, and the batsman really trying to overhit it. That's the kind of ball I'd like to see going through the offside. Anyway, into the over, 16 for no loss.
Yeah, that's a unusual start to the over. Like I say, something we haven't seen. The bowler in his delivery stride knocking the stumps over, which, as Vinny rightly pointed out, is a no ball. It used to be a dead ball. So
before that was nothing, and it was very distracting for the batsman to see stumps flying everywhere. Got a comment here on the YouTube chat. Dare Siraj saying, trying to work, Mr. Commentator. He can't focus on work with Rico shouting around for drops. So that's absolutely fair. And this looks like Muhammad Amir is going to bowl out, and first one's a single. Yeah.
If he's worried about me shouting around for drops, I tell you what, if the ball goes for 6, you know, I suggest you hold on to something.
We do suggest headphones if you're listening to the ECN at work, especially with us here behind the desk. And Pat Boy says the bowlers are struggling, and that's a very good comment early on. Struggling for their control. The batsmen not really cashing in on some loose deliveries. See if Amir can get it in the right place early. Last over this power play.
Oh, it's worth a shout, I think that. Worth a shout.
Well, that's already the worst appeal of the day for me. That's bounced about... I don't see you get a replay of this one up. It probably bounced a good 30 centimetres outside the leg stump.
You can tell you're a batsman. I am obviously a bowler.
Rika, you're the one that's normally giving benefit of the doubt and all this, but even I'm willing to admit this one wasn't even close. Come back to that in a second.
It's hit in the air. It's sliced up now. Will this one be taken? Yes, it is. And it's the captain himself showing the guys this is the way to do it. So the first wicket finally goes, and Raja Khalik takes the catch.
Yes, and captain leading from the front there. You see he was under it, and his hands are already a little bit warm, of course, after bowling the second over. And the captain looked very composed under that, taking it close to his chest. And the first wicket goes down. City Lions, I think something in the order of perhaps even 75 or 80 could be pretty competitive. Even something in the 70s, early in the morning, just going on yesterday's game. It wasn't easy to bat and bat with freedom early, and you see already the batsmen struggling. It's very early in the morning here in Barcelona. Beautiful clear morning though, currently 9 degrees, so quite fresh. So if all you guys out there judging a couple of catches going down, or one so far today, it's not too much. It's not as easy as it looks, trust me about that. Adamir comes in again. This will be just the single. Yeah, Rico, but we have talked about the fielding a lot this week in the FanCode European Cricket Series, and there has been some really good fielding. We've seen some incredible run-outs and direct hits, and also some excellent catches on the boundary and catches of high balls. It's one area that's really improved since our 2020 series here. Yeah,
I mean, we saw a bit of everything yesterday. And one thing also that's impressed, I mean, we're talking about the fielders. I think the wicket keeping has been really, really top-notch, and not just in terms of stopping the balls behind the stumps and taking the catches, but also we've seen some wicket keepers involved in some great run-outs, direct hits, showing a lot of energy and a lot of purpose. And I'm one that always believes, and I always have done, that if you've got a good wicket keeper in the side, not only does it make a fantastic difference to the team and your performance, but the energy levels of the players as well. A good wicket keeper keeps everybody on their toes.
Yeah, and you know that I'm biased as a wicket keeper myself, but it's such an important job, and especially in this form of the game, I think they can be worth 20 or 30 runs in an innings. See a nice take there from Waqas Shahzad, who's behind the stumps for Barcelona, because even if you save, let's say, 2 runs and over as a wicket keeper, just by saving something that might have gone for a bye or an extra wide or something like that, then that can add up to 20 runs. And how many games are decided by 20 runs or less in this format? And especially, that's not to mention taking that stumping or a really good catch, which can remove a dangerous player. Of course, every wicket's at a premium here. Removing a dangerous player limits the batting resources available to the other team. So, nice take there by Waqas Shahzad.
Yeah, power play has come to an end. So 20 for 1. And Raja Khalik is going to finish his spell. Remember, the bowlers can bowl a maximum of only 2 overs. 3 overs is the power play. So now, power play over, 5 players can go outside of the 30-yard ring.
That's right. And Desiraj saying he's learned to have selective deafness for your balles. Rico, there's a bit of confusion here. Well, that would have been out, and there's no one backing up, but it was worth a go from the keeper there, Waqas Shahzad, because he's been well out of his crease. Yeah, Siraj saying that there's only that much balle one man can take. But I tell you what, Rico, we love it when you get excited here on the European Cricket Network. I also love when you show off your language skills.
He had to reach outside the off for that, just paddles it in the end.
And this is Ishaq Nazir batting, and he hasn't really performed so far with the bat in this series, but he's a very talented player. And he's got a lot of responsibility to get the Lions up to a defendable target.
Well, he's certainly trying to take Raja on here, trying to hit the big shot. I mean, he's got to be careful because there are 2 men waiting for that shot. If he doesn't time it right, he's going to just sky it up in the air.
Captain Amar Shakur on strike.
Does get a little bit of bat onto this one.
Yeah, and Amar Shakur was telling me just before the toss, he had quite a bad motor vehicle accident last year, and he lost the ability to bend some of his toes. So it's a bit of a hindrance to him, but so he feels he's not playing at his full capacity at the moment, but he's still out there in this kind of cold weather. I'm sure it's very difficult for him to get that kind of what's the word, that kind of spring out of his feet and his footwork to be what it would usually be. But it's great that he's out there, and that shows the kind of commitment we're talking about. He's out here leading his team in the ECS, and he was also telling me it's a great chance for us to test ourselves against the other teams in the area and test ourselves in this level, in this form of cricket. So wish them the best of luck.
Oh, and that just missed everything. He's just not getting his timing right here at the moment, trying to hit big, but really at this stage maybe he's better off just getting himself into some kind of rhythm. And that's another over that goes by, and again another good one. So that gamble there by the captain, bowling himself in the power play, Raja Khalik, has paid off.
Yeah, so 24 for 1 at the end of 4 overs. You see Raja Khalik Uraman is taking all the pace off the ball. And there's just some discussion about who might bowl the next over for Barcelona. And they've settled on an option now, and it is Ali Imran to bowl the 5th over. And these games go fast so quick. Almost at the halfway point of the innings already. Ali Imran with his first ball.
Good start from him. It's always nice, I think, as you're a bowler, especially in these conditions, a little bit cold. Your hands, as you said already, Vinny, are a bit, your fingers are a bit numb with the cold. If you get the first ball nice and straight onto the stumps, it makes you feel good, gets you in a good rhythm early. In he comes again for his second ball to the left-hander. That's hit hard, but straight to the fielder. And he finally finds the middle of his bat.
Yeah, and you know, it's a nice shot, even though he only gets 1 for it, but that'll fill him with some confidence. And see Ishaq down there on the boundary, wringing his hands.
It's in the air, this should be taken, and it is. That's a very, very good grab. And that is Tazeem Hassan. He did drop one earlier, but he's made up for it this time.
Oh, and I tell you what, that's very, very well done by Tazeem Hassan. We said how there's no easy catches. That was hit flat and hard. We said only 9 degrees here in Barcelona. And the man, after dropping the early chance, I really thought he might struggle to hold on to that, but it was a good catch. So credit where it's due. Tazeem Hassan, take a bow, because He's taken a very, very important catch and removed the dangerous Abid Hussain.
Yeah, and good bowling change there. I mean, you saw the captain, he was having a think for one moment. He was looking to deploy somebody else into the attack, but in the end, went for Ali Imran and made the right decision. That's taken a wicket.
So success for Ali Imran in his first over.
New batsman, Nasir Ahmed, he's at the non-striker's end. That's hit hard. It's a chase on here, but he's not going to get it. Fielding there, very cautious. Gitti, पर चौका हो गया. 4 más. Así mejor. ¿Qué partido eso? Cricket aquí en Barcelona.
My, 4 carreras. It was a good shot, and the long one had just gone a bit wider, and he took full tolls. The next ball was misfielded straight through the legs of Mohammad Amir there. But yeah, you saw there Tazeeb Hassan, after taking that catch, he's got a little bit wider, thinking that the left-hander might hit across the ball a bit more, but that was a nice straight shot and blasted down the ground into the officials' tent, and they were running for cover. 4 more.
It's a new batsman, Nasir Ahmed.
Yeah, Nasir has a job to do in the middle overs here for his team, the Lions. I think they post something in the range of 80 or 90.
Down the leg side, and an easy decision for the umpire. And good backing up there as well from Amar Shakur. So that's 2 wides, and have to bowl that again.
Yeah, the captain, Amar Shakur, hit the last couple of shots quite crisply. Maybe he can feel his toes after being in for a few minutes.
He's trying to launch these, isn't he, Vinny? Down there over the area between square leg and, well, the man on the boundary there and Cow. But hasn't yet managed to make good contact. Now he's having a chat with the umpire there, saying, look, this bat ain't working for me. Can I get another one?
Yeah, right. A couple that came off the middle sounded all right, but perhaps just a little crack in the bat or a bit chipped off, and he'd like to change it. But they have to be quick, of course. They've only got 45 overs to bowl. They're 10 overs. And the batsman can't slow the fielding team down with an unnecessary tax. He does have to change his bat, of course, does have to change his bat. Up to 5 overs, the score is 34 for 2. City Lions. And another comment here, a question actually. Kudrat Ullah says, in which place is this match taking place? And we're in Barcelona, Spain. In fact, it's our first series of many series here in Europe for the Fan Code European Cricket Series. We're in Spain for 5 weeks. This is week 1. Monday to Friday, every day. We've got 5 matches starting at 7:30 AM GMT. That's 8:30 in Central Europe. It's 1 PM in India. It's great to have your company, and if you do have any friends or family interested in cricket or sport in general, make sure they tune in.
Wow, he's finally got hold of one. Balle. Wow, he'll say, I told you I needed another bat. And there we go, the first one off the day. That's warmed him up.
Well, I don't know what that bat's made of, but it's certainly done the job. As Amar Shakur is just waiting for one in the zone, and Shahzad Khan's come into the attack and immediately been hit out of the ground. Is that just what the Lions need to spark them towards a decent total here? First up on day 4 of the ECS.
And that's a wide ball. Once again, well run by these two, making that 1 extra into 2.
Yeah, it was, and it's a very unusual position, a kind of very, I'll call it a backstop, and as a keeper, I used to be quite offended if there was a backstop, but I think in this form of the game where a lot of fielders are not that useful if the ball's going over their head, do tend to save a lot of runs at this level.
It's firmly hit towards the captain, and not risking the single there, whereas, well, this is what we were talking about yesterday. I think if you go straight away, and both batsmen have got that mindset, you're always going to get there.
That's right, and good communication there by the 2 batsmen at the crease.
Swing and a miss. Yeah, lovely setting where we are. So to be absolutely precise, we are right on top of the hill in Montjuic. That's what it's called. We're some 185 metres high up, overlooking the harbour here in Barcelona.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Did you walk up this morning, Rico?
I walked up this morning.
You have to walk up the hill, don't you?
Yeah, Campo Carlos Pérez de Rosas, if you want to look it up. It's a beautiful setting. It's a better ball.
Nice shot though. I like he didn't try and hit too far across that ball, just played through the line towards mid-on and gets Amar on strike, and Amar's shown an ability to clear the boundaries already, and Look, always at the 6 over mark, I like to take a look at where the batting team's at. I'm sure we'll do that at the end of this over. Shazad Khan comes in again.
Does hit it hard. Some of you may be wondering why in some cases the bowler is putting his cap down on the ground, and because these caps are bright yellow, you can probably see that one. It's all to do with the COVID measures. All the umpires. And that's gone up in the air. It's gone high up. There is a fielder getting under it. It's gone down. And that was Ali Imran there. He was backpedaling a little bit. Didn't look very comfortable.
Yeah, it was very high. I tell you what, I don't see any clouds in the sky, but I thought it still might bring rain as that went very high, and not easy at this time of the day. The sun actually a factor for Ali Imran. Didn't see too much of it, and you see him just motioning the sun as it rises over the mountains here. Don't know if he even got a hand on it in the end, and went down, but my money was always on the ball there. Never mind the cold conditions and the hard ball, and you got the sun in your eyes, and he also had second base, I think, from the baseball field around him. So Ali Imran, well, he's done a good job with the ball, but unfortunately he's let that one slip. And after 6 overs, the score is 45 for 2. And Rico, this is where I'm thinking 10 and over gets you 85. I think 85 will be very competitive against a Paxalona team that hasn't yet been able to win a game in the ECS in 2021. And this looks like Kuram Javeed, who will bowl the 7th over. But they're critical overs now. They've got wickets in hand. Only lost 2 wickets. And so, especially the captain, Amar Shakur, I think a lot of responsibility rests on him to lift them to a decent total here.
It's well played. We'll take the single. Yeah, so going back to that point, started making. So the umpires are not handling any of the players' items. But what that does mean, and this is the important bit, unlike the wicketkeeper's helmet, for example, where if the ball did go on to hit and you get 5 penalty points, if the ball does hit the fielder's cap, if it's down on the ground, the ball is still live. So you continue playing, there's no penalty points.
That's right. And
wow, and that is hacked away. That's the best way to describe it. Butchered that. That's going out of the ground. That is superb. Seis carreras.
That was 6 más, and that one won't be found. I think I might have gone over the mountain and might be on the way to the sun. That one is a great shot. We've seen that the captain, Shakur, when he gets hold of them, they stay hit. And that one, well, send out a search party. There's a new ball coming your way, and Karam Javeed just too short. And this is the danger of going around the wicket to the left-hander, isn't it? You just go in that strong hitting zone, and don't we love these big hits in the Fan Code European Cricket Series?
It's not got hold of this one. Just bowled that quite well. Didn't bowl it as full. I think he also probably kept the pace off it a little bit. And the over comes to an end. And well, the score of 80. Now I think 80 is key, or 80 plus for City Lions. I tell you why. Well, they will know that Paxalona in the 2 games that they've played, 81 and 86. So they know that they haven't scored or got into the 90s. So if they can set a good target here, well. Oh, he's taken it. Oh, what a good catch on the run. I thought for the first time he did all the hard work and it's going to pop out, but it popped once, twice, 3 times. Lucky. Another wicket fall. Just watch us again.
Well, I hope you bought your tickets to the circus, ladies and gentlemen, because you won't find a better juggling act in town. 1, 2, 3. And they say you can't juggle one ball, but he has shown you can absolutely do it. It was an effective way to remove the City Lions batsman. And so a wicket at a very handy time. Of course, after that 6, all the momentum with the Lions. But that danger man is still there, Amar Shakur. And what you got to do in this format is take all the chances given to you. We haven't seen a few taken, but of course, that was a good catch and a bit of fortune as well as that one bounced up. He was able to hold on at the 3rd attempt.
Yeah, well done. Ishtaq Nazir. It's not easy when it's a bit chilly. It's nice to see, though, the sun is out. And pretty soon, as that one is once more drilled away to the leg side boundary, we'll take the single and give the new batsman the strike.
Yeah, so
Kashif Ali is the new man.
Yeah, very keeper, Kashif Ali. Very fascinating point of the game now as we head to the conclusion of the first innings.
It's in the air, but goes through the gap. The two men on the 30-yard circle down to the man who's doing a fine job out there sweeping.
And that's the end of the over, Rico. It is 55 for 3. So 10 coming off that over from Javid, but a nice comeback, of course, after that first one disappeared over the fence. And just a reminder to everyone out there, make sure you go to our website, europeancricket.com, for all the match previews. Of course, a lot of people like to play fantasy cricket. That's one way to enjoy the Fancode European Cricket Series. You can get our match preview every day at our website, europeancricket.com. All the great info. Of course, I help put that together with all the inside information here from the ground. So you can get to know the players and teams a lot better if you go to see the preview articles at europeancricket.com. Also follow us at social media. You get our fantasy dashboards and match summaries getting posted every day. And here is Ali Imran. First one just a single. And so here we go, 7 overs to go. Still that 10 and over takes them to that mid-80s, which we do think will be a competitive total, especially first game of the morning. So Imran just bringing the long on a little bit straighter. That leaves a big gap over mid-wicket, and I think Shakur's going to be eyeing it off.
Hits it hard once more to the fielder. He's done that a couple of times.
Yeah, and look, he's hitting the ball well now. Early in his innings, he was struggling to get any sorts of timing or whatsoever. But even those shots, he's hit a lot hard along the ground to long off, and they're proper cricket shots. And you just don't want to get on his pads, though, do you, Shakur? He tends to be very strong on the leg side. Nice shot down the ground. Just the single again. Nazir does the fielding once more.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just looking at the team sheet here for the City Lions. Just watch that. Oh, was a chance there maybe for the
Well, the keeper a little
keeper?
bit further back. It's difficult to get a stumping if you're not right next to the stumps. And keeper there, Marcus Shazad. He's a little bit far back and perhaps putting himself in position to take an edge if it was edged. But advancing was Shakur that time.
Well, he's got a hold of that. There is a fielder out there, and it wasn't that far from him, but it went like a rocket once more. 6 más. Qué fuerte esta hombre, es genial.
Yes, and the wall's a bit sore after that one because that was hit hard, and Ali Imran just making the cardinal sin of bowling a full toss, and Shakur, well, we are on a baseball ground, a converted baseball ground, and I think he'd be a pretty good baseball player with that swing of his. Left-hander, Imran, with the reply.
Oh, that's gone to orbit. It's gone a long, long way. Ginna, Bada, Shaka.
Chaka de Fate Rico. And we talked about the baseball skills of the batsman there, Amar Shakur, and that one was in the wheelhouse, and he sent this out of the ground for a grand slam home run. Another one over the fence, and I think we're going to have to start charging him for these balls. Amar Shakur. So, a captain's knock at the moment, and after 8 overs, the score is 70 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, that was huge. It went miles. And, well, I mean, what I was about to say is that we haven't seen Ifran Mohammed come out to bat yet. Now, I'm looking forward to seeing him. He scored a quick fire 26 of 18. So, they've still got some firepower to come. So, if they can just keep going and knocking off a couple of boundaries and over, they look like they could set a very decent score here. And remember, both of these teams are yet to open their account here, so one of them will. Who will it be?
Absolutely, it'll be fantastic to watch this contest. Both teams very hungry for a victory, and the captain doing the job for the Lions at the moment.
In the air, Shadow catch it. And that's the way to do it. He's forgotten all about the one that went down earlier. A very good catch. Well done indeed. Terrific. He kept his eye on that. Not easy. Tazeeb Hassan, well done. Take a bow. Good catch.
Yeah, another good catch from Tazeeb, and he's very happy in front of us. Well, as Meatloaf said in one of my favourite songs, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. And Tazeeb, he's taken the second catch, and good on the young man there. And that's the end of Mufasa, as I'm going to call him, the king of the Lions. And it was a good knock from Shakur, but eventually he falls for 37 off 19 balls. So after a bit of a slow start, he showed that he might be one of the big keys to their batting lineup. And when he hits them, I tell you what, Rico, some of those balls, they might be in therapy for quite a while.
That's hit well as well, and that's a very, very good hit. Flat, and I think all the way over the rope, 6 runs. Now that's a top quality shot.
Well, that was flat, wasn't it? The ironing board flat as it went to the fielders right there out on the offside boundary and just carrying the rope. So nice bit of batting there by Kashif.
Flight it up. Is that a little bit too wide? No, says the umpire.
And I think that's fair enough because Kashif, he did shuffle outside the off stump and kind of effectively move that line with him, and that's why there was no wide call from the umpire. Good umpiring.
Well,
Karim Javid here getting away with one. This is sometimes with the heavy ball in the morning, take the pace off, give the batsman nothing to work with. Time running out in this innings for the Lions to post a score.
yeah, we just saw there a good call by Nilkesh Patel, the umpire. The batsman eyeing him up, saying, "Come on, that's a wide, give it, Gov." No, he's on the money. It's got, you see the areas marked there. It was well inside that, and I think the umpires, led brilliantly by the tournament referee Shubh Navjot Singh, have done a fantastic job, and the umpires for this game, Nilkesh Patel and Safwan Naeem, and you saw there Nilkesh Patel on both those occasions spot on.
Yes, and umpires under high pressure as well here. Of course, they don't have the benefit of replay or decision review systems. And nice call by the umpire. That over on the wide. And that's the end of 9 overs. The score 78 for 4. We can go to the 10th over now. And I'll tell you what, Rico, we've said it before and I'll say it again. The Grady 80s. They make for great cricket matches. Shazad Khan's going to bowl the last over. I think it's pretty likely that the Lions are going to end up in the 80s, perhaps a few more, but they've thrown an extra run away here, haven't they? And no one backing up, and it's a little bit lazy from the fielders on the other side of the ground. And I don't know if it even maybe should have been thrown, but should have only got one there. So an extra run. Of course, everyone can be crucial in these contests.
Pitched up, didn't quite make full contact with it, but enough to, well, the pressure is being put on. Having a direct hit would be interesting. Would they take the third? We haven't had 3 runs.
We haven't had a 3. We haven't had a 3, that's right. I wonder, we should actually make a bet on what day we'll see the first 3. We've got 25 dates here in Barcelona. This is day 4, Thursday of week 1, and it's great to have your company here on the European Cricket Network, wherever you're watching around the world. Let us know where you're watching from, and let us know what you think of the Fancode European Cricket Series. And feel free to ask any questions or make any comments. We'll get back to you whenever we can, and we always welcome new viewers, and we would encourage you, if you enjoy cricket or if you have a friend you think might enjoy cricket, if they like maybe some other sports that are similar, there is plenty of entertainment. And what I love about the Fancode European Cricket Series is 5 matches a day. That's 5 opportunities for some close contests, and we have seen some great finishes this week already in Barcelona.
He's hit that in the air, and well, you saw Hassan there thinking, I'm going to get a third, but no, you're not, because that's hit well enough to go all the way over him. 6 runs, 6 very valuable runs, and that takes the score now to 88, and they'll be well, reasonably happy with where they are at the moment. Another boundary here, and they'll be very happy.
Yeah, it could be in and out of the Grady 80s very quickly, as Kashif doing the job for his team in the last over.
Gone up in the air, there is a chance here, and the fielder electing not to go for the catch. And oh, that's unfortunate for him, and what we were talking about earlier.
Wow, I tell you what, yeah, we got our first 3, didn't we? And that was fortunate as the ball hit the edge of the pitch. And Ishtiaq, it was an interesting decision to let it bounce, and he just decided, rather than risk the fingers, because he will have to open the batting for Barcelona, he decided he's gonna let it bounce, and I'm gonna run him out. And he would have had a good chance to run him out, but just pulling the throw slightly, you'll see it actually hits the edge of the pitch, bounced away from the keeper, and didn't have a chance. Did Wakas Shazad. And that's the first 3 of the tournament. There it was, Rico, on day 4.
Oh, they're going to come back, I'm sure. Well, I think that was the case of the striker and the non-striker had a chat, said, yeah, we're going to take 2. The striker's like going, and he's turned around, and then the non-striker, when he's got to the striker, then said, no, change your mind. Yeah. We'll only take the 1.
So here we go. We've got 92 with the ball to go. They won't quite make the century.
Wow.
They'll get close though, Rico. Or will they?
Oh, he's spilled it and given the boundary away as well. 4 runs.
Yes, and that was one that there was a chance, and you wonder if it comes down to a last ball finish, will that prove to be crucial? He could have saved 4 runs here if he'd taken the catch. It wasn't an easy one by any means. You can see the shadow there behind him, so coming out of that sunny part of the ground. But it was Muhammad Amir down there who'll be disappointed with that. But at the end of 10 overs, the City Lions batting first. After being set in by Barcelona, they have posted 96 runs for the loss of 4 wickets. And Rico, I tell you what, it was a bit of a leisurely start to this game, match 16 of the Fancode European Cricket Series. But in the end, we did see a fair bit of entertainment and some big hits from the captain, Amar Shakur.
Yeah, it just goes to show again, in this format, you get the batting side, they were just like, as I would say, ticking along, a little bit of tiki-taka, nothing major. There was a few sweet, and it all made a difference. And Hassan, his day didn't start well, dropping that one, but he made up for it.
Well, it was true, wasn't it? The young man there saying, oh no, I think people noticed. And Raja Khalik just had a tactic of taking all the pace off the ball. Imran, well, we saw some interesting fielding from him at times. He had the sun plaguing him, but he did bowl reasonably well. And Raja Khalik saying, well, I'll show you how to do it, boys. Safe hands at cover. Then Amar Shakur came to the crease and he was a little rusty early, but then found his timing, hitting strong down the ground. And if you put it in his baseball zone for Mufasa, he was in a cash in, and he wasn't going hungry through the middle overs, was Shakur. And he could blast those balls over the fence and into the city. Those balls have gone downtown.
Yeah. In the end, that was sliced up in the air, and this for me was a fantastic catch. The hardest one, it was going over his head. He's running tied on. 1, 2, 3, you're out, that one. And there you saw the captain still playing those shots. Imran seen another one fly over there on the leg side. It wasn't too many shots played on the off. And this one queued up once more, and finally, well, if there was one man going to take it, it was Hassan. He'd had his practice early on, and then he come back and took 2 very, very good catches indeed. Amar Shakur, well, certainly the captain did a great job. 37 off 19 he scored, and he was well supported by Kashif Shafi, 27 off 13, and just going on to demonstrate. And this was a chance right there at the end. Not only did he spit it, but unfortunately also couldn't stop the ball going over the boundary for 4 runs. Well, I was saying earlier that City Lions will know what Barcelona have managed to achieve with the bat so far. They've never got to the 90s in the 2 games that they've played. Well, they're going to have to get to the 90s and a little bit beyond that. 96 scored, so 97 is the target here. So they've got some work to do. They've got to go back, regroup, and come out fighting. I'm just going to leave you there before we go into the break with images of the ground staff, and that's Devinder Singh Kaur, Kashvir Singh Kaur, doing a great job here, and they're supported well by Roberto and Ranjit Singh, doing a fantastic job. And a massive thank you to the Catalonia Cricket Federation, who've been so supportive and on the money with this tournament. They've been absolutely fabulous, and everybody here has been great. And I'm going to see my friend now, my friend Sarah, who's going to give me a very nice warm cup of coffee, and I'm going to hold on to it for a few minutes just to warm up my fingers. Anyway, don't go away. Go make yourself a nice cup of tea. अपने लिए एक मसाला चाय बनाओ, चेबरा लेके बैठो. Get comfortable. We will be back soon to see if Barcelona can get to 97 to win their first match. Hasta pronto. Bienvenidos! A very warm welcome back to you, global cricket family, here back to the Mount Juiy ground here in Barcelona, and we're getting ready to see if Barcelona are up for the challenge and the task at hand after the City Lions, thanks to Amor Shakur, 37 of 18, Kashif Shafi, 27 of 13, making 96, losing the 4 wickets doing it, so 97 required. The umpires are in the position. Quick summary of my highlights for day 3 matches yesterday. Tabish, the clubber as I called him, Kukash, for the Stars. He made 50 yesterday, 50 of 21 balls. Then there were some good bowling performances. Umar Reis from the Stars as well, taking 3 for 11. Musharraf Hussain, Bengali Cricket Club, what a day they had again yesterday, took 3 for 10. But the star performer had to be Gracias Trilochan Singh, and he took 4 wickets for just 10 runs. So that was some of the highlights from yesterday. Looks like we're getting ready to go here. Looks like Waqar Shahzad will be opening the batting, and Sohaib Mohammed has been given the ball first up. And here's the first ball, and it's an absolute peach of a delivery. How about that? What a start. Well, similar to what Abhishek Boraka did yesterday for the men in blue. He's come up and bowled the very first ball, and he's knocked them all over the place. First ball, wicket. How about that? What a start. That's absolutely just what they needed. That's in the fielding team, but a disastrous start for Barcelona. Waqar Shahzad is on his way back, and somebody else who's on his way back, and in the house is Vinny. Did you see that, Vinny?
I did, and every time I'm on my way back to the commentary box, there seems to be stumps exploding everywhere. Looked like TNT in the base of them there, and the first ball of the innings, what a start. Incredible work, and just what the Lions needed. Look, they'd love to get their first win over the Fancode European Cricket Series in this match, and they couldn't have made a better start than that.
Well, that was just, and you know, it was one of those, you know, you sometimes see like bowlers really giving it everything, running in and, you know, they're huffing and puffing. It was almost like a couple of steps, there you go, on the money, bang, adios amigo. Well, second ball to come. New batsman, Mohammed Amir. It's ready to take his first ball. So swing and a miss, giving us a wide, so he's obviously getting a fair bit of movement. I mean, the first ball was just absolutely dead straight. And this one, a bit too wide, so a let off for the batsman. And once more, disappointing for me to see that. When you get a new batsman in, you've got to make him play, you've got to make him sweat a little. And well, back-to-back wides, he's gone from one side to another. So, Shoaib Mohammed, was that a fluke? Well, he's got a smile on his face.
Yeah, and I think he's just struggling to control the movement a little bit, Rico. First one straight, and the next one moving away. And then the one after that, again, just holding its line. So, a bit happening with the new ball here. Another one going past the outside edge, so it's a very good first over at the moment from Shoaib Mohammed, that's for sure. Just the start that the Lions needed. We're going to have the Lions out of the cage here in the first match of day 4 of the Fancode European Cricket Series.
Well, thought about the single, but then I suppose the captain of the batting team, Roger Khalik, at the non-striker's hand is probably not the quickest between the stumps, so deciding against it. Well bowled, he's got that shuffle across. He reminds me a little bit of Fateh's Happy Singh. That's Amir Raza.
Trigger movement here, and bit of outswing, I should say, as well from the bowler. Struggling to negotiate at the moment. Very, very good first over at the moment.
Yeah, Shoaib Mohammed will want to get one bang straight on the stumps, and not there. That's too short. And, well, you're going to bowl that, you're going to get punished. There is a man out there, but you can do nothing about that. The first boundary of the innings, 4 very valuable runs for Barcelona.
Yeah, and it was the first time he's dropped it short, wasn't it? All those other balls, pitched it up, gave it a chance to swing, and of course we saw what happened on the first ball. But dropping short just gives the batsmen an opportunity to set themselves, and with very few outfielders in the power play, it's always going to be 4.
That's lifted away again over the man in the 30-yard area, and that's 4 more. So, well, a good end to the over, a disastrous start, but some valuable runs, which takes them to 10 for 1 after 1 over.
You know, I was just going to talk about this run chase, and, you know, I talk about benchmarking, which is kind of just staying on target with your chase. And obviously when you're chasing this score, 96, you know, I think, again, 10 and over, it's a really easy mathematical calculation to do when you're batting. So the fact that they were able to get those 2 boundaries makes all the difference in the complexion of this game. Those 2 boundaries to Muhammad Amir were very valuable, because 2 off the last over, 2 off the first over I should say, and 10 off the first over look very different. And we're going to see Sikandar Raja coming to the attack. He was very good in taking 3 wickets in their previous appearance, but again, you're not too obsessed with these marks, and probably maybe 9 and over is probably a more acceptable target as well, because you can always get a handful more at the end, and when the pressure's on the fielding team. So probably be looking at 9 and over here if I'm in the batting team, but also the power play. I do want to cash in the power play, so if I do get the kind of ball I think I can hit, then be backing myself to go over the top. But play good cricket shots. You know, when he's slogging here, you've got plenty of gaps, particularly on the offside.
Oh, well, that's a real loosener, that, from Sikandar Raja.
Because we've actually got 6 men on the leg side at the moment. I've obviously considered that Raja Khalik Uraman, the Barcelona captain, strong on the leg side. So only 3 men on the offside. There's a point and a mid-off, and there's a huge gap at cover. So that's where I'd be aiming if there's anything outside the off stump. Sikandar Raja obviously planning to spear it into the legs.
Oh, there's a little snick there. Yes, he's got to go. A very soft dismissal. And he'll be very disappointed with himself. And, well, we've had a first baller. And now, well, we've had technically...
Yeah, well, that's unfortunate.
Another first baller,
yeah.
Technically, I suppose, with the first one being not a legal delivery.
Yeah, well, that's unfortunate for the captain there, Raja Khalik, because he kind of took the bait, and you wonder if it was intentional or not, but there was a huge gap at cover, and he tried a little bit too hard to force it through that gap. All he could do was get an outside edge, and it flew through to the keeper there, Kashif, who batted very well and now is providing a safe pair of hands behind the stump. So Sikandar Raja, we saw he did it the other day with his 3 wickets for the City Lions in that game against the Barna Royals, and he's done it again here in their first match on Thursday in the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
Well, that's a massive blow to Barcelona, and I suspect that Raja Khalik, the captain, promoted himself up the order to give them a good start, because he is, as he was saying, Vinny, a big hitter. He likes to hit the ball big over the boundary ropes. But on this occasion, wasn't able to, but that's more of what they need. And once more, after a wicket goes down, the response is good, positive, a nice shot, straight down the ground, and splits the fielders for 4 runs.
Well, I tell you, the only person that was going to field this unintentionally was going to be the non-strikers. That's whizzed past his ears at a rate of knots, and that does look like Muhammad Amir at the non-strikers end. They're having to take evasive action. And we see Nazir coming in here at number 4. And we've seen him open the batting before for Barcelona, but they are planning to hold him back a little bit and perhaps take the pressure off, let him bat with some freedom in the middle overs, because he hasn't really come off so far, but he's in very early here in only the 2nd over.
Yeah, very much so.
Barcelona, difficult little chase for him.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's going to be one of those. I mean, Sukinder Raja, he's a clever bowler. I think he's one of those guys. He's always thinking what he's doing. I don't think it's just the case of he just runs up, let's go the ball. He's got a plan always in mind, hasn't he? So you see that again. Oh, that's well bowled. He held that back nice and straight, inviting the batsman to come out, knowing, well, okay, it's straight. You're going to come down. You miss it, keeper's there, or I'm going to bowl you.
Yeah.
Now, Barcelona, they've got a tough game on here, but they're right back on again. So the other key thing is, and we've said this a number of times, okay, the one most important thing is when you got back-to-back games is your very first game, no matter what the outcome is, you try and play a good game, a positive game. Even if the chips are down, try and finish on a high. Oh, that would have been a super take. Wicket-keeper diving to his right. Again, Kashif Ali almost taking his second catch.
Wow, this would have been absolute screamer. You see this on the replay thanks to our partners at Spring Productions. Raja getting an outside edge, and he kind of went with 1.5 hands there. Kashif, he's already taken one catch in the over. And a let off, and you wonder if that might come back to bite the Lions. They made all the early going in this innings. And a tough chance. And we talked about the importance of wicket keepers, and they're the sorts of things as a wicket keeper. You're a leader of the fielding side. If you can hold on to something like that, it just sparks, and it sets the standard for all the other fielders.
Absolutely, yeah, and it certainly would have on this quite a chilly morning, warmed them all up. But at the moment, they're doing well. 16 for 2. That is their strength. We saw that already from the City Lions in the field. They're very good. They're good bowling. But going back to what I was saying, so it's very important, no matter what the outcome here, Pakistan have to remain positive. They have to take that positive spirit into their next game. Now, talking about that next game, Vinny, I know that we've had the coin toss already. What's the details?
Yes, I've come straight from the toss for the second match of the day, and it's Pakistan again, and they'll be taking on the Bana Royals. And I can tell you the news from the toss is that the Bana Royals have won the toss for match 17, and they have elected to bat first.
Oh, he's put it down straight for a routine catch. Well, he's being placed in that position for it. Shahid Mohammed put the ball in the right area, and the catch goes down.
Well, I'll tell you what, I don't know about the laws of space and time at short third man, but we've seen a lot of easy catches going down in that area, haven't we, Rico? You see here the batsman trying really hard to go hard in the power play, but the main thing is you've got to hit the ball. That's what I say to these guys as well. The main thing is hitting the ball is the most important thing. Hit it correctly and then worry about hitting it hard after that, because these fields, they're not very big, and if you make good contact, you get value for your strokes. Don't have to swing too hard. He obviously hasn't listened as that one's been swung away, and just got the end of the bat on that one. They'll just get a single.
Tell you what, I'm just watching these last couple of balls from Shoaib Mohammed. He's getting some very good movement. If he could just get for me, he's starting wide and it's going wide. If he can angle this ball starting off towards middle of the leg, I think he's going to be unplayable, you know, if he gets the right length on it.
Yeah, but what it is, sometimes if you try and do it with your arm, then you lose your swing. So the way to do that, you have to take your run up a little bit wider, get that body angle. Gets it just where you thought, Rico, but he's paid the penalty. It's got all the way over the boundary for a Maximo.
Well, it's a nice shot, and you could see that the captain's having a little word with the bowler, saying, come on, bud, what's that about? You know that was a gift. You know what the plan is. And, well, the bowler saying, yeah, but, wow, कितना अच्छा shot सीगा नाले अपनी थोड़ी posing wicket थी photo wicket जा लिया. Nice pose there for the cameras as well at the end.
Couldn't agree more, and it's always nice when you get one off the middle. Definitely full value for that stroke.
Once more in the block. It's well done by the fielder, taking the pace off the ball, and now, well, ready to get it back into the bowlers.
Well, that was Nadeem Razak. He looked like he wanted to go with the hands, but he kind of found himself doing the Watusi and putting out the big boot of hope. But luckily his prayers were answered, and that would have looked a little comical if that had gotten through him to the boundary. But that's the end of another over. And at the end of the power play, Pakistan 24 for 2.
24 for 2. And it looks like they're going to, both the opening bowlers are going to bowl themselves out. So Sukinder Raja is ready to bowl his second.
And we've got some comments on YouTube channel here. Joseph Foster saying some nice swing for the bowler. I think he's talking about Shoaib Mohammed, particularly in the first over. Was moving the ball around. And thanks, we always appreciate your comments and questions on the YouTube chat. Let us know if you'd like Rico or myself to answer any questions about cricket in Europe or getting our thoughts on the series.
Oh, he's absolutely mullered that. That's gone all the way. He's giving it some welly and gets the Maximo. Seis carreras. Que fuerte.
We often see Skandaraja dishing this kind of punishment out, but this time he has to receive it on the bowling crease, and just the kind of blows which Paxlona need in these next 2 or 3 overs to put them in the box seat to win this opening match of Thursday.
If another one sliced it, shots to catch it. Third man having to come round and do a bit of fielding. They take the single.
Yes, and again, luck's a fortune, isn't it? Rico, that really could have gone anywhere, could have gone straight up in the air, but just enough to get it out of the reach of the third man. So he lives to fight another day. Muhammad Amir.
Nazir on strike. Had to reach a long way for that. The bowler wanted it in quickly.
And we've talked about these totals between 80 and 100, making really, really good games of cricket. And you wonder if we're in for another one here. And sometimes you just see the batting team cruising. You think they've got it all under control, but 1 or 2 wickets fall, and it's not so easy for the players coming in to keep the pace going.
Oh, and he's got his man. And you know what? There was that little shuffle towards the off stump. He left himself in an awkward position, and he just thought if the ball was full and right up there, it was going to cause him some trouble, and that's exactly what happened. And you'll see that on the replay. So another wicket goes down. Just when I was about to say, well, look at the run rate. They've got it down to under 10, which is where they want to be. And then a wicket goes. Look at that. Stopped right across and made it very difficult for himself to play the shot. Now, if he had done that and also come forward as well, yeah, he would have been, well, in a position to play the ball. But he left himself in a position where he was unable to get back the ball, and he's gone.
Rico, that's the kind of ball that should go straight back past the bowler. That's the kind of ball that, with a little bit of movement around as well, you just limit your chances of playing across the line and not giving the full face of the bat. Good decision from the umpire as well. Always like to see those given. And we just mentioned the umpires before. They've been very good all morning, and we do appreciate their work. And you see the danger, especially early in the morning with the variable bounce on this pitch. It's now its 4th day of use, and it does get relayed every week, of course, here in Barcelona. But it was just a decision in the moment, I think, from Muhammad Amir to try and swing that away. He got a bit of a lucky run over the mid-wicket boundary, but he pays the price with his wicket.
Well, Shazad Khan, the new batsman, well, he would have done well to reach that. He'll need an extension on his bat. Do we have such a thing? We have extensions on snooker cues and
microphones these days. You have
microphones,
extensions. Skandaraja, though, what a wicket taker he is. It's his 5th wicket of the tournament already in only a 2nd match, and a couple of balls to go. So you can get a couple more.
Hit well, and I think that's going to go all the way. It does indeed. Balle, balle, balle. A lovely shot, and well, it nearly knocked the coffees out of umpire Salami's hands there. Yep. Lovely shot.
Tell you what, umpire Salami always had his catching skills tested there, but although the wickets have been falling for Paxlona, the runs are still flowing as well, and they move up to 39, and Skandaraja, with 1 ball to go, has 1 more chance to take a wicket.
Oh, and well, that wasn't too far away. Let's see this again. I don't think that missed off peg by much.
No, it didn't, and you see there, again, slightly slower ball, there, a bit of movement away. That's the end of the 4th over. It's 39 for 3. Shazad Khan is the new batsman who's come out to join Ishtiaq at the crease, and I think these two are crucial in this run chase. These middle overs where they set up the game, they don't leave themselves too many in the last 2 or 3 overs and put too much pressure on themselves and potentially their teammates. So very interesting. We talked about the kind of rate they'd be going. We said 9 or 10 and over. Well, 9 would be 36 at this point, and 10 would be 40, and they're 39, so they're right in there. They're right on target, but wickets falling. That has to be a bit of a concern as Zahid Nawaz to bowl the 5th over for the Lions.
Nice start. Batsman thought about taking the single, decided against it. Yeah, one thing that's what's happening here, Paxlona are making a start, but all, you know, we've seen the batsmen coming in. they've all made starts. The partnership started to go, and then they're losing wickets at crucial stages, unable to maintain a partnership. If they're just able to keep a partnership together for about 3 overs or so.
It's a beautiful shot, and looks like it may just...
It hasn't gone, it's just dropped short of the boundary, and the batsmen are not aware of it. Now what's going on here?
Oh, no.
Nobody knows what's happened.
Well, that was ECS at its best, wasn't it? This outfield is very, very spongy, and I'm not even sure how many runs there were there. I might have to go to the scorers because I wasn't watching. Actually, I was fooled as well. I thought it has to be 4. He hit reasonably well, but hitting the ground and stopping, wasn't it? So...
Well, we've seen that a number of times on that part of the ground, haven't we? The ball goes, and as soon as it hits the deck, it almost stops. And, well, after all that, they didn't even get a run there. Would you believe? I think the batsman was so sure it was gone for 4. They both were admiring the shot, standing almost in the middle of the pitch, and then had to go back.
And again, these are all the things that might add up at the end of the game. And look, I'd be lying if I said that hadn't happened to me before. And it's actually a little bit embarrassing if you hit a shot and hold the pose and don't even bother trying to run. Then there's this moment of humiliation where you have to decide to sprint for a single. It's not the best look.
Short ball and punished, is it? Yes, it is. There is a fielder there. Square leg boundary, but he couldn't get to that. Yeah, that was too short. And, well, very quick to latch onto it. Shazad Khan. I don't think he's going to miss out on those, is he, Vinny?
Yeah, these short balls being punished as well. So these good length balls are okay because occasionally they'll pop up or more likely to keep low. But if you're too short, it gives the batsman plenty of time to get in position and punish it sideways, square of the boundary.
So Zahin Nawaz. What's the reply going to be? I think he needs to get one right full on in the block, get him driving. And that's exactly what he's tried to do there. Shazad equal to the task. Big partnership this, Vinny. I think a lot depends on this.
Look, and we saw the value of partnerships, and it was 3 down as well last night when Bengali had a very, very shaky start against Fateh in the 5th match of Wednesday's action, and they were able to successfully rescue their team.
It's well hit, fielder gets down well, safe hands, gets the ball in.
Yeah, similar job required for these two, I think, and they're both very competent players, you see, Ishtiaq and Shazad Khan, so the end of another over.
Yeah, I mean, going back to that game yesterday, what a partnership that was. That was the captain, Raiz Howlada, and Bapari. I think they put on 85. That was just superb. Match-winning performance, and what a tournament they're having. Played 4, won 4.
Bengali, a lot of people had rated them as the underdogs in that group A, and only won 1 out of their 7 games in the previous tournament. And they've stormed to 4 consecutive wins, including a very impressive win over the Tigers, who some have as tournament favourites in their first game, and Bengali, and they've won 3 of those games consecutively off the last ball. Did you know that?
Yeah.
On the last ball. So it just shows you in the pressure situations, the youngsters have held their nerve from Bengali Cricket Club.
Changing the bowling here, Nadeem Razak.
Yeah, and that's a nice bit of bowling, good length there on the popping crease. It's not letting the batsmen have any length to work with. Nadeem Razak coming around the wicket. Seen this tactic used a lot around the wicket, right-hander, right-hander, changing the angle. See, it kind of works, Rico, because you're going that natural angle. It's always kind of going away. So if you're the batsman, it's going from your left to right. And you notice sometimes it's more comfortable if you're trying to play these expansive strokes with the ball coming in, because it's more of a natural arc and swing of the bat to hit to the leg side, which all these players are trying to do. But these strong leg side players, they're still trying to go for it, but that natural angle away is making it a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, swinging and missing, and he's, I mean, look, Vinny, I mean, Ishtaq Nazir, he's now that's 16 balls, 9 runs. Shazad Khan, 4 balls, 11. He's got to be, look at the gaps out there, look at them. He's just got to get into line, bat on the ball, take the single, and say, look, keep going, because these dot balls, the run rate is just creeping higher and higher. He's almost coming to 11 now. That's what he's got to do. He's got to be sensible. Think about it. That's not helping.
He doesn't. You're right, Rico. I couldn't agree with you more. The safest place for Ishtiaq is the other end. And sometimes you just need to take that single just to reassess and take a little bit of time out to think about what your role is here. And especially with Shazad coming out and hitting the ball so crisply, Ishtiaka's just chewing up balls here. And there's only a couple left, so again, he's in a bit of a quandary, and he just keeps doubling down, and chasing his losses, so to speak. I think he might even try again, even though perhaps he shouldn't. Well, he gets away with one there, because just a little bit too wide and called wide. But yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it? And you see this rate, and already creeping up to about to a ball, not quite there yet, but yeah, Ishtiak, he's a talented player, but sometimes even the talented players are just a bit out of rhythm and they don't have that long to find it in this short format.
There you go, you see he's doing it. And the thing there, you see, every time he's playing that shot, look at what his body's doing. The body is drifting away, so he's trying to play a shot on a ball that is being angled towards him going outside the off stump, but he himself is backing away to the leg stump. He's never going to make contact to it.
Yeah, and you know, it's good bowling as well to keep putting it there. And then been pretty accurate this over.
That's it. One bounce stop, will it be? Yeah, well done.
It was a good stop by Skandaraja, and again, you expect that to be stopped, but it's all just kind of skating across this surface, wasn't it? And got down, and that's what I like to see. He's a big man, but he got down, got everything behind it, even if he didn't quite get in the middle of the hands or the arms. He had it covered, and don't want to be giving away any unnecessary runs.
Yeah, I mean, what an over that was. Just 2 runs from it, and all of a sudden the run rate has gone from creeping around the 10 mark now is 12 point bit.
Yeah.
So that just goes to show how an over like that and how dot balls can hurt you, and that's why in this format in T10, dot balls are definitely gold dust.
And don't get me wrong, I mean, it's the most natural thing in the world to want to make up for, you know, for missing a ball and to try and hit the next one harder. Try and get a 4 or a 6, but if there's consistently dot balls, you do run the risk of having your team slip behind in the game, and that's exactly what happened to Ishak Nazir. And he has unwittingly retained the strike as well.
So Moin Safdar starts with a very short one. He will get cuatro carreras for that one. It was very wide. It would have been called a wide ball for sure. But, well, he reached out to it. This time didn't back away, clubs it away for 4 runs. So that will take a little bit of pressure off him. It will make him feel a lot better, especially after that last over.
Yeah, and that brings up the 50 for Paxalona after 6 overs, 6.1 overs actually. And that was too short. And you see the difference is the length there. It's just a bit shorter and allowed Ishak to get back on the back foot and punch it through. Whereas the last over from Razak, we saw the length a little bit fuller, and kind of drawing him forward and drawing his head forward into the stroke and losing his shape a bit. But Safdar will have to come back. Bowls the same again. This could be out. Oh, it's almost a very good catch down there. And now we've got an extra as well. So Nazir Ahmed, who originally dropped that catch, and it's all action all the time here at the Fanco European Cricket Series. Talk us through this one, Rico.
Well, I mean, it was a similar ball to the last one, clubbed. But in the end, then poor cricket, the catch goes down. Of course, nobody drops them on purpose. But then the throw wasn't a good one, allowing the batsman to also get the other run. So not only a drop catch, but also an extra. How important will that be?
Well, it could be. Could be heading for a tight finish here, the way things are going. And they're just losing his shape. And Shazad, this is one of the things as well. Now, he's 11 off 4, but he's been starved to the strike. He hasn't really faced an over and a half now. And that's the sort of thing that he can also lose his momentum in the innings. He's been too far down the other end. When he does get a go, he might be probably trying too hard to keep up the rate. And it's important that they just stay in the game here, Pakistan. Just need to stay in touch.
Oh, that's very
That'll help.
wide again. Yeah, all of these extras help. And, well, Nisar Ahmed, the unfortunate man there on the boundary there on the offside, still very, very disappointed with himself. You can see he's having a few words to himself in his mind, saying, how did I drop that? And,
yeah, but he's got the grandstand in the background, not the easiest way. Backdrop to pick the ball up on.
They'll have more fielding to do here. Very short and wide, these balls from Moin Safdar. He doesn't seem to have found any rhythm at all. He's struggling. He's getting up there. There's no rhythm, no fluency, and he's dragging the ball wide, and the batsman are making the most of it. It's Shazad Khan. He's not been on strike for a while, and well, He'll be looking for a nice juicy short ball, I'm sure. He's been healing it well at the moment. He's seen the ball well. Oh, he gets away with that one.
And that's one of the why we've seen a lot of balls missed outside that off stump, haven't we?
Yeah.
In this innings, Rico. And you think if Barcelona don't end up making this target, they're going to rue some of those. They're trying to hit them too hard, and there's big gaps on the offside there. You'd almost push and get two in some circumstances. No one in front of point on the offside in the infield.
That was a little bit fuller, still outside the off stump, but that was a better ball.
That's the end of the over, Rico. It's 57 for 3. There were 9 off it in the end, and that means off the last 3 overs they require 40. So it's a bit of a tall order, but they do have wickets in hand, and that man Shazad Khan, he hasn't had much of the strike, but he's shown that he can hit the ball out of the ground, and a couple of big maximos at this stage, and I think the pendulum could swing back to Barcelona.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what they do here with the bowling here. I think Nadeem Razak was superb, only going for 2. Now, would they put him on now? I mean, personally, me, I would probably keep him for the next one, maybe bowl the 9th. They're having a little chat, they're thinking about it, and no, I think the decision's been made that Nadeem Razak bowls this one. So the idea, I suppose, here is to put extra pressure on, and if you can get another top over in here, then that run rate really rockets high and gives it all to do.
Look, Ishaq really struggled to Nadeem Razak, I should say, last over, and he's at the non-strikers end right now. So if the City Lions are smart, they'd be very happy to concede a single to Shazad Khan, because Ishaq did struggle to get Razak away last over. They might sneak a few more dot balls in. This is going to be...
It's going to be 4 runs. It's, just before that ball was bowled, I was looking at the field set and I'm sure these fielders are too wide. Nobody's going to cut off one that's hit straight. And that wasn't, I mean, it was timed fairly well. It wasn't exactly racing along the carpet, but nobody able to get to it.
This is what I'm talking about, Rico. He didn't try to overhit that ball, Shazad Khan. He just timed it. There was a bad ball. It was a full toss. But we've seen some of the other players in this tournament try too hard to hit that one, trying to hit it out of the universe across the line. That's a nice cricket shot.
And that's a great reply. And they were just, yeah, that's good cricket. He could have had a shot at the stance, but you could hear everybody say, no, they've got a plan. They know what they want to do. And exactly as you said, Vinny, they've got the man they want on strike now.
Yeah, he didn't want to give away an extra there, because that would be criminal with Ishaq struggling. And he has to really decide what his tactics are here. Now, I think he just needs to get bat on ball, especially he's got a bit of history now with Razak last over, getting beaten a few times. And there's plenty of gaps on that offside. There's only 4 men on the offside. There's a deep cover and a deep long off, and no one else in front of point.
And, well, they just made a fielding change there. They brought the man who was, I suppose if you like, right on the boundary in sort of the point zone into the circle, and pushed back sort of the extra cover on the boundary. And, well, perhaps if they had left things as they were, that would have been catchable at that time.
Yeah, that's right. And just out of the reach, it would have been a classic catch. He may have just got a fingernail on that. That's not too pleasant. It was a nice effort from the fielder at point. He's struggling a little bit. But this game hangs in the balance, doesn't it? Just over 2 a ball required. So it's really simple. If you get 2, and kind of keep pace with it. If it's a single, it's the rate's going to creep up on you as a batting team. So let's see what happens.
It's well hit towards the fielder.
Yeah, and again, good lines by Nadeem Razak. He's got the 2 men back there on the offside. And just putting it out there, he knows that Ishaq struggled in that area so far in this innings, and it's difficult for him to hit the boundary required to get Barcelona back.
Yeah, then they're making a change to the offside field. Each of these batsmen, they're rotating the players 1 in, 1 out, depending who's on strike. And that's hit well. There's nobody over there. A couple of bounces, 4 runs. And, well, you just get the feeling that this man who's on strike now, Shazad Khan, he's the key. As he's puts another one to the boundary. That takes him now to 21 of just 9 balls.
Yeah, he has been pretty strong in that area, and it's well placed. It's kind of been hit straight over the mid-wicket's head in the circle, and you'll often find there's gaps if you hit it straight over the head of an infielder because the outfielders will be placed at slightly different angles either side. So did well to get that away for 4 runs and a crucial boundary for Barcelona.
It's a better ball. But it goes back to what we were saying a few overs back, Vinny, that partnerships mean everything, don't they? I mean, it's what was happening in this innings. Barcelona were getting going and losing the wicket, getting going and losing the wicket, just not building up any momentum, no partnership there at all. Now these two, they've been there together for a while, they put a partnership together, and all of a sudden, the context of the game is in the balance. But right now, you think with a few wickets in hand and the way these two are batting, they probably will fancy themselves.
Yeah, well, look, they've squandered a few scoring opportunities, that's for sure, but they are still there. They put themselves in a position to win the game. They require 28 of the final 12 balls because the score at the end of 8 overs was 69 for 3. And this looks like Zahid Nawaz, who's coming back in, bowled a very good first over, only went for 7. And this is a huge over in the context of this game. Over number 9, requiring 28 off 12, and they want to get that, say, under 15 to chase in the last over. I think they've got a chance.
Oh, he's hit that very well, and I think that's going to go all the way. It is. There are 2 men back there, but they're not going to cut that off. That was sweetly timed. Probably the perfect shot, really. He's had a look around with the field. They're trying to set a trap for him outside the offside. He's seen that gap on the leg, and he's played that beautifully.
Well, you see Ishtiaq a lot more comfortable with the ball coming into him, isn't he? It suits his natural swing of the bat, but it was all placement again. There were 2 fielders back there on the leg side boundary. That one bisecting them, and short boundaries, of course. Only tick over 50-metre boundaries here in the Fancode European Cricket Series for valuable runs, and so the equation becomes 24 runs off 11 balls. And Rico, we've headed for another really close finish here in the first match of day 4 in the Fancode European Cricket Series, Spain.
Sí, hay mucha tensión aquí en la campo. Vale, ese partido es muy cerca, eh.
Round the wicket now.
It's in the air, there should be a chance. Will he make up for the one he dropped earlier? Oh, he does, but he juggled it as well. Well, we saw one earlier in the first inning juggle 3 times. 1, 2, 3 and out. I think that might have been 4 times.
Yeah, well, anything you can do, I can do better, say the Lions, as we see another juggling act. And he had the panic stations as well, but he saw it popped up a couple of times. He did everything right. Just imagine the different reaction from your teammates if you hold on to that or if you don't. But he got away with it, and that's a crucial wicket at this point of the game, with the game hanging in the balance, and brings a new batsman out to the crease. Of course, Shazad Khan is still there, and he's looking pretty good, but this is a real toss-up for me at the moment. And another great contest. You get 5 of them every day here on the European Cricket Network. This T10 action throwing up plenty of close finishes, and you won't get this kind of cricket entertainment anywhere on the planet. It's great to have you with us wherever you're watching around the world.
Yeah, absolutely. And credit to Zahid Nawaz, the bowler there. The first ball over the wicket was smashed away for 4, and immediately making a change and coming round the wicket and getting the wicket. In he comes again. Big appeal, but I think the ball always was starting on the leg and continued down that line. In fact, I think Shazad Khan will be disappointed he wasn't able to put that away behind square. Nobody there in the deep.
Yeah, and it's good umpiring as well. And sometimes the umpires fall for the tricks there of the big appeal, and it might have been hitting the stumps, but it's pitched well outside. It's going to be very difficult to get an LBW, so not considering that appeal for even a second. Good stuff, and again, we're headed for a blockbuster finish.
Hit hard, fielder should sweep. The man who took the catch. Ahmed. Got a big area there to cover, really. It's the only sweeper out on that offside.
I'm going to look at Karam Javeed, who's coming out to bat at number 6 for Barcelona. And I'm sure he'll have a few butterflies in the stomach here as he's coming in a crucial situation.
Yeah, he's had a good day so far. He's taken 2 wickets for 18. And, well, he would love to be the man out there in the middle with Shazad Khan and get his team a first and very famous victory. Played that well. He was a man there. Will get down well. Be okay with the single.
Yeah, so I'll make the equation 22 in 7 balls. And it's an interesting situation here because on one hand, and we've had this come up before, Shazad does want to be facing last over. But I think with so few balls left, he still has to try and hit a big shot here.
Oh, yeah.
He still might end up dragging it and getting a single, and that's not the worst. But I think if you're only looking for a single here, it's a bit of an error because you do need to take every scoring opportunity possible.
He's going for it, and he's going for a big star, and right on cue, Mr. Maximo calling it, and well, Shazad Khan hearing it too, puts that one away and keeps his game alive. And well, it's over to you, Karam Javid. What are you going to do now here?
Well, that was crucial. Like we said, so many times we've seen here, batsmen, of course, they're trying to manipulate the strike. They want to be on strike. But with only 7 balls left, you can't be settling for one at this stage. So he has to trust that Karam Javid can get a single first ball of this over, and then he can do the damage once he gets down the other end, Shazad Khan. So it was a great shot in a pressure situation. And so after 9 overs, the score for Barcelona, 81 for 4. They require 16 runs off the last 6 balls of this match. And it's going to be Moeen Safdar. Well, he was a little bit all over the place in his first over, early on in that over. He's a big pressure situation. Karam Javid, he just can't have a dot ball here. Needs to get something on it. Needs to get some runs.
He gets the single, and that's, he will say and believe that's his job done. He didn't allow any dot balls.
Well,
now this will be interesting because he's for the taking, isn't he? He's for the take. If he doesn't get his line right, he was a little bit short and wayward.
He was before, and see the long off and deep cover there. And Karam Javid, well, he's now a runner. I think that he will be running very hard to try and keep Shazad Khan on strike. Don't want a single, they'll be trying for a 2. 15 off 5. He's not able to get that one away, and again, just losing his shape. And he's unhappy with himself, isn't he, there, Shazad Khan? 15 off 4, and again, I start to think, well, how can you win from here? Well, you probably need 2 6s, or, you know, a 6 and 2 4s, something like that. So 2 or 3 balls going to the boundary or over it. There's only 4 balls left. He's got to go, and he's got to go now.
Well, he's gone for it. It's sailing over and out of the ground. Balle, balle, balle. Game on.
Well, hasn't he delivered? I'm going to call him the mailman because he's delivered when it's counted. Yeah, the last ball of the 9th over, he came up with a big Maximo, and then this time he's sent it high, high into the Spanish sky, all the way over the fence. That makes the equation 9 off 3. And now, I tell you what, if another one disappears, we could be headed for a blockbuster finish here. It already is.
Sit in the air. There is a man there. There's a key moment. He's put it down. They've got to come back. They've got to come back for 2.
No, they'll get no runs for it, Rico. They'll get no runs because... Oh, Shazad Khan, he was too busy. He thought he might be done, but he made the Cardinals sit there watching the ball, and in the end, he had to send his partner back. So I know, don't get me wrong, you want to see what's happening to that ball, but he had his responsibility had to be to get to the other end and get back as soon as possible. So 9 off 2, and now you need at least 2 to keep the game alive.
It's a Maximo here. Oh, and... Wow.
Well, and I tell you what, again, Shazad Khan, I know he's disappointed, but only going through for the 1 run there, and that means they need 7 to tie or 8 to win, and that's going to be very difficult. Karam Javid, well, he has to just pray that this ball is a wide or a no ball. And as far as Moeen Safdar, well, he's held his nerve in a pressure situation, and he has to just bowl a legal delivery. And he does, and he bowls him. And what a finish here. The City Lions, they have held their nerve to win a very tight contest, and they've won it 96 to 89, and they are the winners of match 16 of the Fancode European Cricket Series. Moeen Safdar delivering a really good last over under difficult circumstances, and Shazad Khan, well, even though he came up with a very impressive innings of 35 off 17, the mailman couldn't deliver when it counted. Unfortunately, just a couple of mental errors in the last over. But I tell you what, Rico, it was a very exciting game to start off Thursday's action, and we got 4 more to come. So it's going to be a long day here in Barcelona, but a very exciting one.
Oh, very exciting. I mean, when you look back at games, little things have made the difference. And for me there, I mean, we knew Shazad Khan was going to be key. I mean, that one there with the catch going down, but I couldn't believe that they hadn't taken any runs. It should have gone for 2 there, and if they had, who knows? But I think, well, Great game again, and we always have these great starts to the mornings, don't we?
We do, and we've had a few arm wrestles as well. This one was kind of two teams scoring what I would call more or less average scores, but like you say, those little things and the opportunities not taken. And just the time, sometimes I felt Paxalona were trying to force it too much in the chase. There's some good bowling. You can take ones and twos just to keep yourself in the game. Too many dot balls for me in that second innings of this match. But of course, earlier on today, it was the captain of the City Lions, Mufasa, as I call him, Amar Shakur. He was sending a few balls out of this Montreal Olympic ground. Of course, it is a baseball stadium for the 1992 Olympics. And I tell you what, you don't want to get inside of the plate to Amar Shakur, because he showed that he could put the ball out of here.
Oh, did he just? I mean, 37 of 19, and wow, absolutely brilliant. There's the juggler. Well, we've had a couple of jugglers today.
We had a juggle off, didn't we, here as well in match 16. And oh, look, plenty of great entertainment. That's the great thing about this 10-over format. And that's another one which got blasted out of here. Ali Imran said, throw us another one, I'll have another go. And this is Kuram Javeed, who came on as well. And this is some good fielding. The young man there, Tazeeb Hassan, he took two good catches after dropping one early, and it was great to see him recover. Did a good job in that key position. But this was the time, I mean, there were plenty of times, if you think about it, towards the end of the City Lions innings. Remember, we had the last ball dropped for 4.
Yeah.
You remember that? And how does that come back? Remember, we had the dropped catch, and it went for 3 as well. So these are the little ones that just made a difference. Can you imagine the last ball if they had 7 extra runs to play with, the Paxalona team? So that is the kind of little things that make the difference, and that was an amazing start to the innings, wasn't it? It was a peach.
Well, he bowled that absolute beauty and then followed up with 2 wides, but he did bowl really well indeed. He kept it together for his team, and I think, you know, both these sides did use their bowlers very well, very intelligently. They're good in the field. We've seen that before. Okay, we've seen those catches go beyond, and there was a dismissal of the captain, edging it behind to the keeper. And at that point, things were not looking too great. They'd lost 2 wickets very early. They didn't have the best of power plays.
Yeah, Skandar Raja with a couple of wickets. That one was almost some friendly fire from the Paxalona batsman. But Skandar Raja coming up with 2 wickets to go with his 3 in the opening fixture on Tuesday for the City Lions. So they've announced themselves, and this would have been an absolute screamer. Kashif behind the stumps, and he was disappointed he didn't hang on, because he would have watched that 100 times tonight when he put his head on the pillow. He definitely would have had the YouTube on, and he was a bit upset with himself. As a keeper, you love to hold on to those chances, but very exciting game here. And it was Ishaq Nazir and Shazad Khan trying to rescue things for Paxalona. They got close and they hit some shots when it was required. They seemed to just stay in the game long enough. Ultimately, though, it was a few too many, and I think they'll rue some of the runs they wasted in the first innings of this match in the field. But Skandar Raja also pretty good with the bat. We haven't seen the best of him yet with the bat, but he's a good all-round cricketer. I know the Lions will be looking to him to provide some more runs and wickets before the tournament is done here in Spain.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, I think Nisar Ahmed, he did put a catch down earlier, but sometimes you've got to put those things out in your mind, and if you're able to do it, and good players can, it keeps you in good stead, and he needed to be in good stead because the catch he did take in the end was very, very important.
And Moeen Safta, well, he was a bit loose early in his bowling spell, but they trust him with the 10th over, didn't he? But you see here early on, he was short and wide. He got away with that one there. He thought he had a catch, but unfortunately, like you say, that was Nasir Ahmed who put that one down, and he was very upset with himself. This middle of the innings, I think these overs from Nadeem Razak were crucial in just putting the brakes on enough to keep Paxalona off balance in the chase. And although they tried valiantly to get close to that total of 97, they came up a few runs short. This was Zahid. Now, he bowled the 9th, and it went for 12, so it was kind of neither here nor there. Again, another one up in the air, and once, twice, 3 times, 4, 5, 6. Pick up sticks and more circus tricks here in Spain. We saw some juggles, didn't we? And that was a key wicket. Ishtiaq struggled at times during his innings, and Shazad Khan, well, he sent it out of the ground for a big Maximo just when he needed to. So they only needed, well, I say only, but they needed 16 off the last over. And then again, a couple of errors in the last over. Mental errors, you'd have to say, from Shazad Khan.
Yeah, I mean, there, he getting the 6 there, and then the very next ball is where he played a lovely shot. Catch goes down, but no runs taken. We couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, and that's what he'd done there. And then, of course, there were too many off the last. I mean, every batsman would love to hit an 8, but it's very difficult to do. And now we're going to look ahead to match 17. And Paxalona, well, they'll have to dust themselves off because they're going to come out. They'll be fielding first. Barna Royals winning the toss in match 17, the second match of the day. They elected to bat first, and they'll be looking for some big runs at the top of the order from Shajil Kaiser and Syed Gulraiz Hussain. Also Nabil Kaiser, number 3, so a pretty impressive top 3 for the Barna Royals. They did win their first game, and with the ball, yeah, Wakas Anwar, I think he'll have a part to play. We also saw Hamza Assar at times do some good things for them. Well, Paxalona, well, the same kind of characters, probably Shazad Khan. He'll have a few more Dream 11 points after that match. And these other, Raja Khalik as well, you know, with the ball taking the pace off. Yeah. And I think that, you know, Muhammad Amir, again, he can go up another notch because Paxalona, they're teetering now. They're 0-3 after this game, and they would love to get one over the Barna Royals. And Paxalona are a bit more experienced in European Cricket Series cricket, of course. But the Barna Royals, they did win their first game. They'll have their tails up, and they think they'll probably start favourites here in match 17.
Yeah, I mean, Barna Royals, one thing that was very good about them, I thought again, is, and I think probably said this about all of these teams, but it sounds like I'm repeating myself, but they were very, very good in the field. I think the bowlers bowled very well, and they showed that, you know, when they only scored 86, you thought, okay, you could see that the City Lions were going to get it, but they restricted the City Lions to 76-7. So again, it's going to be an interesting contest. 2 teams evenly balanced.
Yeah, that's right. So for you guys playing Dream 11 out there, hopefully you find that dashboard useful. I know a lot of people are around the world. That's it from here for now, but don't go too far away because in about 10 minutes we'll be rejoining you to bring you into match 17. It's the second of 5 T10 matches here today. In fact, we have 5 every day, Monday to Friday, now and for the next 4 weeks. 5 weeks of T10 cricket action here. You are watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain on the European Cricket Network. We'll see you in about 10 minutes.
Well, welcome back here to the Fancode European Cricket Series. It's the second match of the day, match 17 between Barcelona and the Barna Royals. It's our first chance to get a look at the Barna Royals today in Thursday's action. The match referee, Navjot Anand, is with the two captains.
Head is the goal. And head is it. Congratulations. What would you like to do?
I will bat first.
Barna Royals have won the toss and elected to bat first.
Well, there you go. The Barna Royals, they won the toss, elected to bat, and Barcelona, although they do normally like to bat first, I've noted their captain, Raja Khalik, told me he doesn't mind fielding first. He thinks under these conditions, especially in these morning games, it is not necessarily a bad thing to know how many runs you have to chase. Well, Barna Royals, they started their campaign with a win on Tuesday, a win 86-76, a close game against the City Lions. They'd love to make it 2 for 2. I'm sure they'll be relying on Saeed Gulraiz Hussain and Shajul Kaiser at the top of the order to get them off to a good start. Well, Barcelona, they've already played one game this morning. I think that will be useful as they go into their second and final contest of the day. So let's get ready for match 17 and go up to the commentary box where Rico Full is waiting for us.
Yeah, thank you very much, Vinny. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this game because I think that Barcelona will be up for it. Barna Royals, they're going to have a bat first. I'm a little bit surprised about that. I think their strength is very much in the bowling from what we've seen of them so far. I know that Saeed Hussain, I mean, I like the look of him scoring a quick fire 19, 2 sixes and a 4. He looked like a very strong player, but a good positive move from the Royals. I think they've decided, well, you know what? Yeah, I know what our strength is, but let's go out there, let's bat, let's try and get the runs on the board, and then use our strength to restrict the team getting them. Barcelona, I was speaking to the captain, Raja Khalik, there briefly in between the innings after that game, and he said, yeah, it's disappointing to lose. He said, but he was happy with the team's performance. He said in general it was a fair display from them, and he was quick to point out some of the things that myself and Vinny, Mr. Maximo, were talking about. As Vinny, I could see him making his way back to the commentary tent. But one of the things he said to me, he said, look, Rico, he said, on 2 occasions we played shots and took no runs from them, and on both occasions there was 2 runs, and he was right. There was one, remember, on the offside where the ball went, we thought it was going to go for 4, and it just stopped and dropped dead and didn't go anywhere, and the batsman didn't take any runs at all there. Then there was another one there in the last over where 2 weren't taken, and then he also pointed out to me the catch that went down towards the end of the innings where the fielder also was unable to stop the ball going over the boundary, and he said to me, look, those 3 incidences, they cost us the game. So and he was discussing that with me and with these players, so I think they're up for it. They want to end this day with a win. Well, the umpires are leading the teams out, so we have Zuf Zaman and Shahidil Ahmed, who are going to be our men in black. And talking about men in colours, our man in green is making his way in. Vinny, welcome back. I must say, I'm loving those shoes.
Yeah, well, it's still my green outfit today, but maybe I thought I might wear my golden outfit because, of course, after the golden ball we had yesterday. Look, let's have a look at my fantasy dashboard. Just quickly, you see there players from both teams and have some information for you, including their Dream 11 points. Barcelona ones won't be quite up to date because they were taken during that last match, but Shazad Khan, I think, he anchored that innings, but like you say, there's 2 or 3 little incidents, weren't there, that cost him the game. It's good that they have that kind of awareness, and hopefully they don't make those kind of mistakes again. Barna Royals, well, let's see how we go with their top order. Can they fire? They've backed themselves to bat. They want to put 100 plus on the board. So let's see how we go. Almost ready for match 17 of the Fancode European Cricket Series, Spain.
Yeah, we're getting ready. Looks like Mohamed Amir is getting ready to bowl the first ball.
Yeah, and he impressed me with the ball in the first match today.
And Numza Shazad, the left-hander, shaping up. Looks like the field is set, and off we go.
Yeah, first ball comes in, just played straight back to the bowler. So important for Barnarolas to hit the ground running. Paxona, although they did lose that match, they did have the experience of getting out there this morning, so they'll be a bit more warmed up, you'd have to say. 3 over power play, only 2 outfielders allowed. Chance for the batsman to attack. Nice looking stroke off the back foot this time. Trunk a bit slow to go, but they'll get away. They'll get through for a single, and Usama, he starts with a run. He's off the mark. Nice looking shot on the offside.
Yeah, Sage Hussain now on strike. And, interesting to see how Paxalona deal with the right and left combination. So far, no major changes in the field. Can the bowler get his line right? And well, there you go. And quite often, as we say, that can be or becomes an issue for some bowlers when they're having to adjust their line. And both these batsmen will be looking at this and hoping to keep rotating the strike to make it more complicated.
And it just provides an extra layer of difficulty, doesn't it, for the bowlers? This one's a bit straight. It's definitely pitched outside leg stump, you'd have to say. May have been hitting the stumps, but that's irrelevant. And good umpiring, Ralph Zaman there, doing the job at the bowler's end. And I think you'll find here on the replay, it was significantly outside the leg stump. What I mean by that, if you're new to cricket, if it pitches to the right, if it bounces to the right of the wicket-to-wicket line there, then it cannot be out LBW, and you see that one was comfortably to the right. Left-hander back on strike, and that looks to be the wide, so there's been overcorrection there, wasn't there, from Mohammed Amir, and nice little start for the Royals. They're getting a few gifts though, haven't had to work too hard for them so far. No real damage though on the scoreboard as yet.
You can see what the intent is from the batsman Shazad, and just keeping the ball within the field off, keeping the ball not going too wide, keeping it in the right area. That one, is he gonna? No, this one has been given wide. So you can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to stay inside that line, isn't he?
Yeah, he's flirting with the tram line, isn't he? But I think it's a good call. I think that was just slightly outside. So another good decision from umpire Zaman, and umpiring has been very good in this series so far. This one's going to sneak past everybody. Goes down to the man behind the keeper. It's going to be too wide. So some real problems here for Mohammed Amir. Didn't have too many problems in the last game, but again, being tested with the left-hand, right-hand combination. And he's come here and he's conceded quite a few extras now. Kind of glossed over by the fact there haven't been too many boundaries, but if he concedes 1 or 2 boundaries here, then this could be quite an expensive first over. Big swing, but no contact from Syed Ghurais Hussain. Minimal contact anyway.
Yeah.
Just rolls away a few metres.
A little bit of inexperience, I think. Something that I was talking about the other day about new teams coming into this European Cricket Series concept of T10 cricket, as we see this delivery being bowled. And maybe once more there, just an example of what I'm about to say. I think the newer teams seem to have this asphyxiation on, well, it's only 10 overs, it's only 60 balls. We've got to hit big every ball. And they forget just playing normal cricketing shots, just to, you know, get themselves in, to get the feel of ball coming on the bat. Both of these batsmen are just trying to hoik the ball out towards the boundaries and not actually just trying to get bat on the ball, play singles, and feel comfortable, build an innings. They're just going to hoik and get themselves out. And
you also see there, a bit of inexperience there, stepping outside leg stump. That probably would have been a wide the last one as well. So a 7 off the first over, only 1 run off the bat and 6 extras. So it's a 10 ball over in the end. Now, one of the issues that may create is the over rate, and we haven't seen time penalties. The team's been very good so far, but if you bowl a lot of extras and bowl extra balls, of course, you have to start your 10th over by the 40-minute mark of the innings. So if you're bowling 10 ball overs, that's going to be very difficult. And for every over you're behind, it's going to cost you 5 runs. Here's the captain, Raja Khalik Uraman, to bowl the second over. It's pitched up, and Raja Khalik takes all the pace off the ball. He makes the batsman do everything, and it might look very easy. But this pitch, it's a wooden pitch, wooden base with a carpet overlay, and you can find yourself over swinging. Just has to get his length right though, Khalik.
Yeah, I think this is a good move. This he's seen
Could be trouble for a second, but Khalik.
Yeah, they ran that single quick. But no, I think it's a good move. I think Khalik has seen what the batsman's intent are, and he's probably thinking, you know what, they're trying to hit the ball so hard. If I can just get the ball in the right place, just give it a bit of flight, and entice them to play a miss. Let's see if it works out as planned.
Well, works every time but one, Rico. This one is straight down the ground, all the way for a Maximo. So you see there, the left-hander getting the job done. It's Osama Shahzad for the Barna Royals. He just got enough length on that. It was a little bit over-pitched from Raja Khalik, and he threw everything at it, and that is power play batting at its best. So 6 runs, and, well, the Royals, will that spark a few more boundaries and perhaps take them to the kind of power play that will lead them to the kind of score that they will hope to defend in this match 17 of the Fancode European Cricket Series.
Yeah, I suppose sooner or later he had to get hold of one, and that was a lovely shot. It was right in the zone. He moved his feet, played it beautifully. Now, what will the Khalik do here now? Will he try and tempt him with another one, or will it be a quicker, short one?
Well, it kind of pushed it through a little bit more that time, didn't he? And again, sensible batting. We've seen sometimes batsmen getting carried away after a boundary, and it's fine to go consecutive boundaries if it's there, but you also got to play as it's bowled to you, or play on its merits, as they say sometimes here. And that's exactly what Osama Shahzad did. And Syed Hussain is now going to be the batsman to face. And of course, he's right-handed, and no one back on the boundary on the offside. So if it's anywhere outside of stump, I'd be throwing my hands at it. Only 4 men on the offside. Oh, and see, there we go again, as Syed Gurais Hussain is taking on those 2 outfielders, and with those men back on the leg side, it's more risky. I'd like to see him stand tall and play more correct cricket stroke, hit through the line of the ball. And again, and he's obviously been sent up to the top of the order to do a job, Syed Gurais Hussain. But at the moment, he's just getting a little bit carried away. And that will end the over. So with 2 overs down, the score is 15 for no loss. 8 off the over.
Yeah, so both these batsmen, well, they're staying with what obviously is the plan, to try and take the attack straight away to Barcelona, to try and hit big, and with 1 more left, over left in the power play, I don't think that's going to change at all. They're going to go for it here as well. So Mohamed Amir, and there we go. That's absolutely awesome, out of the ground. Kinna bada shakka, esta hombre es genial, tiene mucho fuerza, que excepcional, que fuerte, tiene 6 carreras. Eso es cricket de Fancode European Cricket Series in Barcelona. Y vale, bienvenido todos, bienvenido mi familia.
Well, you said it right there. Rico full, and Osama Shahzad, well, got that one out of the middle, and again he's satisfied just to take a single after the boundary. And smart batting. Osama Shahzad, he's sent up to the top of the order. We might have thought he might come in a bit lower, but he's been sent up to the top for the Royals, and he's got them off to a pretty good start. And it's this man, though, concerns me, Syed Hussain, with Osama Shahzad in this kind of form. He should be satisfied to take a single. I don't think he is, though. There's a big appeal. And he has to go. So, yeah, he walks in the end. Syed Gurais Hussain, he had plenty of goes, and that's the one he got closest to, Rico. He got just a little feather on it and went through to the keeper there, Waqas Shahzad. You can see there, umpire Zaman just nodding his head, and the batsman knew his time was up. Has to go. And the first wicket goes down for the Royals.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to hurt the Barna Royals too much. I don't want to be too unkind to Syed Hussain, but it's just not his day, just not seeing it very well. But give him his due. He probably knew that and thought, you know what, I'm not really doing my team a favour here. I mean, just playing out dot balls. So he's had a big bash, got a little bit onto it, caught behind, he's on his way, and a new batsman comes in. And if they can give Summer Shazad a little bit of support. Well, who knows? So far, it's not a bad start from them. 23 for one. We're still inside the power play.
Yes, that's right. And the new batsman, Hamza Assar, comes out to the crease. And nice bit of wicket keeping there, of course. We've seen those go down at times, haven't we, as well? It's one thing, you should catch them, but, you know, weird things happen in the split second between the ball getting edged and it getting taken. So, yeah, you can just get a bit nervous and maybe snatch it. We saw that yesterday in the Golden Ball game, didn't we, on the last ball of regulation time. Usama Shazad pushing that one down the ground.
Straight away you see a difference there. Another new batsman in, and all of a sudden singles being taken, and once more there. And that's the difference it makes, isn't it? When you've got two batsmen who are getting bad onto ball, they're rotating the strike. The two things are happening. Of course, the runs are being put on the board, but also it's keeping. You got that combination, the left and right. The fielders have to move. They have to be alert. The captain's got to be alert, and the bowler has got to get the line right.
So pretty good over there from Mohammad Amir. The end of 3 overs, the score 26 for 1. That's the end of the power play. I'd say it's a fairly even power play for mine, Rico. Extras costing the Paxalona team. And here's the man. He impressed me with some of his fielding. He let a catch go down early, but it's Tazeeb Hassan who's going to bowl the 4th over. Let's see if he can do crucial middle overs of the game now. Tazeeb Hassan, I like his attitude. Always got a smile on his face even when that one went down. But he took 2 good catches. He's got the ball in hand now. Well, this one's really taken off a length, and that'll be his one for the over. We haven't seen many bounces. Of course, this pitch keeps a little bit low with the wooden base. But I tell you what, Tazeeb, he's got a little bit something out of the surface there, hasn't he, Rico?
He found something there, didn't he? And I tell you what, I mean, Hamza is a tall man, and probably because he's a tall man, it wasn't called a wide. But that certainly probably was the one for the over.
It certainly was, and called as such by the umpires. Doing a great job here, and that's just dragged down for a single. But this is the danger man, I think. Usama Shazad is off to a good start. He's 17 off 9. Hamza Assar there with his as well, and Usama, I think, is the one that if you get in his zone of that leg side, he can punish you. In the left-handers, so don't they love this? The great wall of Barcelona here. I'd like to stick it over there and hit the ball downtown. It's very possible, as Hassan's going to come around the wicket. This is going to be too wide, and they'll sneak an extra as well, as that was just rolling on the ground. Difficult take for the keeper. It'll be 2 wides. And it's always the risk as well. So it's a tough one, isn't it? I think if you're going to bowl this around the wicket to the left-hander, got to get it outside off stump, make him reach for the ball. You know what I mean? Getting it right into that hitting zone. There's the right-hander on strike now. This one's hit high. Is it going to go all the way? Oh, and some very good fielding. He's just kept it inside the field of play. Nice work there from Mohammad Amir. He very cleverly took off from inside the field of play. And then as long as he can touch the ball while he's still in the air, then it's a legal stop. You'll see here some nice work. And we've seen some good fielding here in the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
But this one's gone in the air, and well, I think the fielder there shied away from the catch for me for sure, and that's Shahid Iqbal. He had his eye on the ball all the time. Then right at the last minute, he decided he wasn't going to catch that. Well, the bowler is not very happy about that at all.
Yes, well, you see here, just when you're going to decide what you're going to do with the field and take a little bit defensively, deciding he was happy to stop the boundary. Shahid Iqbal. Next ball's in the air, straight down to Raja Khaliqur Rahman. He can't make the catch. We've seen him take a couple of good catches in this tournament, but that side was just a little bit wide of him, and it will go all the way for 4 runs. So rubbing salt into the wound. Not only does he not take the catch, but it's going to go for a boundary. So the Royals, after a bit of an arm wrestle power play, we've had the wicket. We've also had plenty of runs. And Hassan, well, he's a little bit upset that he hasn't had the support in the field, but he'll get a chance to get his revenge. Shazad, and Shazad says, thank you very much. That's straight down the ground all the way for a Maximo. And Shazad is really hitting his straps.
Tazeeb Hassan, well, who want to be a bowler, eh? He could have had 2 wickets, 2 catches should have been taken, they weren't. And, well, he said rub salt in the wound. Well, one that should have been taken ended up going to the boundary. And then the very next ball smashed straight over his head for 6 runs. Well, he's not a happy man at the moment.
Well, they're not doing themselves any favours, are they? Barcelona in the field. It's the end of the 4th over. The score is 42 for 1. And Tazeeb Hassan, well, unfortunately, over ended up going for 16. And it makes all the difference. The last ball of an over could have been the difference between it being 10 off the over and 16. 16 looks a lot worse. And this is one of the real characters of the Barcelona team coming on to bowl now. It's going to be Ali Imran. He told me he didn't bring his sunglasses. He wished he did in the first game as he had a sky ball. He had no idea where it was. And he comes on the bowling crease now. Ali Imran. This is blasted over cover and it's going to beat the man who's out there sweeping on the offside. It's all the way for 4. And Hamza Assar getting in on the action.
Yeah, nice shot that. There's nobody out there at all. So all he knows is if he gets enough bat on it to take it over the 30-yard circle, he's in safe zone. He hit that very well indeed. 4 more runs. And, well, all of a sudden, they're finding the boundaries. Runs are piling up.
That's right. And I like the way he hit that with the ball through the offside. This one, it's a bit straight. It cramps him for room, but digs it out onto the leg side. And see, this is the difference. If you're going to post these extra runs required to get you over the line, you need to be scoring off these balls. We've seen, for example, Barcelona in the last game, just far too many dots, weren't there? Far too many dots. And even early in this innings, there were a few too many dots with Hussain missing out. But if you can get a minimum 1 off every ball and, of course, hit the boundary when it comes. But it was the kind of ball that all they could settle for was a single. Had to dig it out. Ali Imran comes in again. This is a full toss this time. Cleverly worked behind point, and that's good batting. That's good batting. And I tell you what, Osama Shazad, he's looking good. It wasn't quite high enough to be called a no ball, but he kept his composure. Sometimes we've seen the batsmen trying to pull those away and hitting them straight up in the air because they do surprise you. But he just knew if he could get some batter, and he just opened up his wrists and sliced that ball away behind point for 4. Nice shot.
Yeah, that's very well said, Vinny. The number of times we've seen a full toss that's straight like that and the batsman going for a cross-line shot and being caught on the boundary or totally missing it. He kept his eye on the ball. He knew what he wanted to do with it and placed it beautifully. This is good batting. This is looking a bit ominous now here for Barcelona.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there, Rico. And this one is slower ball. It's well disguised by Ali Imran. I think that Osama Shazad thought that might be coming straight at his head. But it's a little bit wide of him, and he's just having a bit of a smile about it there. And clever bowling. And that's what the bowlers have to do as well. They have to try things and get that variation. Don't let the batsman settle into a rhythm. And he comes again. This time he's reaching for it. And does he beat the point fielder? He does. The chase is on. Fielder trying hard, but I don't think he's going to catch it. It's going to go all the way. And Osama Shazad showing he's very strong in that backward point region, playing strokes all around the ground. And another 4 runs to the Royals.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot. Once more, he's putting the ball exactly where he wants to. He knows what the field set is. He's had a look on the leg side. He knows that it's very strong. A lot of men on the boundary, so he's pushed that ball again wide of the man at point. It's 4 more, and he's racing along now. He's on 35 of 30 or 14 balls. Really looking good.
He's looking good, isn't he? Last ball of the over for Imran. Well, this is too high. It'll be called a no ball. I'm sure it'll be called a no ball. It's caught. We'll wait for the call. Their batsmen haven't run. There's chaos. We're waiting on the decision. Somebody's going to have to call it, surely. And the result, well, we'll have to just check this one. We'll have to just check the result here of this. And Rico, it appeared to me that it was too high, but we're just waiting. There's some confirmation from the umpires.
Well, they're looking at each other.
They're looking at each other. I think they might have to get together and have a chat about this one. And we have the benefit of the replay, of course, but we'll have to see what the final result is. And the result is given out. So the umpires, in their opinion, it wasn't high enough to be called a no ball, and that's disappointing in a controversial moment of this match. There's a good catch taken out there on the boundary, you'd have to say, by Mohamed Amir. Let's focus on that. But, gee, I tell you what, the danger man, it might just be the stroke of luck that they needed. And
Yeah,
this one, well, he hit very well, but I mean, yeah.
I'm looking at when we look at it from side on, now he did come a long way down, and quite often the umpires will look at that and say, well, okay, well, because you had come down the wicket, it makes it look higher than it probably would have been if you were inside in your normal batting stance. But I've had a look at that again, Vinny, and I think the men in black have been right most of the time, but on this one I'm probably going to say they haven't got the advantage, as we have to keep saying, and we have to remind everyone, they do not have the advantage of seeing it again on the actual replay. So they have to go with what they think they saw. They probably looked at the batsman coming down the wicket, and in that case they've given a decision saying it was okay. We've got the advantage of the screen. I probably would have said, well, that one, I would have said that was a no-ball.
We've been very diplomatic, but to be completely honest, that one didn't look like it was probably high enough to warrant a no-ball call, but it's unfortunate. But that's the decision's being made, and we move on with the game. The next one's blasted out to the man that just took that catch, Mohamed Amir, and that will be just the single. But it's unfortunate for Usama Shahzad, because he was going along very nicely, wasn't he? And now it's left to Hamza Assar to come in and continue the momentum, as he's joined by the new batsman, Kaiser. Yeah, so Shadil Kaiser, also a very talented player, and coming into bat at number 4 on this occasion. Comes again, this is shorter, and turn around the corner. That's my man down there, Ali Imran. I tell you what, he had his issues with the sun, but good on him. He said, no, I'll stay there and do my best out there. Not sure what he's saying. I want to invest in a cap. I don't know, Rico, if there's a shortage of caps in this part of the world, but some of the players are opting for it. And it's very sunny today. Isn't it nice to have the sun out?
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. I mean, because of where we're situated on the ground, we've had to wait a little bit longer to get the rays on us. But yeah, it's nice to have the ground blessed by the Spanish sunshine.
Yeah, and that's good running there, Hamza Azhar. He comes through for 2 and ran the first one hard. Fielder had a lot of ground to make, and he did well enough to stop the boundary, but not stop the 2. So nice work there. Shahzad Khan is the bowler in the 6th over. And he comes again. This is hit nicely and straight into the gap. And Ishtiaq Nazir, well, he was trying to avoid chasing it. He's looking at the other outfield, and neither one of them were going to chase it in the end. That is 4 runs to the score and another boundary to the Royals.
Yeah, good batting, and this is good from the Royals, because quite often the fall of a wicket, and especially when a wicket goes down in that sort of fashion, you know, it can play on their minds, and batsmen going out are not focusing on what they're doing, but they're 100% focused, still playing the shots and keeping those runs moving nicely.
Oh, this one's really taken off. Shahzad Khan put a bit of extra into that, but I can't blame the keeper there. It's taken off quite significantly. I think he got it in the end of the fingers. And that's going to run away for a bye. And wow, so we've seen a bit of action here, haven't we, in the last couple of overs? Very eventful couple of overs. And you can't blame the batsman there. That's the first one's really shot through. And we talked about this pitch can be a little bit inconsistent. That's the end of the over. It's 64 for 2. 4 overs to go. And you know how I like to get at the end of the 6th over, the old 6th over siesta. Just lie down, have a think about life. And at this stage, 64 for 2, you'd be thinking 10 and over. That gets you 100. You know, if you really get going, get close to 120. But I think you saw Pat Salona in the last game. They struggled at times to keep the scoring going. So I think you don't have to be too crazy here. I think we're going to keep the wickets in hand. And if they get close to that 100, I think it's a winning score. Anything more is a bonus. Karam Javeed will be the bowler. 7th over. I think it'll be a no ball for off the pitch. So the penalty for the no ball a little bit harsher than the wide, because although they're both 1-run penalties and extra deliveries bowled, after a no ball, the next ball is a free hit, and it means practically, except for run out, the batsman can't be dismissed. So there's a free swing at this one. And he definitely took the free swing, but it just shows this pitch again, that one kind of going through a bit lower. So we've seen a few gremlins in it.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen 2 take off today, which has just been unbelievable. I mean, that one in the last over.
Yeah.
And for that to happen on this pitch, well, interesting. David, he has been in the wickets.
Hey, some interesting chat on the YouTube chat. Thanks for joining us. If you're watching on YouTube, this one has kept low as well. No pace on its hit down to long off. I saw a comment saying maybe they think they're umpiring a badminton match. It's one of them. That's probably fair. I like it. Pradesh Kumar, good on you, mate. Hope you're enjoying the game there. Definitely entertaining, isn't it? Oh, it's almost a chance for a stumping. It's a little bit too wide, though. Keeper couldn't get back in time. But again, this is what the Fan Code European Cricket Series is all about. And we appreciate your company wherever you're watching around the world. If you're not one of our 160,000 subscribers and you're watching on YouTube, why don't you subscribe? Make sure you turn on notifications as we see another no ball. Next one will be a free hit. Yes, because so many people around the world have gotten onto the European Cricket Series because it's a fantastic source of entertainment and the sheer quantity, Rico, of cricket. We're going to have over 1,000 matches that we plan to bring to you on the network this year. We'd love for you to be a part of it.
We really would. And just watch this delivery here. And now this is turning out to be a very long over. Now, we've already now gone over double figures on the extras. I think that takes us to about 13 extras. Got to be careful here. I mean, Barcelona, I mean, they know that their weakness, if anything, is with the bat. They've struggled to get more than 90 runs. So they don't want to be giving runs away here. They've got to make the Royals work from.
Well, that was still a free hit, Rico, from about 1986 when the last legal delivery was bowled, but it was only one down the ground. And so, again, the Royals, they're a decent clip here. They've missed out on a couple of free hits and just kind of struggling to keep the record going. The next one again is for Javid, really struggling with his control.
He's got the jitters, isn't he? He's got the jitters.
Another free hit. And look, I'd probably try here. He's missing left. I'd probably consider going around the wicket. And kind of aiming at the batsman's pads and give him a bit more margin for error. Because obviously what he's doing is not really working at the moment. He's going to persist over the wicket. This is a free hit again. It's fairly wide. It's going to be another wide. So Javid, we've seen it, haven't we? And they didn't have these kinds of struggles in the game before, did they, really? Against the Lions. But yeah, it's unfortunate. Just struggling to get the ball where it needs to go. Well, this one is, and it's actually a bit of swing. And you see that's probably one of the reasons that he's struggling with these offside wides is he does shape the ball away, but it can be difficult if you lose your control. Sometimes when you aim it further right, you lose that movement, don't you? And you can slip down the leg side. So Javid. Well, this is up in the air. I think it's going to carry down to the fielder, Muhammad Amir, who's down on the long off boundary, so it'll just be a single.
Yeah, important little phase this here now, at this point of this match, because the Barna Royals, if they can just see this delivery here, and this has gone high in the air.
It's very high, and I don't think they have a chance. It's gone all the way into the commentary tent, and that's 6. So not really getting that off the middle of the bat, but he got it high in the sky in the prevailing wind here in Barcelona. It does take that ball towards the boundary. You see that just enough to get over Muhammad Amir. Nothing he could do about it. And a very valuable maximo to the total for the Royals.
Yeah, and that was more or less Ron and Q, what I was saying. So we're at a phase of the game now with all those extras and those wides that a good over here for the Barna Royals will really put them up in a good position to get to around, well, plus the 100+ mark. They'll be probably eyeing up, I would be, about 110 here. They've got to play the shots. They've got wickets in hand. And Barcelona, I think an over like that affects you, don't they? You're there, you're in the field, the runs are piling on, the bowler's bowling a lot of extras, and you just think everything is going against you. As the captain, Raja Khalik, comes on to bowl his second. He's hit hard. He's gone all the way. Balle, balle, balle. 6 runs out on the offside. And, well, exactly what I'm talking about. A very important point here. Barcelona have to stay in this game. They've got to get their heads back up, support the bowler, and be active in the field. Otherwise, this could be disastrous.
Yeah, well, the wheels seem like they're falling off the wagon. What can Barcelona do about it? Their captain. This one's up. It's in the air. Half a chance for the fielder. In he comes, and he drops it. Oh, and so unfortunate there. He's been a bit inconsistent, taking some good catches, Tazeem Hassan, but unfortunately put that one down. And again, that was the sort of thing, the sort of chance that had to be taken if Barcelona are going to get themselves back in this match. The captain's in again. This time, it'll be just the single down to long on. But Rico, I mean, they've been their own worst enemy, haven't they, Barcelona today in the field? You mentioned they recognised they made 2 or 3 key errors in the first match.
Yeah.
And they have kind of repeated them again. Bit of a groundhog day for them in this match. But Raja Khalid, what can he do? And he really tosses this one up. He's going to miss the leg stump. Don't ever caught any pad on the way through. Umpire Salim, or Salami, as I like to call him, here is going to be given a wide, and correctly so. So Raja Khalid really not afraid to take all the pace off the ball and try and almost challenge the batsman's pride a bit. See, this one is pushed through a bit further, and that's going to go all the way. There's nothing Hassan can do about that. That's another Maximo. And I tell you what, Rico, there's trouble from all angles for Barcelona, because not only that, the amount of wides they've bowled, I think they might be struggling to bowl their overs in time. I think they might just sneak him in, but of course every over they're behind, if they are, it'll be 5 penalty runs. So Raja Khalid Rahman, well, can he pull something out here for his team? Well, this is hit high and it's a chance, it should be taken. Oh, well, Mohamed Amir. Oh, I really thought that he was 2 or 3 steps away from taking that one, but just deciding to step back and make sure he cut off the boundary. He didn't want to have that situation where he went forward and the ball got past him at this stage of the innings. The next one, probably just a single out to Ali Imran out there. And what do you think, Rico? Was a bit unkind to Mohamed Amir there, or?
It was a catch, simple as that. I mean, at this stage of the game, you know, if you can take a wicket, break a partnership, if you can give the team and your players something to be happy and positive about, it can change everything. You've got to take the catch, and well, I don't even think the ball had the pace to go past the boundary, you know.
All right, so we've got 2 overs to go. 2 overs to go. We have 97 for 2. And again, now you see Ishaq Nazir is going to come into the attack, but 10 and over here takes him pretty close to the 120 mark. This is hit, and it's hit flat again, and again it's going to be just inside. That one was a little bit more difficult, I think, for the fielder, because it didn't have much pace before it, didn't have much distance to travel before it got in front of him. And Ishaq Nazir, this time again, he's going to come up with a dot ball. So nice work from Ishaq, and let's see if he can put the screws on here. Now, for all the shooting in the foot that the Barcelona have done to themselves, this game is still in play. 2 overs to go. It's a nice shot down the ground, and probably just be the one. Some thoughts of 2, and this is the kind of stage we've seen, especially with wickets in hand, the batsmen trying to manipulate the strike, so to speak. But both these batsmen are capable, and so 100 and beyond to be on the table.
Yeah, both hitting the ball well, and quite happy, quite content, aren't they? If you look at the body language, they're quite happy just to stroll along and take these singles, not really showing too much sense of urgency with the running.
Yeah, that brings up the 100 for the Royals in the 9th over. Oh, but this is out. Yeah, he had to go for it, didn't he? It was Nabil Kaiser, the captain. He tried to go aerial, didn't he, with that ball not getting up, and Ishaq Nazir, well, he gets his revenge. He had his own struggles with his batting from that end before, but he's able to get the ball on target. And finally, Barcelona have come up with a wicket.
Yeah, finally got a wicket. And also we should say, well done to the Barna, the Royals. They're getting to 100. That's a good achievement for them as well. Remember, this is their debut to a European Cricket Series, so they're learning all the time. As I said before, I did like the way that they fielded in their first game. Very positive, they bowled well. They won that game, of course, against City Lions, making 86. And for the first time in a European Cricket Series, they've passed the 100 mark.
Yeah, so. Yeah, 86 to 76, I think that score the other night. And Yeah, they've done a little bit better here, but you have to say they've been helped a lot. And Paxalona, you know, I thought it'd be an advantage for them playing the first game and kind of getting him into it and feeling a bit more warmed up, but it's kind of had the opposite effect. They had a bit of a deflating loss, and I don't wonder if they're mentally prepared to back up straight away, but of course they still can't answer with the bat. Ishtiak's going to come in again. Just hit very nicely, and the chase is on. It'll take some catching. Oh, and there's the old Spanish special as well. He's gone with the shoes. He's done the job though, but the batsman will scramble back for two. That's good running. So Mohamed Amir, he took the gamble to use the footwear, and it paid off for him that time. So 2 runs, and Barna Royals will finish the over on 102 for 3. 1 over to go in the innings.
Yeah, so the last over here, I think Barna Royals have got to be careful not to fall into trap here in these 6 balls to come to try and muller every ball to the boundary. It's going to be Shazad Khan to bowl it. Now he knows that he's going to have a massive part to play in this game with the bat if Paxalona are to get to this score. But yeah, I think going back to the 2 batsmen here now, they just got to concentrate on getting bat on ball, and even if it's 6 runs they get from it, it's better to do that than swing and miss and get a few dot balls and then just hit 1 boundary. So this is important. All these extra runs here can make a difference in this match.
Yeah, look, we're still in the danger zone for a close result. We saw 107 yesterday, didn't we, in that golden ball match, match 12. And if you haven't already, why don't you have a look at our social media at European Cricket. There's plenty of great highlights and clips coming from the Fancode European Cricket Series. That golden ball, tell you what a finish that was. Needed a stiff trick to calm himself down after that one. Here we go, 10th over.
Well, there you go, that's what I'm talking about. That's a dot ball. Got to get bat onto it, swinging and missing. It's not going to help now. Hamza, he's been in there long enough. 29, he's on. He's had 22 balls now.
Well, that's well bowled. I thought I had a good length, but I tell you what, it's gone the distance. This one will need a passport. This one is out of here. It is a Maximo.
कितना सोना शॉट सीगा, छक्का हो गया. बहुत अच्छी टाइमिंग सीगी, पोजीशनिंग अच्छी सीगी, टाइमिंग सी, अच्छा फॉलो थ्रू, छक्का हो गया. Muy bien. Está un muy bien golpe. 6 carreras en 6 es el máximo en España.
6 más for Barna Royals as they come up with 6 of the best. That was on a length, and I like the way he hit that nice and straight and true. Hamza Assar, the man in the hot seat, and he does it again. He goes big. Does this have the legs? Oh, it'll just bounce inside the field of play, but well placed again. It'll be 4 more, and again, the Royals royally making the Paxalona team pay for their errant bowling in this innings.
Well, this was a interesting shot, wasn't it? I mean, it was a short ball.
Yeah, it's just too short, and he could have put this anywhere. It's like a straight pull shot, really, isn't it? Like a baseball kind of swing, and let's see if the bowler can come back with something. Oh, and he does. He gets the ultimate revenge, and that ends a very good innings for Hamza Assar. He goes for 39 off 25 balls, so a very good knock from him there. He started slowly, did Assar, but he came good towards the end of the innings and important runs, and he falls with a score at 112.
Yeah, 112. And, well, 2 good shots in that. The first one was the dot ball, but he then followed that up with a massive 6 and 4. So already 10 off this over, 112. Barna Royals will be very happy with their work so far, but of course, if they can add a few more to that, even more so, pressure certainly on Paxalona here.
Just confirmation that they have bowled their overs in time here. They've done well to make up some time, so there won't be any penalty runs. There's 2 balls to go in the innings. This is up in the air. It's not going to go all the way. And the fielder there, our favourite man out there, Tazeem Hassan, well, it's been thrown away in the end. I was going to say he did well because he's a little bit concerned about the boundary rope. It was creeping up on him. He was like, had the rear view mirror, didn't he, when he was fielding that one? Just wondering how far the rope was creeping up behind, but in the end, an errant throw. It'll be 2 runs. The last ball of the innings scores 114. Could they get to 120? They'd need a Maximo to do it. And it's not, as the last ball, it's a pretty good ball from Shazad Khan. He looked like he's just warming up into things, but he'll be doing the batting, not the bowling now, and a wicket off the last ball. Barna Royals, they are going to finish their innings at 114 for 5.
Yeah, that's well bowled from Shazad Khan. He's taken a couple of wickets in that over, and that wicket ball certainly does skid through, doesn't it? It's a difficult one to attack, really. It's one of those deliveries where you just got to get your bat to and try and take a single. To try and hit big off it, it's difficult. But you know what? Hey, that's a good performance, I think, from the Barna Royals. They kept it ticking all the way along, kept it steady. And I said right at the beginning, when they won the toss and elected to bat, I thought, unusual decision. Bearing in mind that their strength, for me, from what I've seen from them so far, is in the field. But they've gone out there and they've set themselves up for a win here. They've put the runs on the board and said to Paxona, okay, let's see what you can do.
Yeah, we saw Paxalona had their moments, didn't they? And that was an important early breakthrough for them, but yeah, they just were their own worst enemy. There was some good fielding at times, but also some fairly indifferent and defensive fielding, if I'm honest. Even though they had a couple of fortunate breaks, particularly the dismissal of Usama Shazad in controversial circumstances, but Paxalona weren't really able to make them pay every time they got a break in the game. They just kept digging themselves back into a little hole with too many extras and too many missed chances, and in the end conceding 114 here. And that was the dismissal, and I don't think there can be much argument that Usama Shazad was a little unlucky to be adjudged out in those circumstances. But again, Paxalona, given that break and Usama was looking good, they didn't make the most of it. Just giving a few too many late Christmas gifts or Valentine's gifts maybe to the Royals batsmen. And some good shots as well, you have to say. Some nice stroke play through the offside. This does set up a very interesting chase in the second innings of this match.
Yeah, it certainly does indeed. You see there, just another catch going down. And you've got to spare a thought for the captain, Raja Khalid here. In the first game, there were some simple catches going down off his bowling, and once more there, and it's criminal really. I mean, if you're a spin bowler, you know what I'm talking about. You know, you've got to rely so much on your field. It's all very well the captain and everybody else saying to you, come on, toss it up, you know the field's there waiting. Well, you've got to take the catches as well, and when they don't, it makes it a very long and difficult day. And well, the captain there, Raja Khalid, experienced that. And here was the good hitting here, good partnership between these two. And well, a little bit sloppy there. That's the last over there. I think the bowler guilty of not being in the right position, but he came back and made up for it. That was the first one that he cleaned up the batsman. And remember, took 2 wickets in that final over. So this match evenly posed, 114 for 5. Paxalona, they've really got to go back into their dugout. They've got to G themselves up. That's the first thing they've got to do. They've got to stay in a positive mindset, and that's down to the captain now. The captain's really got to get behind these guys and say, come on, no, we can do this. And I think they can do it. But I will say that one batsman, I don't know who it is, and maybe we're going to see Shazad Khan, who came in at number 5, made 35 of just 17 balls in the game against the City Lions. Maybe you're going to see him being promoted up the order a little bit. And I do believe that if one batsman can get a 50, then the others could rally around him and they will make this an interesting game. Well, that's what they've got to do, but they've got to be careful. They can't be guilty of going out there and swinging the bat straight away, because they know they've got to be going at, just over 10 and over. Well, we shall find out. I'm going to take a short break now and get some of these rays of sunshine on me and keep me nice and warm for the next game. So we'll see you right back in about 10 minutes time to see if Paxalona can register their first win in this Fancode European Cricket Series here in Spain, Barcelona, or will Barna Royals keep roaring themselves up the table with another victory? We'll be right back. Hasta pronto. Welcome back, and how about that for a view? Beautiful Barcelona. Like we say, we're some 180 meters up here on Montjuic, looking down at the city and blessed with glorious sunshine. What a lovely city this is, and even though there's loads of restrictions, etc., just being able to walk around this area here, this Olympic Montjuic area, it's just fabulous. And when the sun's out, nothing beats it. It looks absolutely fantastic. Welcome back to the cricket. Here we are in day 4, match number 17. Barcelona versus the Barna Royals. The Royals scoring 114. So Barcelona have some work to do. They've got to try and win their first game. The first thing they've got to do is negotiate the bowler. Waqas Anwar, and he comes. And straight away they're asking a question. Everybody's gone up. The umpire's had to think about it. And he's got to go. The first wicket. The very first ball of the innings. And that's the 3rd time in this series we've seen that. The very first ball brings a wicket. Let's see this again. Well, yeah, he's got to go. There was a very fine little snick on that. Everybody went up. And he's on his way back. What a start.
Well, every time I come back into the commentary box, there's a trail of destruction before me. You've seen that. The big man, Waqas, he's come and he needs to send a signal straight away, and that's exactly what he's done. Waqas Anwar getting a little edge. You have to say the batsman didn't look too impressed about it, did he? But nice bit of wicket keeping as well to hold on to that chance. There's no easy ones here because that pressure when there's a little edge on it. I tell you what, your heart skips a beat when you're behind the stumps. But a disastrous start for Barcelona. They're having a horror morning so far, aren't they? They lose their first wicket off the very first ball.
Yeah, super tough. Tall man, isn't he? Waqas Anwar. It's almost a giant when he's standing next to some of these players.
So let's see. Imagine if you could get another one right here. Really early. He's a very tall man, isn't he?
So Shazad Khan has been promoted up the order. Hitting straight to the fielder. Oh! He's put it down. Would you believe it? Now that could have been 2 in 2. And that is, I think that's Hamza Azhar. In fact, no, I'm sure it's Hamza Azhar.
It is Hamza Azhar. And oh, I almost had to try hard to drop it. It's hit. It wasn't hit with a lot of power. Shazad, of course, I do like the fact they've sent him up there. He's the player in form, but oh, and he would have been on a hat-trick at this point as well. Can you imagine that? So the kind of action excitement you're going to get here at the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. Waqas, what's he going to deliver now? 3rd ball of the innings. This is nice and pushed away by the batsman. They won't get a run in the end, and oh, it's a lot of pressure on Shazad Khan. He's in there, and he's got Muhammad Amir with him, and yeah, these two, we've seen one of those things about losing a wicket early. Look, if it's off the first ball, you've still got almost all of your 10 overs to bat, and so if you can get a couple of batsmen going, it doesn't necessarily put you behind in the game. Obviously, you don't want to lose one of your top players so early in the innings, but it's better than, you know, someone scratching around for 5 or 6 balls and then getting out. So if anything, that's a positive for Barcelona. But Waqas, this one's a bit shorter and tucked around the corner by Shazad. Get a single, bit of sloppy work there in the field, and well, this target 115 is not an easy target. Again, I'm going to use my little benchmarking in these 10 over matches. It's so good that the math's very easy with these 10 over matches. 11 and over, I think that's what I'm thinking. I need to go out. I don't want to go too far behind it. I want to be around that 11 and over mark throughout the innings and kind of leave yourself in touch all the way, because that can really get out of hand if you fall behind. So if it means taking risks at certain times, calculated risks. I think that's the way to go as Waqas Anwar comes in. And this is a beautiful shot, but has he got the cover? Oh, I tell you what, it was a great effort from the man. He tried to make up for it, didn't he? Oh, the man, Hamza Azhar at mid-off. The big man, he put in the big strides. And I tell you what, he's got some pretty flash shoes, and he was moving like the Flash there for a big man. Hamza Azhar, you see here, he put in all the big steps and he lunged at the ball, but it just got over him, couldn't get a finger on it. So all action all the time here in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. And Wakas really making things happen here, Rico.
Well, yeah, I mean, if Hamza Azar was as tall as Wakas Anwar, the bowler, you may have got a hand to it. But spare thought for him. Well, 13, his shirt number is lucky when he bats, but not when he fields.
Well, unlucky for some. This one's up, it's in the air. Is it going to carry the fielder? And it is just going to carry the fielder. It's going to plug. The batsman will come back for 2, and that's good running. And that's what I need to see from the Barcelona, the batsmen. We saw they squandered a few runs in their first match of the day with the bat. The running between the wickets was quite poor, if I'm honest, and that was a nice bit of running there, realising that they needed to get every run on offer. So that's the end of the first over. It's 4 for 1, and a very good first over for the Royals. Wakas Anwar doing the job for his team.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, could you imagine if he took 2 in 2 there, the first 2 balls of the innings, a hat-trick possibility of the third? Well, the man with the fancy shoes is being asked to make up for it now.
He's been in the thick of the action, hasn't he, today, Hamza Azar? It's very important that he just keeps things under control. Very good first over, only 4 off it, so they're already behind the rate. You'll see that climb. Already it's up over 12 and over required. Well, this is a full toss. It needed maybe just drop. And it's not even going to make it all the way to the boundary. You see, the balls do plug, and I think that is a good call from the umpires. It was a slower ball and it was dipping. By the time it got to the batsman, it wasn't above the waist, so it'll just be a single. And Barcelona, they really do need to find some runs from somewhere. It's 115. Could get a little bit too far away very quickly, so let's see how they approach it. I think the power play, it's an opportunity to make up some runs. It's not so easy later. But again, it depends on what you're given, and when you get a first over like Wakas Anwar coming down you from a Joel Garner kind of height and banging it into this wooden carpet surface, definitely easier than you. It looks easier on TV than it is in real life, that's for sure. And now we have the man Hamza trying to double down on the pressure. Oh, this is short and it's up. It's very high in the air. It won't be caught. In fact, I think that's going to go all the way. Yes, umpire Salim says that is a maximo. So 6 runs, and just what the doctor ordered for Barcelona as they try and get something going in this run chase.
Yeah, far too short. He's trying to bang it in. You can see he's charging in, and maybe playing on the back of his mind perhaps is that catch that he dropped. Maybe he's trying too hard to make up for that. But, just not getting his rhythm. You see again, he's really banging the ball in rather than concentrating on the line. And
oh, this is a bad ball, Rico. Yeah, it's a full toss down the leg side. Attempted slower ball, and that was just... It's gone all the way, actually. It's gone all the way over fine leg for 6 and pays the ultimate price. So after a very good first over from Wakas Anwar, Hamza Azar, not only did he drop the catch in the first over, but he's let them off the hook here with a couple of errant deliveries, and that's 6 more to the total. And Barcelona, are they back in this match?
Well, Nabil Keita, the captain, he'll be thinking what's going on here. Probably thought... Now, whether they'd obviously already decided who the bowlers were going to be, I would imagine. But he'd probably think to himself, well, maybe I needed to make a change. I'd like to see the pace off the ball, to be honest. I think when you've got the runs on the ball, take the pace off and see what they do.
Shazad Khan picking up where he left off in the first match this morning. This one, a more correct stroke out in the offside. It was a better ball from Hamza Azar. And for all of you out there, you're wondering about the toss of the next game. We know people always want to know about the toss, and I can tell you that for match 18, it is the City Lions that have won the toss, and they've elected to bat against Pak I Care. And Rico, that'll be a very interesting match with Pak I Care. They look very strong, particularly with the bat on the first day of play in Group B on Tuesday, and look forward to seeing them in action again as Hamza Azar comes in and he gets it past the bat for play and a miss outside off stump, so no run. Yeah, so City Line's very interesting. I thought it might be clever tactics from them because we've seen Pak I Care bat first and be very, very destructive, haven't we, with the bat. We even saw them take 32 off and over the first over of a match. So I think maybe put him under pressure if you can get a good score on the board and just have them thinking about, well, if I get out, there might be some consequences. Here's Hamza again.
Yeah, Vinny, I mean, the City Lions, the first game against the team that's out there now, Barna Royals, they lost that. they weren't able to get to the target of 87, but full credit to the Royals there. But today we've seen them get a win, and that will put them in a positive frame of mind. But well, Pack IKEA, we know all about their strengths. They're a very, very strong outfit, and they are here to be crowned the champions of this Vanco European Cricket Series. So
very hungry.
Yeah, they're hungry. So well, I know the Lions want their fair share, but I think Pack IKEA are maybe perhaps a little bit more hungry than the Lions. But the Lions have roared today so far, and they'll want to continue to keep roaring.
Tails are up, and that's the end of the third over. The score after that, pardon me, end of the second over is 19 for 1. One more over in the power play. Wakas to bowl it. This well bowl's right on the money. Look, he's large man, isn't he? Like a praying mantis coming in at you. And I tell you what, it can't be easy, and you want to attack in the power play, and of course you do, but like we said a few times on this, you can only really take what's given to you, and if Wakas is bowling thunderbolts at you, then you think, well, rather than throw my wicket away here, perhaps I'm better just to work him and try and get 7 or 8 from this over, try and nudge around, hope for the best. Sound of bagpipes in the distance, Rico.
There sounds
a bit of culture. Didn't know bagpipes were a thing in Spain. Maybe you can enlighten me after this ball as Wakas Anwar comes in. This is well bowled as well. It's good land to that one. Not really getting up, and that's the difficulty, isn't it? You're not quite sure of the bounce on this pitch. You ever heard bagpipes in Spain before, Rico?
Yeah, definitely. I was going to go on to say, I mean, not so much in Catalonia, but definitely in Galicia, and that way bagpipes are a very big thing.
There you go. I am half Scottish and do appreciate the sound. For the first 30 seconds anyway, before it irritates me. I used to play at a ground at a school when I was younger, and they always had bagpipe practice, and I swear they did it because they knew it annoyed us. But no, it's beautiful music.
So are these happy memories or not so happy memories?
Well, they're memories. That's the main thing, and I've still got them for now.
He's not going to share that with us.
All right, so this is Wakas again, and nice shot out on the offside, and yeah, there's always a run there. Fielder on his heels a little bit there was Hamza Azhar, and 1 run. I think that's sensible hit. Don't want to chew up too many dot balls. It's not easy batting against the big man here, Wakas, but this is the kind of situation where you think, look, he's only got 3 balls left. You're thinking, if I can just get out of this and we can stay in the match, I mean, he can't bowl anymore. So I wouldn't be throwing my wicket away to him here. I'd be probably like, I'm happy to get 3 runs off these 3 balls, if I'm honest here. Hope for the best. You might get a wide or a no ball, but at the moment, Wakas not really giving too many gifts to the batsman. Again, you see here on a good length outside off stump, and they're going to take him on. It was a good bit of fielding. It might have been quite close. Only had 1 stump to aim at. But that's what I'm talking about. Smart batting in Barcelona. They might not have learnt their lessons in the field, but so far I'm seeing that they're putting a bit more thought into their innings with the bat.
Yeah, definitely. And I think a good move to have Shazad coming up the order. He seems to be seeing the ball well, playing some good shots. And I was saying, Vinny, while you were doing the coin toss to the viewers, that I feel that the only way Barcelona can win this game if one batsman stands up and scores a 50.
Well, I'm sure they need a bit of luck too, and that's a bit of luck. It's gone straight through the batsman's leg. It's the old Spanish drive. It's all the way down to the fine leg boundary for 4.
Yeah, how unfortunate for the bowler. But you see, this is the other reason why I was thinking that maybe you take the pace of the ball and then have a spinner on. But those sort of shots going to the boundary just wouldn't be in play with there. There's no pace on the ball.
Yeah.
And while you've got the runs and the ball to play with, while that run rate is still around the 11-12 mark, that's the time to try and deploy the spin. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, not too much damage done. And you can always go back to your big bowlers, because of course after this over, Waka Anwar, that's it, he's done.
Well, he's got his last ball in now. It's a big delivery for the big man. Oh, and he had a go at it, didn't he? That was in my voice carrying. I was not carrying out to the middle, and that's going to get away with it though. Hamid Amir for a single, and that is the end of the over. It's 26 for 1, and yeah, we talked about that over. It was an important 3 or 4 balls to close out that over with Wakas coming to the end of his spell, and if Barcelona are going to win this game, I think they're going to need a dash of luck as well. And that French cut, I call it Spanish drive sometimes, an unintentional shot behind the wicketkeeper off the inside edge of the mat, is just the kind of luck that is the sort of thing which just might provide the runs that put Paxalona close enough within striking distance of this target.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you need the rub of the green. You need a little bit of luck on your side, and well, who knows where what that may go on to bring them. Well, there's a change here. So a new bowler. I'm not surprised to see Hamza Azhar being replaced. So we got Murid Ali to come on to bowl.
Yeah, so we've got the man here for the Royals, Murid Ali. I like his work as well so far in this Fancode European Cricket Series. You see just a flurry of arms and legs coming at you.
I'm just having a look now. I mean, I've seen a couple of these shots being played and missed, but yet no third man deployed. I mean, that's an interesting decision. We are out of the power play here now. If he gets any contact on that, that's just going to fly over, isn't it? And you would like, well, if I was bowling, I would like to see my third man right back there on the boundary.
Well, I do call Murid Ali the egg beater because he looks like there's things going everywhere as he's running into the bowl in his bowling action. It's Murid Ali, and that's well bowled, but it's going to get through the keeper. It wouldn't be surprising that might go all the way. So again, a little bit of luck. A difficult one for the keeper. It went almost along the ground and straight through the legs, nutmegging the keeper here. Have a look at this one. And he's disappointed. It's gone all the way for 4 buyers. Taki Ulmazar behind the stumps there.
Well, there you go. I mean, I'm not saying if the third man would have been able to get round to that. It did go pretty quickly. But that's the reason why I would like to have my man back right up there on the boundary. And I'm just having a look. I couldn't see if there's 5 men out or 4. I'm just having a look around again. I'm sitting 4.
Yeah, I think there's an extra man in the circle. That can be a tactic. But you'd say there, cost them some runs on that occasion. This time, just bunted back down the ground for 1. So what do you think if you're watching in our YouTube? Why don't you ask us a question or make a comment? Let us know what you're thinking about the Fancode European Cricket Series Spain. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full, and it's great to have your company. Also, let us know wherever you're watching from around the world. It's always great that we've got viewers from all around the globe, and it's great to bring the action to you here on the European Cricket Network. We're at Ali in again. Oh, and it's hit back, and it's the old reflex test, wasn't it? The old bang on the knee and see if there's any reaction. I tell you what, there is a reaction from Murid Ali. That one might go down as a missed chance, but it came back pretty quickly, and we said he's all arms and legs, and like a laser, the ball was hit back, and it looked at him right on the knee. But I think when you get hit there, it's not pleasant, but no real damage.
No real
Still,
damage, but
bit of a highlight.
Yeah, but it will take time, won't it? I mean, normally those you think I'm all right, and then within sort of 30 seconds to a minute, you can feel the pain coming up and the swelling. That was hit firmly and hard. And, well, I mean, I know players have had trouble with this ball when it's hit their fingers, but hitting your knee like that, middle of the bat.
Well, this next one's on a length. He's gone after it. He's gone all the way over long on. That is a Maximo for Paxalona.
Yeah, good shot there. Good positive shot. And this is what they've got to do. You've got to be positive. When it's there, when it's in the slot, you've got to put it away. That was in the slot. It had to go, and it did. Fine shot, 6 runs.
Yeah, well, I don't know about the wound on the knee, but I'll tell you what, he was throwing salt all over the place. In fact, all the way over the long on boundary, Murid Ali had insult to injury. He's dispatched over the wide long on boundary for 4 runs. So I think he's looking a bit healthier now for Paxalona. Can they keep it going? This is the man, though, Shazad Khan. This is a nice shot. He's cracked it away. It's all the way through backward point, and a great cricket shot there by Shazad Khan. That'll go all the way to the boundary. He moves along to 27 off 11 balls, and after 4 overs, Paxalona a 41 for 1.
That was masterclass. Shot of the day for me.
Yeah, it certainly was, and Shazad Khan, he is the key to this innings. But don't forget, we've got plenty more cricket coming your way here on the European Cricket Network today. Yes, and I told you the toss result there. The City Lions, who won the toss, electing to bat against Pak Eye Care. You can see Pak Eye Care, some superstars in there. You can see some players that have made an impact so far. Mohammed Ihsan, of course, we saw him be very destructive the other day. No Mohamed Yassin in that lineup. Very interesting, but Mohamed Jaffrey, well, he hasn't gotten too many runs, but he's been good with the ball. Meanwhile, City Lions, well, they're fresh off a victory in the first match of the day. I'm sure they would love to make it 2 out of 2 today in the third match of the day. Back to live action now. And the start of the 5th over. This is up in the air. It's a chance. It's Wakas. Oh, and he's just tapped it over all the way for 6. It's a Maximo. So the big man, Wakas, slight misjudgment. He's got the long arms. Has just got a fingertip on that Rico right in front of us here. Couldn't do anything about it. You see, he's a little bit off the boundary, probably 3 or 4 metres. Just not understanding that the wind was going to carry that a bit further. And a missed opportunity, you'd have to say, for the Royals.
Criminal. If you're on the boundary, you're on the rope, you've got to be just inside that rope to catch him.
This could be another chance, but it's not. It's only a chance for those in the officials' tent because it's 6 more. And Paxalona, a rearguard action with back-to-back Maximos.
Wow, this is exactly what they need. They just look like a different team now all of a sudden, don't they? And they were very flat in the field. Started off very flat when they came out, but now all of a sudden, with the ball being hit all over the park, going over the boundary, all of a sudden we can hear them, they're vocal.
That brought up the 50 for Paxalona. Can he make it 3 in a row? Oh, does he ever? It's gone, it's up, it's high, it's 3 in a row, it's 3 Maximals. So 666, the devil's number. And I tell you what, the Royals, they're thinking about things right now. And Anna Sultan, well, might have been half a chance on the first one, but the second and third, there was no doubt about it. They were sent out of the ground, and already they've raced to 59 halfway through the 5th over.
Wow, this is some awesome hitting, and just spare a thought for Hamza Zah, who dropped him very first ball.
I'm sure he's thinking about that now. Will he try 4 in a row? Well, he's going to try, but it's going to go all the way. Yes, all the way, and it's 4 in a row. 4 sixes, 6, 6, 6, 6. Oh, and this is the kind of action you get here at the European Cricket Series. Just when you think the game's going one way, we've seen 4 Maximos and 24 off the first 4 balls of the over. The score's raised to 65. And Rico, I'm going to say it, we're on for 6 sixes and an over for the first time this year.
Shabba, shabba. Well, T10, that's right, baby. Frenzy of explosive and action-packed entertainment. Here we go.
Well, he's not stopping now, is he? Mohamed Amir. And he's gone. Well, the 5th time's the charm. High fives all round. Virtual high fives anyway. Social distance high fives. And Anna Sultan, well, he finds himself with the unlikely figures of 1 for 24 after bowling 5 deliveries. Oh, he got a wicket, but at what expense? Well, you have to say, you can't blame the man, Mohamed Amir. Not too many times in your life you get the chance to hit 6 sixes and over. He got 4 of them. And a good comeback. You have to say, Anna Sultan, well, he had to get it online. He did. And Amir, well, yeah, like I say, can't blame him getting carried away, but again, an important wicket, and just when you think momentum's going one way, it gets pulled back with a wicket, and the Royals wresting some momentum back from Paxalona.
Wow, how about that for some excitement? And Vinny, you know what? It goes back to sometimes when we look at these run chases and it's going down to the end, and we're looking at the runs required, and we say, no, 16, and well, you just saw there what can happen in this format of the game. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 sixes on the trot. That was awesome. Oh. And it's not often that you see that, is it?
Well, 1, 2, 3, 4 and out the door, wasn't it?
Yeah.
For Mohamed Amir, and he showed some awesome power. And I tell you what, don't know what Wakas is thinking in front of us, Wakas Anwar. Well, he's thinking, well, at least we got us, but it did cost him 24 runs, didn't it? Even though he got the batsman about 3 minutes later. And one more ball on the over, and a bit more correctly this time. Just carefully pushing away. Still, there were 24 runs and a wicket off that over, and after 5 overs, Paxalona 65 for 2 at the halfway point of the innings.
Yeah, now everything rests on the shoulder now of Shazad Khan. I mean, if they're going to win this game, as I kept saying, one batsman has got to go all the way and see it through. And, well, we thought maybe it was going to be Amar. Well, it's not. He's on his way back. He's excited us, hasn't he? Maharaza, 34 of 17 balls. He was a bit slow to get going, but when he got going, didn't he just? And there, unfortunately, though, being bowled, probably trying to go for another 6 off the 5th ball in that delivery. So we got Shahid Iqbal, who's now come out. He played his first ball. He's at the non-strikers end on 0. But is this man on strike? That's what it's all about now. Is he going to be the star? Yeah, well, he's going to contend with Shajil Kaiser, who's coming in to bowl the 6th over. You see the equation there. 50 runs in 30 balls. This is perfectly set up for a big finish again. So Shajil in, and this one, it's a loose ball. It's going to take a bit of stopping. In fact, the fine leg's got no chance.
all the way along the carpet. That's 4 runs. So Shazad Khan all the way along to 31 now off 12 balls. So a good scoring rate, going at over 2.5 runs a ball. And again, he was helped there by some loose bowling. Shajil, well, short and outside the leg stump. Not much can go right for you as the bowler if that's where you put the ball. So let's see if we can come back with something a little bit better second time around. And it is, and much better line that time. Line and length outside the off stump. We have seen Shazad. He's been very quick to get on anything loose. But also if you bowl well to him, you can restrict him, Rico.
Yeah, very much so. An interesting phase at 1 minute, run rate about 13.
Well, this is short, and he hasn't quite gotten. I think that's lucky for him. He's going to drop short around the 30-yard circle. It's not going to carry out to the deep square leg. So again, it's a funny game, isn't it? Because if he hits that slightly better, it's probably out. But he's just mishit it enough. It hasn't carried to the fielder out there. That is Anas Sultan out there at deep square leg. So Shajil is going to get a chance to bowl at Shahid Iqbal. Oh, this is a nice looking shot, and he stands tall and delivers off the back foot through backward point. A beautiful stroke there from Iqbal, and that's 4 runs to Paxalona.
Well, we've seen some nice shots on the offside this morning, and well, not too many were better than this. That was classy, it was elegant, very wristy, through the gap, 4 runs.
Yeah, and look at his head position here, just stayed still, didn't try to overhit the ball. He knew there was a gap, there was no one back on the third man boundary, so Shajil, a little bit expensive here in the 6th over. This one just dragged off the inside half of the bat. That'll go all the way down to long on for a single. And Rico, one thing about this 10 over format, so many close finishes. And the fact that we have 5 matches a day, 5 chances for some really exciting cricket and exciting finishes. That's what it's all about, isn't it, on ECN?
Very much indeed. It's entertainment right the way to the end. And, well, Vinny, of course, that's the reason why millions of viewers are joining us. And that's why we're getting more and more people signing up. I mean, you mentioned about the YouTube chat and the YouTube membership, the ECN membership as well. It's just, people are just loving this format. It's a format they can watch. It's a format that they can associate with. And it's a format that they enjoy. You know, the days of cricket being a boring sport are gone.
Yeah, I don't think you accuse this of being boring. Whether you know cricket or not, it's definitely a kind of competition unlike any other in the cricketing world, and it's great to have your company here. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full here in the commentary box today for the 4th day of Fancode European Cricket Series action, live from Barcelona, Spain. It's our 4th day of 25 match days, Monday to Friday. 5 matches every day for 5 weeks, and then we're off to some other really nice destinations. We're going to Italy and then Austria and then back to Germany and quite a few interesting places. Czech Republic, I'm looking forward to going there. Should be interesting. We've got a new bowler here. This is hit down the ground, of course, Nabil Kaiser, the captain, bringing himself on to bowl the 7th. 39 required off the last 4 overs, so it becomes 38 off 23 now. And again, for what it is, I'll explain to you in a second, mathematically, more of the game is the exciting bit. That's what makes it so exciting. This is very slow to get going. It could be a run out here, but he couldn't quite gather it. Throw is a little bit wide. So, Nabil, too much to do for him at the bowler's end. But you see, my theory is that the last 5 overs of a cricket game are exciting. And the last, I mean, it's all exciting, but I mean, really exciting and interesting. And that's a quarter of the cricket we'll see today will be the last 5 overs of the game. You go a 50 over game, yeah, it's exciting. Last 5 overs can be exciting. There's lots, 5 overs out of 100. Well, this is a full toss, and he's going to make him pay. Not all the way over the boundary, but it will get there for 4 runs. So, Paxalona, I tell you what, it's a very different Paxalona batting lineup than we saw in the last game. We saw them stagger on the way to a smaller target, but at the moment they seem to be storming to a victory.
Yeah, and they've got the Barner Royals on the back foot. They were a strong outfit in the field and bowling when we saw them last, but here, well, they're a little bit jittery.
Yeah, that was a bad ball as well. He needs to come back with something a little bit better than that. Well, it's shorter, but it could be too short. It's up in the air, but it's going to carry all the way. Yeah, it's 6 more. It's a Maximo. And Shazad Khan, well, He's backed up in the second game. They've thrown him up the order, and it's paid off handsomely. And they've gone to 2 fat ladies, 88, with 2 balls left in this 7th over.
Wow, this is superb stuff. And, you know, how can you not like this format? Hey, look, you know, day 2, full day of cricket, 5 games, 936 runs. Yesterday, 915 runs. And day 2, 60 wickets, 57 wickets yesterday. How can you not like it? How can you not love it? Where else are you going to see that type of entertainment? And in cricket form, where else are you going to see that many runs and wickets being taken in a day? It's awesome stuff, and no wonder you're loving it. No wonder I'm loving it. No wonder me and Vinny are getting excited here every day here in Barcelona. Just super, super, super.
Now, what I would say here is Shazad Khan, as long as he's at the crease, I can't see Pakistan losing this game. 27 off 20, the equation. Oh, but this is up. It's high. It's miles in the air. There's a chance, but it's going to take some catching. The fielder's under it, and he's got it. Yeah, he's taken it on the second time. The third time today, Rico, we've seen a juggled catch, and what a huge bit of cricket it is. There's Shajil Kaiser out there. He's taken it. It was miles in the sky. Oh, it might have brought snow on a sunny day, but he was able to take it at the second attempt, and what a huge wicket. The key man, Shazad Khan. Every time you see the game going one way, you see a momentum swing, and this time it swung back in favour of the Royals.
Absolutely brilliant. And you know what? It came down with ice on, and that's probably why it slipped out the first time. But the way he plucked it the second time, the vision he had, and really, that's a real athlete. He had the vision to do it, and he had the reflexes. That is a massive wicket.
Oh, look, and the sun was up there to contend with as well. It was miles in the sky, and the fact he was in the right position in the first place was very good. Bounced out of his hands. There was the old Statue of Liberty, wasn't it? As he plucked it high and above his head to the right, to his left, sorry, and what an amazing piece of cricket that was. But Shazad Khan, 44 of 19 balls, including 4 Maximos, well, it's really put Barcelona in a winning position. But the other batsmen are going to have to do the job. 27 off 19 now required, and wow, what a bit of cricket that was. Nabil gets his revenge in this one. Oh, it's got 2 and 2. That was very close to the leg stump, just shaving them. But wow, it was an interesting over to say the least. A bit of an adventure for Nabil Kaiser. But that's the end of the over, and it's 88 for 3.
88 for 3. And
so,
well,
yeah, 27 off 18, 9 and over. Wow. Still can't believe that catch, Rico. I mean, this is the thing, and there was a comment there in the YouTube chat, if I just scroll up a little bit. There was a comment that it's obvious that the standard has been improving. And Kaleem says that he'd like to see some mud turf introduced. Well, at the moment, this is a baseball ground, so it's a little bit difficult, but there are some plans to implement, or to install, I should say, a permanent pitch, a permanent artificial pitch in the middle, which will be fantastic for these guys. They'll play a little bit better than the pitch we have right now, but it's so great that the teams are able to get out here and provide this kind of cricketing entertainment. It's the man that took that catch now. It's Shajil Kaiser. And slightly slower ball, thick outside edge. It's going to run away. The chase is on, and it's going to go all the way. So 4 valuable runs. And now there's a lot of chat amongst the fielders. I think there's 11 captains out there. They're saying, well, there should have been a third man. Well, if everyone knew it, Rico, how come there wasn't one?
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying that all the way along. I mean, there's been a number of runs that have gone down there. And, well, dare I say it as well, I don't think Takir Mazar has looked too comfortable behind the stumps as well. He's struggling with the bounce that's coming his way. He's got no protection there at all, but anything that's gone back there has gone for 4 runs. And, well, we know in a close game like this how expensive that is.
Well, this is uppish, but it's going to go between the infielders, and it'll just be 1 run. And look who it is, the cool head of the captain, Raja Khaliqur Rahman. He comes out, and you think that he's not the fastest between the wickets, but you just think he's got the temperament to see them home here. He's pretty relaxed most of the time. He's out there with Shahid Iqbal, who's facing now. Wow, well, it's a bit short, a bit of an appeal. Felt like that was going down the leg side, and umpire Salim correctly judging that one as not out. And the umpires, yeah, sure, there's been a couple of contentious ones in this game, but for the most part, they've done a very good job under pressure. Of course, they don't have the benefit of all the replays we have, so we do appreciate their efforts. This is Shajil again. Well, this is hit away nicely, but there's a fielder down there. He's well placed, and it'll just be a single. So the equation, it tightens again. I think we're in for another barnstorming finish. Let us know what you think. If you're watching us on YouTube, jump into the chat. We do appreciate your comments and questions. It's great to have you with us, and let your friends know about the European Cricket Network, wherever you're watching around the world. Big finish coming up here. Well, this is wide down the leg side. Keeper did well to cut that off. Stop the extra, but it still will be a wide, and so it'll be 20 runs required off 14 balls.
Roger Kalik, he's not thinking about singles. He wants to latch onto these.
Here we go again now. Well, it's a chance, and I think it's dropped.
Yeah, he's put it down, caught and bowled. I think he thought it was coming back quicker to him than it actually was.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You come on the swing, don't you? And you don't know whether to take cover or get your hands out or get your hands away. You see this one. It's a slight slower ball. It wasn't hit the way that Raja wished he had. This is very wide down the leg side. This could be very, very costly. The chase is on, but they're not going to catch it. And 5 freebies. Oh, well, fill your boots. 5 extras at a crucial time of the game. And that's really going to hurt because it goes from 20 required down to 15. And wow, that is something that is going to perhaps come back to bite the Royals. You've seen Barcelona just shows you in this game. They had a nightmare in the field, but they've batted their way back into the game. And you'd have to say they're in the box seat at this stage.
Oh, big time. I mean, that's criminal. Every run here is so crucial, and yet to bowl that, and he bowled a few extras in this over. He's made up for it for 2 dot balls he's had, but well, those extras, they're going to hurt them.
Well, that brought up the 100, and that's also the end of the over. So, with 2 overs to go, Barcelona 100 for 3, and they are requiring 15 more runs off the last 2 overs. And Rico, well, dare I say it, I brought the golden ball this morning. You might have seen it if you were tuned in before the first game. Got the golden ball out, and I wonder if we'll need it in this game.
Yeah, it's interesting here now because 15 needed. There's 12 balls to go. The ball has been given to Murad Ali. Now, he didn't have the best of overs his first time round.
I didn't call him Murad Ali the egg beater, because as he comes in, the old egg beaters that used to wind up and there's just things flying around everywhere. That's what he looks like when he bowls. I've got a comment here from Kaleem saying it's been a very nice feeling to see cricket being played in this part of the world. Being a cricketer is very satisfying. Commentary team is great. My applause. Well, thank you very much, Kaleem. We do appreciate it, but I would agree with the part about it's great and a very satisfying feeling being able to play cricket, and it's fantastic. We'll see over 300 cricketers take the field here in Barcelona, but right now, there's a big finish on here. 15 off 12 required. And this is up, it's in the air. I don't think it's got the carry. The fielder comes in and he spills it. Oh, and that could come back to cost him as well. It cost him 1 run immediately, but that was the big wicket of Shahid Iqbal if he held on to it. So, 14 off 11. Wow, we've seen a few go down. We saw Barcelona drop a few, but we've also seen the Royals at times putting down some chances at key moments.
Yeah, we've not seen a clean catch, have we, today? And that one almost was going to be another one taken on the rebound, but he wasn't able to do so. Big let off.
Well, even the catches have been drops here. Drops in Spain today. And next one, Raja. Wow, trying too hard. And at this point, Rico, you know what I'm going to say here, don't you? Dot balls kill you here. That's the only way you're going to back yourself into a hole. And I know it's great. There's 14 required. We'd all love to go and bang, bang, game over and hit the bar. Not that they're open here in Barcelona. But at this stage, you can't have dot balls, okay? Get 1 minimum. You'll get an extra. You'll get a wide. You'll get something else. You'll get a 2. You'll sneak a boundary and you win the game. But 14 off 10, we need to see Raja scoring off this delivery. It's critically important. And he does get some bat on. It's going to go down the ground. But nice work down on the boundary by Nabil. And he cuts off only 1 run. But again, important runs. Okay, 13 off 9. Now, if you miss 3 balls in a row, suddenly 13 off 6. Oh, okay, watch out. But we've got to start to think, if you can get single digits off that last over, then you're fine. Okay, you're in the game. You've got 2 batsmen here. Now, Raja, obviously, not the fastest between the wickets. But you see there, he can make contact. Sometimes his own worst enemy, trying to do these big swings and risking the dot. But this is the man, Shahid Iqbal. Can he get his team home here in match 17 of the Fancode European Cricket Series? He's on strike now to Murad Ali. It's up, it's in the air, and that might go all the way. Yeah, it beats the two fielders. They brought the deep mid-wicket up, and there was no one back there, so a key boundary, and suddenly that equation, 9 off 8 balls. Barcelona, after trying so many ways to lose this match, they are in the game. 9 off 8 they require, and surely, you think they have enough to get past this total before the time runs out.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very, very strange field movement to bring the man in. You know that he's looking to hit big, but obviously there was some thought process behind it. I have to say, the bowler didn't particularly bowl to his field either, so feeling the pressure. Can he get a good reply back in?
Well, let's see what happens here. Oh, this is a thick edge, and it could get through. I think he might have got a finger on it, but was enough to slow it down. Yeah, it's just going to be one. Now, I think he has stopped it, and there's some confusion in the middle. We wait on the umpire. Yes, I think it might have gone all the way into the rope. Just confirmation now, and it is 4 runs. So, now we're down to only 5 required. It does seem like, unless there's a Maximo off this ball, will be headed to the last over, so anything can happen here. People loving this on YouTube as well. Joseph Foster saying, despite the fielding not being the best, he likes the field placements. And that's a nice observation by you, Joseph. Thanks for tuning in.
Well, I'm going to disagree with Joseph, because I'm going to say again, where is the third man? Because once more, that was another ball going to the boundary,
well, this
which
needs
the third man would have stopped.
That needs to be stopped there. Well, that's a good point as well, and I guess it's one of those things at times. I guess it's a results-based judgment. If it goes to the fielders, then you pat yourself on the back. But anyway, that's an important single for Shahid, because he'll keep the strike. And they're 3 behind, so 4 to win. A couple of other comments we have. I think it was Kaleem saying golden ball, also the possibility. Well, wouldn't count it out. We've seen all sorts of twists and turns here so far in the fan code ECS Spain. And so we have 111 on the board after 9 overs. So 3 runs to tie, 4 runs to win. Last over. And this is the man, he's had some struggles today. Hamza Assar in the field. He's dropped a catch early, and he was a bit expensive in his first over. It was the second over of the innings, went for 15. But can he pull something out for his team and defend? Only 3 runs here. 4 required for victory off 6 balls. It's Shahid Iqbal on strike.
Can the villain become the hero?
Oh, and he almost did. And again, oh, Rico will say it again. Dot balls kill you at this stage, don't they? And you got plenty of singles on offer. And he went for the big shot. And oh, it's one thing to know what the sensible thing is to do. But often when you're out there, you see the ball come out. You think, you know what, I reckon I can hit this for 6 and walk off a hero. But tell you what, now, 4 off 5 required.
He's trying to do it with just 1 ball. 1 boundary will do it.
Well, here we go again. Oh no, this is down the leg side, and it'll be a wide, and just what they didn't want. That's a quarter of the runs they need for victory of this last over. So 3 runs off 5 balls, and tell you what, again, on paper, that looks easy, but go grab a bat and get out there and tell me if you think it's easy to need 3 runs off 5 balls in the last over in front of a global TV audience. Well, that could be a dot. Yes, it is. So things tightening up here at the back end of the innings. 3 or 4. What do you reckon, guys? Who are you on? Another great finish here in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Last over finish, match 17. Don't go anywhere. In about 20 minutes, we have the 3rd match of 5 today. Tell you what, you might need a cold shower after this one as well. A few sweaty palms around the ground here. 3 off 4.
Shahid Iqbal, can he do it off this ball?
Well, they probably get 1 there, and he, well, wasn't really sprinted. But now we're in the situation 2 off 3 required. The score is 113, 114. So with 3 balls remaining, they need 1 to tie, they need 2 to win, and it's the captain. I said he's cool in a crisis. Raja Khalik does a lot of great work for cricket in Spain, and again, he can tie the scores, and that's what he should be trying to do, just tie the scores, and you can't lose the match in regulation then. Oh, and that could be a wide. We're waiting for it. This is for the win then. If it's called a wide, the game is over. And it is. So that'll be victory for Barcelona. They've chased the ball. They've chased this total down. Just waiting on confirmation now from the scorer's tent. but I think the players may not be aware. There's some confusion about the wide call, but they did require 2 runs for victory. And yes, you see now that they have got over the line with 3 balls to spare in a dramatic run chase. It was Paxalona, after losing their first game of the day and really a horrendous bowling and fielding performance. They have come back to win this game in the 10th over. And I tell you what, Shahid Iqbal and Raja Khalik Urman, well, you can take your hats off because you held your nerve under pressure and there were a few hairy moments in that chase, but ultimately the Royals help him out with a couple of extras which just carried them over the finish line.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, well, the Barnet Royals did themselves no favours there. They didn't perform well in the field. Those 14 extras, they've cost them big time, but in addition to that, there was some sloppy fielding, not the best of catching as well. And in this format of the game, any game of cricket, we know that catches win matches. If you don't take the important catches, they're going to cost you. And when that catch went down, second ball of the inning, Shazad Khan was dropped. He went on to make 44 of 19. I did say somebody's got to go on to score big runs. I said 50. Well, he was only 6 short, but that's what they needed. He performed.
Yeah, well, a couple of moments there for me. Muhammad Amir Raza with he scored 34 runs, but he scored 24 of them in the last 4 balls before he got out. And that was a big moment because it just got Paxalona ahead in the chase. And from there, they were hanging on their fingernails. And that was a moment earlier of conjecture, as we saw after a good start to the innings. Usama Shazad, unfortunately, falling in controversial circumstances. But I tell you what, the Paxalona guys, they were chasing plenty more than they had to. We saw plenty of big hits, thrills and spills, and like I said, we've seen some juggle catches today, haven't we? Even the ones that have been caught have already been dropped 3 times in the field. But I tell you what, there's nothing quite like the Fancode European Cricket Series for cricketing entertainment, and I certainly am going to enjoy a little break before the 3rd match coming up in approximately 15 minutes. Rico, how about this though? Paxalona, they did everything to lose it, but they just held their nerve at the key moment and snuck across the line here in match 17.
Yeah, well done to them. I mean, they lost 3 out of 3 coming into this one, and their heads were down when they went in, but they came out positive, and they've done the job. I mean, bowling figures for the Barnet Royals, well, Waqar Anwar, I think, was exceptional. I would have held him back. I remember saying at the time, maybe change it up a little bit and keep him back for the... Whether it would have made a difference or not, you never know, but he bowled brilliant, 2 overs for 11. Other than that, nobody else really inspired. All the other overs going for plenty of runs, and, well, Anas Sultan Khan, he went for 24 off his 1 over, and there were 4 shots.
The stumps getting knocked over there, nice bit of bowling. And we saw Waqas come out, and the first ball of the innings, there it is, a little thin edge, through to the keeper, pleading with the umpire, getting the decision, and socially distant celebrations here in Barcelona. This one was a crucial one. It was put down by Hamza, and he didn't know what he'd done there because he would have been on a hat-trick, and you wonder if that's another moment that could have changed the complexion of the game. But you see, everyone's staying positive. It's a team game. No one makes mistakes on purpose. These guys love their cricket. They love playing out here in front of all of you guys around the world tuning in on Fancode and the European Cricket Network on our YouTube channel. And you see again here, Shazad Khan, well, he carried in some of the form from his other game, and that's another moment. We talked about it, the 4 runs. They said they need a little bit of luck if they're going to get across the line here, and there was another one. There was a 4 byes straight through the legs, so I'm sure, much like Paxalona in the last game, the Royals, well, they'll be going to the mirror room in the change room, having a good hard look at themselves, because they know that this game was theirs for the taking, but they just weren't able to win the crucial moments. But that's the thing about every single one of these games, Rico. Every single one has twists and turns. Even the games, if they're not very close on paper, they have their moments, which means that either team normally has a chance to win the game. It's just who wins those little moments. And on this occasion, it was Paxalona. They did just enough to get over the line.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Barnet Royals, they'll have to do exactly what Paxalona did. They'll have to go back, regroup, look back at this game, and be ready for the next one, because they're back on game number 4 today when they play the Ripple Warriors. So that's going to be a very exciting game, and one that the Barnet Royals will need to win.
That was another one, big 5 wides at crucial time, and wouldn't they love those 5 runs back? It went from 20 to 15 in the blink of an eye, and this was another one. Had a chance to put the game away, and so many of these chances. Oh, But Barcelona, well, in unlikely circumstances, they've got their first victory of the tournament. Coming up very shortly, we'll be back in just over 10 minutes, leading you into match 18 of the fan code ECS Spain Barcelona. And the news from the centre was that City Lions, they have won the toss. They've elected to bat first, and they'll be looking for some big runs up the top of the order. Sikander Raja, well, he hasn't really scored a lot of runs with a bat so far. He's been good with the ball. Abid Hussain, well, he's his likely opening partner. Amar Shakur, well, we saw him. Mufasa, we called him, didn't we? The king of the Lions. And the left-hander looked very powerful, sending a few balls over the fence, over the leg side fence here at the Montjuic Olympic Ground. Also, Shoaib Mohammed's likely to feature with the ball, and Nadeem Razak, well, Nadeem was pretty impressive in the 2 overs he delivered in the earlier game today. Pakai Care, we haven't seen them today, but we're big in for them. Bilal Hassan, we're likely to see him at the top of the order. We haven't seen him in the tournament so far. He's likely to open with Mohamed Ihsan, and wow, we saw how powerful he can be. He hit 5 sixes in the opening over of the game on Tuesday, and you do think that might be something to do with the decision for City Lions to bat first. They want to get Pak Ikea chasing, and they want to see if they can put them under some sort of pressure, but to do that, they're going to have to bat well and get to a decent target, something worth defending.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, on paper, you'd have to say, and on form, that Pak Ikea will be the one to pick. They've got a bit of everything, haven't they? And so far, I mean, in the games that they've played, 2 games, I don't think we've seen the best of them. There's been players have got started, Ishan, and I know he's not playing today, Yasin, but you got Mohamed Kamran. We haven't seen the best of him with the bat. He's gone out there and not performed. But you know what? In this format, all it takes is somebody from the City Lions to perform, and we've got game on. But again, the most important thing for the Lions is they've got to reach that 100 mark.
Well, they're going to have to negotiate Mohamed Kamran, as you say, and if you haven't seen him bowl, then don't go anywhere. Make sure you're tuning in approximately 10 minutes' time, because this guy likes to bowl fast, he likes to bowl short, and I'm sure it won't be easy for those Lions to get the score on the board in the first innings of match 18. So we hope you enjoyed all the action here. We had a last over finish in match 17 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. We'll see you in about 10 minutes for the third match. It's the third of 5 matches today. This is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. You are watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain on the European Cricket Network. We'll see you soon.
Well, hello there and welcome back wherever you're watching around the world to the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. We've already seen a couple of very interesting matches today and now it's time for match 18. It's the third match of 5 today. It's Pak I Care who've had a very strong start to their series and they're taking on the City Lions. The match referee is with the Pak I Care manager and the captain of the City Lions for the toss.
Heads is the call. Is it head? Congratulations, you won the toss. What would you like to do?
We won a bet.
City Lions have won the toss and elected to bat first.
And you heard it there from the match referee. City Lions captain Amar Shakur won the toss and electing to bat. And I think that's a smart move because we've seen Pak I Care batting first have been very strong. So I do think the chance to at least make them chase could put them under some additional pressure. Well, Pak I Care, they look like the ones to beat so far, although I do also like the Ripoll Warriors in this group. It'll be a very interesting match here, the third of 5 today. And it's over to you in the box, Rico Full.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Yeah, so, well, brave choice, I think, City Lions. Wanted to have a bat first, but why shouldn't they? They're in a positive frame of mind. Remember, earlier today, the first game up, they beat Barcelona, the team that we just saw victorious over the Barna Royals. And, well, they'll be relying on their opening pair to score a few more runs. They didn't really perform earlier on, but certainly, definitely, they'll be looking for Amar Shakur, their captain, to score a few more runs. He batted very well. And then also for Kashif Shafi, their wicketkeeper. Not only did he do a good job behind the stumps, but also scored 27 of 13 balls. You can see there the lineups once more. And as I mentioned, I think it's going to be a good close game. But the City Lions really, I mean, they know, like we all know, the strength of Pak I Care. They know they've got to put the runs on the board. It's a lovely day, the sun is shining. I don't think there's any issues at all with the conditions playing or having any input in the way the ball plays. It's pretty straightforward up there. I mean, we've seen a couple stay low on this artificial pitch. So yeah, they'll be confident going out there to have a bat. And I think also that they know that they are in this game probably the underdogs. They know the power and the strength of Pak I Care. So probably the pressure's not on them. And I think the captain, Amir Shakur, is probably thinking, come on boys, let's go out there and let's just have a good bat. Let's go out there, enjoy ourselves in a positive frame of mind. Let's get past 100. I think that is key to them. Get past 100, I think Pak I Care have got something to think about. I think if it's around about the 80s where we do see some games ending up, I think then Pak I Care will be a little bit too strong and get there reasonably quickly. But anyway, those are only predictions. Anything can happen. And the umpires have made their way out in the middle. So match 18. And we've got Nicholas Patel and Shahidul Ahmed as the men in black. And so Pak I Care, the captain, Sharuz Aman, setting his field. And well, they've got a number of options with the ball. Start off first. We saw first time round, Mohammed Cameron was the choice to open the bowling, but this time it's looks like it's Mohammed Jeffrey. It's a campaigner that we've seen all around this European cricket circuit, and though lately, has to be said, he's not performed well with the bat, but we all know his destructive powers with it, so it's only a matter of time, I think, that we'll see that again. But he's just marking up his run. Well, Mohammed Cameron has just taken his cap off as well. I thought, well, hang on, I'm bowling first, am I? Well, no, he's not. He's sent packing. Mohammed Jeffrey saying, I'm bigger than you. I'm going to bowl the first one. But he's bowled very well. He had a good performance with the ball, taking 3 wickets on the first day. And, well, Mr. Maximo, welcome back. Walk through the door. So, where are we going with this? What do you think with that decision to bat first?
Well, I don't mind it because we've seen Pak I Care batting first and, wow, really, batting teams out of the game sometimes before the end of the power play. So it'll be very interesting to see. This is our man, Mohammed Amir Jaffrey. starts with a dot. But yeah, as you're saying, Rico, don't mind this decision, and it takes some fortitude as well for the Lions. They're inexperienced at this level, but I think that they would think that their best chance in this game is to at least put some pressure on Pakai Care. Now, Pakai Care come out to bat first. There's not that much pressure on them. They can bat freely well. So they know there's a target in mind. It just might change their tactics. So I do like this decision for the Lions to bat first.
Oh, a little snick. It's bounced before Mohammed Cameron and went pretty quickly as well. I think he did get a bit of hand onto that, but still races away. So a snicky start, 4 runs.
Yes, and I tell you what, Rico, there's a bit of history here between these two. If you remember, it was the second ball of the day in their first match on Tuesday, and it was Mohammed Jaffrey that dropped a catch at slip off Mohammed Kamran, and now the roles are reversed. That one not a catch, but did get through the slips cord and all the way to the boundary for 4. I think there's a little edge on that, and yes, he's gone. He has to go. And Kashif Shafi, well, it's unfortunate for him, but Jaffrey just keeps coming up with the wicket balls. There was an edge to the ball before. The batsman was fortunate on that occasion. You see a little bit of an outside edge, and yeah, the batsman walks. Good sportsmanship from him. Clear edge and straight through to the keeper, Mohammed ECN. Well, he's a fantasy cricket superstar, isn't he, with the bat and the gloves. And Jaffrey, well, he's just got the golden touch, and he strikes early for Pakai Care.
Yeah, Mohammed Jaffrey, he saw what happened with the first ball. He saw that Kashif Ali was, well, he wanted to do a bit of fishing. So he put another one out there for him, and, well, he was reaching for it. He didn't really move his feet as he should. Getting the edge, a straightforward catch for a man who's in superb form there, Ishan. So the first wicket goes, as has done many times today, with, well, a man going, he played a very streaky edge for 4 and then going very next ball.
And that's the difference, isn't it, Rico, with respect to the opening bowling, as we see Jaffrey, and again, and this could have quite easily been another one. But
he's knocked him over.
Well, he has.
He's knocked him over.
I was obscured there. Not too much of a reaction from the fielders, but I was that one sneaking through. I was obscured by the non-strike. We'll see here on the replay. It's 2 in 2, and Mohammed Jaffrey's on a hat-trick.
Well, just straight through, and Mr. Evergreen, as they say, he's on the money. He knows what he's got to do in this situation, and you can see there, Vinny, big difference, isn't there, between a team that's experienced. They've been on the circuit a while. I mean, the wickets go down, but they're not getting excited, are they? They're not jumping up and down for joy. No. The wicket's gone, and you know, sometimes you may not see something, but you hear it because everybody's going up around the ground. There, the wicket goes down, and it's just routine for them. So
yeah.
He's on a hat-trick.
Well, I didn't see the stumps go over because they had some players in the way, but the truth is, yeah, you're exactly right there. And this is the difference. I didn't get a chance to say what I was going to say for that ball. Is the difference is we've seen some other bowlers open the bowling and struggle for control, but you look at Mohammed Jaffrey, every ball's right where he wanted it. We've seen an edge for 4, then we've seen 2 probing deliveries that picked up 2 wickets, and we had a hat-trick on Tuesday. Is it possible we could get our second hat-trick of the series? Jaffrey, in he comes on a hat-trick.
Ifran Mohammed, the batsman, well bowled, and well, that's the difference as well, isn't it? When you were saying, you were talking about Mohammed Jaffrey there, about just coming in and bowling on the spot. How many times have we seen, you know, a bowler knocked the stumps over and the very next ball being wasted with a wide or, you know, down the leg side? But there you go, he's right on the money, basically saying, well, look, you know, I'm in my rhythm, I know what I'm doing. In he comes again. And this time, changing his line for outside the off stump, top over from well, a very, very good campaigner, Mohammed Jaffrey. Has certainly given his team a great start. Just for a moment there, I thought he wanted to carry on bowling. He can't do that.
Why wouldn't he as well? if you're new to cricket, yeah, you can only bowl 1 over at a time. And over, for those that are new to cricket, is 6 balls instead of 6 lead deliveries. And the rules are that bowlers cannot bowl 2 consecutive overs. Mohammed Jaffrey, I tell you what, he's got the golden touch with the ball. He'd love a few runs to go with it. He's listed to come in at number 3 in this match and has some first-class experience in Pakistan going back some way. But new bowler here's Shiraz Ahmed, the captain. And this one is a little bit loose and down the leg side for a wide. But Mohammed Jaffrey, yeah, can impact the game with bat and ball. Has first-class cricket experience and You know, he's north of 40 these days. He's still very competitive here.
Yeah, don't forget that first game, taking 3 for 11 against Barcelona. So he's right up there, taking the wickets. And talking about wickets, there we go. There's another one. It's a boogie, oogie, woogie. Kookaburra fireball, knocking the stumps over. Another one has to go.
Well, you can see Shiraz Ahmed upset with his first ball. He might have lost the radar there, but this was right on target. It was full, it was straight, and the batsman couldn't get anything on it. And again, the stumps go down, and serious trouble here for the Lions. They fall to 5 for 3 in the second over.
Well, it's all about getting the line right, getting the ball in the right position. And, well, the Lions here are going to have to find something somehow to get them out of this spot that they find themselves in. Now, hey, take a look at what Bengali CC did the other day. They were in a fairly similar position. And the next thing you know, an 85-run partnership's been built. So it can be done. You've just got to be positive and think positive to do it.
Yeah, and a lot of comments on the YouTube chat. If you are watching on YouTube, or even if you're watching on Fanco, you can still go through to the YouTube chat at our ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. A lot of people noting that Mohammad Yassin not in the lineup today. See again, and this is going to get away from the keeper, and they're going to sneak a by. And I'm sure the new batsman will be very happy to be up the other end at the moment. But yeah, I think Pakai Care will. Well, you might think they missed him with the bat, but at the moment in the field, they're not too worried about it. They're knocking over wickets and they're eyeing off a very low target. Perhaps an early lunch here in Barcelona. Next one is whipped off the toes, just the single. But yeah, this is one of the things, Rico, and when you're favourites, there's one thing to be favourites, but you have to play like favourites, and coming out with the confidence, and it's very intimidating, I think, for the opposition. And a lot of it is mind games, you know, and you get people starting to get intimidated and starting to get a bit nervous, doubting their own skills and technique. And Shiraz trying to get a fourth wicket here. It's right on target, back to him. But a lot of the coaches that have coached me over the years, they've said, look, for all of it, the most important 6 inches are between the ears, and just your own personal attitude and confidence, and fake it till you make it to an extent. And let's see, these Lions can do something. It's exactly what they do here as it goes all the way over the offside. A nice shot there from the batsman. It was outside off stump, a little bit over pitched, and just going with the movement. 4 runs, and 4 important runs for the Lions.
Yeah, good shot there from Nasser Ahmed. Pressure is on. The field is coming in. They're turning the screw. And, well, a shot like that will give him a little bit of confidence. And hopefully his team to be a little bit excited about something. He'll want to be following this up.
And Azir needs to follow up now.
And takes a single. So this is good. It was interesting to see there, of course, where at this point normally, as that over comes to an end, you would have expected Mohamed Kamran to have bowled that one. But captain deciding that he wanted to make a change, and it worked. He did take a wicket.
Yeah, and we've got some comments on the YouTube chat as well. Ahmed Jilu, glad you're enjoying the game here. He thinks the Lions will struggle to score 70 runs. He thinks they'll be under that. Says Mohamed Kamran, most speedy bowler in the Barcelona T10, maybe 130 km. Well, not maybe. I'm telling you, he is definitely more than that. And Mohamed Kamran yet to feature. We've still got Mohamed Jaffrey already 2 wickets to his name. This quite easily could have been a third. And you can see the lack of foot movement. This is the thing, when you're a bit reactive as a batsman, Rico, you see the feet aren't moving and they're not even really covering their stumps either, aren't they? Yeah. So if Jaffrey gets one on target here, it's hard to see the batsman getting behind it.
Yeah, and he's a very clever bowler, and he would have picked up on that straight away. See where this one ends up.
2 for 4, the figures for Mohamed Jaffrey. Ball into his second over.
There you go, just goes a little bit wider, coming in from a different angle in the ball, pitching and leaving the batsman.
This is when I'd be calling for a new bat, but it'd be the special bat that's 3 times as wide. That's what I'd be calling for at this point, because tell you what, it's a game of survival at the moment, and you'd have to think City Lions, well, they want to be bowling at least 100. It's hard to see where it's going to come from at this stage from the third over. Score only 12. And does well to defend this one, and yeah, Mohamed Jaffrey's got his tail up, and consistent wickets, early wickets. You said the other day, Rico, that the teams have recovered from early losses at the top of the order, but it's important they keep the score moving. There's plenty of dot balls here because they are thinking about survival. Look, you can't blame them coming out in a pressure situation. They might just be thinking they want to see off Jaffrey, but they're going to have to find a way to score. Otherwise, they're going to run out of time, and the total will still be well below par.
It's nicely played. Getting himself in a good position. Not trying to hit the ball too hard, because concentrating on making sure he's made contact, takes the single, rotates the strike.
Yeah, Nasir is an experienced campaigner. He's been sent up to the top of the order to do a job and negotiate these dangerous opening bowlers from Pakai Care. In comes Jaffrey.
And Ifran Mohammed having a big swing and thinks about taking the bye. Not his call, of course. And well, Nasir Ahmed saying, you stay there.
Yeah, and we've got some more comments. That's this looks like Shalil Siddiq saying, I'm enjoying the commentary. Good going, guys. Well, it's great to have you with us here, Shalil. We hope you're enjoying the cricket today. And we've got also Kaleem Haroon saying, Jaffrey, keep things simple. Long straight and hitting the seam right. Well, yeah, sometimes it is that simple, and he's executing his skills very well so far in this match 18. A little bit shorter and just worked off the pads, but they won't get a run. You can see there, it's kind of defensive mindset, even running between the wickets, but there probably wasn't a run there. That's the end of the over, and Mohamed Jaffrey ends up with 2 for 5 off his 2 overs. And after the 3 over power play, if you want to call it that, the City Lions are reeling at 13 for 3.
Yeah, and of course, you see, that's the other thing about when you're playing Pakai Care. I mean, you could have a mindset like sometimes with some teams say, right, okay, he's the main bowler, he's dangerous, he's taking a couple of wickets, let's see him off and then we'll be all right and we can get moving. Well, it's not that easy for Pakai Care because, Mohamed Jaffrey's done well. You've got somebody like Mohamed Cameron to come on. So, you've just got to be positive and say, right, it doesn't matter who's bowling, but if we don't, time's going to run out. And a very good point you made, Vinny. The time, these 10 overs go very, very quick, and before you know it, you've run out of time.
Well, Shiraz Ahmed's going to bowl out, and this is a wild swing, and you can see the batsman caught between a rock and a hard place. And look, even though Pakai Care, they can have 5 outfielders out, but they have the extra man in the circle. They've got 4 outfielders. They've got a long on as well as a sweeper back square on the offside. They've got a 3rd man and a fine leg, and that's just because I think the pace of these opening bowlers, they're more likely to have to defend those boundaries behind the batsman.
Well, he's got hold of that. That's gone all the way. Balle, balle, balle. That's what they need to do. Be positive, and when it's there, throw everything at it. 6 runs.
Yeah, well, we mentioned he's an experienced campaigner, Nasir Ahmed, and it's just what his team needed. And we've mentioned before, sometimes you can get lulled into false assumptions about the direction a game's going, and anything can happen in these 10 overs. A couple more of those, and you'll find City Lions right back up with the rate and on target to post a challenging score. So let's see if Nasir can pull a couple more out of the house.
That's a very, very good reply. And sensible batting, because in some of the games we've seen earlier today, when batsmen have hit a boundary or maximum, they've tried to do it with consecutive balls, and, well, to their peril, they've had to walk back. So that's good. He's played a good shot, then he's got a good ball, and he respected it. I'm
looking at Mohamed Jaffrey down the long on boundary. He's got the sunnies on. He just wishes there were spectators allowed in the ground. As Shiraz comes in again. Oh, what a slow ball that was. It's fooled everyone. And Nasir, I thought it was going to be a full toss around knee height, but it just died on him. Just rolling the fingers in a leg cutter fashion on that one. And lucky to keep his wicket, but Mohamed Jaffrey's just going to say, like, once the vaccine's out, he'll be signing autographs and blowing kisses to the crowd, I'm sure. Loves the big stage. Well, this is up in the air. Could be out. And it is. And that's nicely taken. Easy catch in the end for Bilal Hassan. Well, I say easy catch. No catch is easy. You still got to take them. We've seen that here today. There's a lot different catching now, isn't it? We're around lunchtime local here, 12:45 p.m. in Barcelona. Very different proposition than in match 1 at 8:45 when it was still quite frosty. And the fielders were having a few issues holding on to these balls that were hit flat and hard. But you see that one just popping up, a nice way for the inclusion, Bilal Hassan, to get into the game with a nice easy catch at cover. And there's a few people, Atif Muhammad, saying he's waiting for Mohammed Kamran's over. Yeah, and Kaleem Haroun has a bowling tip, and he says on mat wickets you just don't over try. Just bowl slower, mostly cutters, that'll help you, and that is true. I think sometimes taking the pace off the ball can lull the batsman into a false sense of security. Kashif Basra, he is a huge fan of Mohammed Amir Jaffrey as well, saying he's a legend. But yeah, a few people waiting for Mohammed Kamran's over. Shiraz, though, picked up his second wicket. Lions have lost 4.
A new batsman, Moeen Safdar. His eyes lit up there, seeing it wide outside the off stump, trying to guide it through. Misses out. So great spell of bowling there from the captain.
Well, it is well bowled, and end of the over. So 19 for 4 after 4 overs, and you just worry about where the runs are going to come from City Lions. You've still got 2 overs of Mohammed Kamran to come, and that could be very difficult for them to negotiate as well. Again, thanks for your compliments on the YouTube chat, guys. We're saying that Shalil's saying we're doing an amazing job and the cricket's competitive too. Well, I'll agree, the cricket is competitive, isn't it? It's we've had some very close matches, and I was saying before, without boring you with my my mathematical brain, that so much of the game, so much of a proportion of the game is the exciting conclusion, and you really can't look away, can you? And look who it is. I'm very happy to see this guy back in action. It's Mohammed Atif. And he starts with a wide ball outside off stump. I don't think it's going to go. And in the end, they'll just get a single. And now they'll get an extra, and they might get a couple. I tell you what, there might have been some rabbit holes out there. Oh, I thought they had to send out the search party there for a second. The backup fielder, that looks like Samiullah down there. He struggled, but you thought they were just going to get one. Rico, how did they get a second here? Aaron throw and fielder backing up.
Mohammed Atif wins once more. Well, that was a little bit of a slingy action there. And, well, the arms all over the place and the legs. And the end result, a big wide.
We've got MS Jad Butt from Barcelona saying hello, Rico Pargi and Mr. Maximo. Well, good morning to you. Well, good afternoon, I should say, here in Barcelona. To you, Jad.
That one just inside.
Who else we've got? Zishan says, Zishan Chowdhury, good morning from the UK. And we hope you're going okay and staying safe there in the UK. Of course, wherever you are around the world, hope you are staying safe. And if you are isolating, well, you won't be far away from some friends here at the European Cricket Network. We've got heaps of great cricket action for you today and every day during the week here.
It's well fielded. You have to get down low, put a hand to it. Could have only been a single, but still, that's the mentality of good teams. They don't want to give anything away, no matter what the match situation is.
Yeah, you said it as well. And I just wonder with Mohammed Kamran, just giving the opportunity to a couple of other bowlers with a game situation, that could be smart. There are 10 preliminary matches in this Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. I think it's a good chance for you to give some other people a go, get some overs into them. It could come in handy down the track.
Just chipped over the man we were talking about there, and some untidy fielding there. Well, we've seen some good footballers here in the Montjuic ground, this Olympic ground in Barcelona, but that wasn't one of the better ones. I think he's going to get substituted pretty soon.
Well, this might have been a football move, but the step over, it's not one that's very effective when you're fielding on the boundary. And you saw there, that looks like the man we talked about before, Bilal Hassan. Well, he took the catch okay, but he wasn't very good below his knees, was he? Just throwing the foot at it, and he wasn't able to stop that boundary. So, a valuable boundary for the Lions.
Nice hit down the ground. And that's good running. Running with intent. Run the first one quick. Put pressure on the fielder. Yeah, I mean, the lesson there for Bilal Hassan is to stick to what you're good at, and that's use your hands.
Yeah, definitely. As we see Mohammed Atif to close out this over.
Yeah, missed out on that. The shot was there for the taking. Didn't manage to get, well, in the end it went straight onto the pad. I thought for a moment it was a little bit of back pad, but that's the end of the over. It was a boundary from it, but we are now at the halfway stage, 28 the score, 4 wickets down.
Yeah, so, and look, we thought he might give a couple of others a go, but look who's grabbed the ball for Pakai Care. It's their skipper. Actually, not their skipper in this tournament, but he's definitely one of their key players, Mohammad Kamran. And he's going to bowl left arm over the wicket. And this will be a very interesting over to watch wherever you're watching around the world. Here he comes, Mohammad Kamran. Bit of a warm-up delivery, wasn't it? There, and he'll bend his back, and he'll have to bowl it again because it's called a wide by umpire Salim. But yeah, Mohammad Kamran, quite a character as well, isn't he? Always having a joke and a laugh from a safe distance in the change rooms, and I've enjoyed getting to know him a little bit. He comes in again here.
Well bowled at the moment, just targeting in that area. Off stump, corridor. Yeah, I mean, a very, very good player. He's very useful to have in your team. And I said before the start of this tournament, when we were talking about the players, he's one of those men that when he's required upon to perform, whether it's with the ball or the bat, he does. And many a time when the big names, the Ishans, the Yassins have failed with the bat, and he's scored valuable big runs for him. Here he is with the ball.
Oof. That was a kind of punish again. We've seen a few of those, Rico. You wonder if those had hit the stumps. Still, might be out of batsman at this stage, but yeah, it's nice day now. I was just thinking, it's almost 1 p.m. here in Barcelona, up to 15 degrees and very sunny. Beautiful place to play cricket.
Well, no ball called.
Well, batsman thinking about a second, but now this is going to be interesting because I worry about Mohammad Kamran bowling a free hit, because if you're batting and you hit him for a 6, then you worry about your safety, because if he lets one go, especially these batsmen opting not to wear a helmet. Of course, it suggests they wear helmets, but it's a matter of individual choice, and he has a swing that's full and it's going to cost 1, so batsman might keep his head a little bit longer.
Yeah, well bowled that. I thought maybe we'll see the quicker, shorter ball, but he bowled a slower one instead.
Mohammed Hamid joining us from Uganda once again. Welcome to you, Mohammed Hamid. It's wonderful.
Well, this is good from these two batsmen. A little bit of tiki-taka at the moment, but they won't mind that when you consider the situation that they're in. The wickets have fallen. They need a partnership put together. I know they're running out of time, but there's no point throwing your wicket away and try and latch on to the loose deliveries. And that one's gone straight up in the air. It was shorter, and well, a straightforward, comfortable catch. You knew it was coming at some point. It wasn't the lethal, fiery slow ball that we know he can bowl, but he just varied the line, just put a little bit more into it, and you saw that really did take the batsman by surprise. Beaten by the pace, if you ask me, and just very late on it, right up in the air, and a very, very easy catch to be taken there by the wicketkeeper, Mohammad Ishan.
Yeah, sometimes you hear batsmen talking about a bowler bowls a heavy ball. This is kind of a bit of a slippery ball is what I call this. It's just on you before you realise a very smooth, whippy action when he gets to the crease, Mohammad Kamran. And you see that just surprised the batsman. He's a little bit late into the stroke, and instead of pulling away to the right-hand side of your screen, all he could do was pop it straight up off the top edge. And, of course, a very, very easy catch for the wicketkeeper there, Isan. And just a few more shout-outs. It's great. We have so many people saying hello on our YouTube channel. We have, Shalil Steek saying a Malinga-like action from Mohammad Atif, which is a nice observation there. Come back after this delivery.
Oh, that was quick when it. There you go. You talk about variation. We've seen a bit of everything in that one. The normal, straightforward delivery, the short one, and there the quicker one. Yeah,
hello to James Stewart as well. Thanks for tuning in to the telecast as we get to the end of the 6th over. The score 34 for 5. Also Luke Belgium, of course, doing a great job keeping things under control in the chat today. Sook Gills watching from Brisbane, Australia. Well, I love Brisbane, Australia. Very nice place, and I'm sure the weather's very good there at the moment. So it's my favourite French restaurants in Brisbane. There you go. When I go to France, I'll tell you if it's still my favourite. And who else have we got there? We've got quite a few. We've got Jahangir Hassan, who is joining us.
Oh, that's going to go all the way to the boundary, I think. And a massive effort from the wicketkeeper, Mohamed Khan, but he's not going to get to that. Well, you talk about the sling in action.
Let me tell you about a rule change I don't like as a wicketkeeper.
Yeah.
Now, it used to be that they'd go down as 5 no balls, but they now go down as 1 no ball and 4 byes.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, he wasn't even the same zip code as that, the wicketkeeper, and he goes down as 4 byes. And Mohamed Ihsan, he'll be ropeable, and he won't be super happy with Mohamed Hatif for that, but still 5 to the total. Doesn't count as a ball, so the slinger not quite getting it on target. This one's a lot better and edge down for a single. Yeah, so I mentioned Jahangir Hassan saying hi comms. This is Hassan from Andalusia, Spain. Loving every bit of our comedy. Comedy? I don't know about comedy. Of our commentary. Keep it up. Well, I don't try and be funny. There are times I am funny, but I'm not trying to be funny. Rico, Andalusia. What kind of part of Spain is that? Tell me a little bit about that area.
Well, Andalusia, beautiful, very picturesque, gets the 4 seasons, but also the best cider you can possibly have. And tapas, of course.
I like that already. A bit about on this and pad, and yeah, it's so great. We've got people, obviously Mohammed Hamid, I mentioned, joining us from Uganda. And what we would say is, if you're in one of these parts of the world and you've got friends that enjoy sports, not necessarily cricket, but if they enjoy sports, then especially at this time where perhaps you do have to spend a bit of time at home, then watching the European Cricket Network together is a great way to spend your day or evening, depending on where you're watching from in the world, because there's so much action. It just never stops, and we have lots of close finishes and tension. Got back online, hasn't he now, Rico? Just lost his way for a little while. But this is Akshaya Singh saying hi from Nepal, loved your commentary. And we've got Tommy from Denmark, from Koge. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, but we might be up in Denmark later in the year. I'm looking forward to that. So who knows, Tommy? Might get to meet you up there. So great that you guys are contributing to the discussion there in the chat.
That one's down the leg again. He just got it right. And
Shalil's joining us from Saudi Arabia. So I think I said yesterday, I think we've filled all of the continents, but if anyone knows anyone in Antarctica, that would be the 7th and final frontier. But this European Cricket Network coverage going global, of course. You might be watching on Fancode in India. Anywhere else in the world you can watch on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, as we see the next ball.
oh, he's flicked that away. Well, it may go all the way, but I think it's 1 bounce 4. But what a lovely shot. I like that. It was elegant. It was classy. Also effortless, and just goes to show that if you get yourself in the right position and you're well balanced and you find the middle of the bat is going to sail over, and that, well, just dropping short of the boundary. This is a good over for the City Lions.
Well, he's timed the socks off this one, Rico. You see, it's all timing. Just finding that gap nice way. I like the way he used his wrist through the ball at the correct moment. And Mohamed Hatif, a little bit wayward at times here. This is short outside the off stump, but not quite wide enough to be called. But yeah, it's fantastic that so many people around the world are enjoying this. And this, we've got Fulvio Zotola saying he's only just tuned in. Have no idea who's actually playing. Well, that doesn't matter, Fulvio, because we'll talk you through it here. It's Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full here in the commentary box. We have a cricket match. A very fast, exciting cricket match for you. This one always gets through the batsman. So yeah, T10 cricket for some of you that might have been new to cricket and sometimes been confused by it. As we see the end of the over there, 47 for 5 after 7 overs. Yeah, so very simple. I gave this explanation the other day, Rico. You thought it was a good one. And what I normally tell people, I've travelled all throughout the world and North America in particular, and I often just say, look, here's the game. Forget all the complicated stuff. There's 2 teams. Now, one team, the other team's going to throw at them 60 times. They've got 60 chances to score as many points as they can. Then they're going to swap over, and then the other team's going to try and score more points. And that's all cricket is when it comes down to it. You don't get lost in the jargon or anything like that, but pretty much trying to score as many as they can off their 60 deliveries. Mohamed Kamran coming in, left arm over the wicket, and another slippery ball past the outside edge. And that's one of the greatest things about this job, and it's one of the greatest jobs in cricket in the world, commentating for the European Cricket Network, because you get to take cricket to all sorts of people. Some are very familiar with the game, some are unfamiliar, but I love introducing the excitement and the experience of cricket to them.
And comes Mohamed Kamran once more. Probably going maybe too wide. Yeah, I think so. I mean, the ball before that was absolute beauty. It was practically unplayable. Mohamed Kamran having a little bit of a mumble and a moan. Not sure quite what he's talking about. I think he's maybe more annoyed with himself.
We've got Elmars with a comment in the chat saying hello from Latvia. Well, it's nice to see some European viewers. He's really enjoying the cricket. Congratulations to Rico and Vinny for fantastic commentating. Well, that's very nice of you to say. Elmars, hope we meet someday.
Short ball, and you knew it was coming.
Oh dear. And that was the tooth hurty, the old dentist special, wasn't it? Because if that was a little bit shorter, the batsman didn't know too much about it. I tell you what, if you're not wearing a helmet to Mohamed Kamran, well, we do encourage that the batsmen wear helmets, but of course it's personal choice, and we'd encourage all the youngsters out there, make sure you're used to batting in a helmet. And see, this one is just, it's caught him on the gloves and could have been quite nasty.
And then that's the fuller ball.
It was a nice shot though in the end. They're just getting behind it, but it's quite disconcerting, and especially when you have to face up again. And he's just saying to the keeper Mohamed Ihsan, going, well, I want to tell Kamran to pitch one up to me because I learnt my lesson. I'll be nice, I'll just push it for one. From Mohamed Kamran, he's got a lot of fans out there on the European Cricket Network. Quite the character. It's around the wicket, he might try it again.
A good bit of bat on it. It just chipped it over the fielder on the 30-yard circle. They're going for two, and that's very good running. I think that was they saw that Mohamed Kamran was in no hurry to get behind the stumps.
Yeah, so previous shot brought up a 50 for the City Lions, but it's been a bit of an effort. And I do applaud them for bowling first and attempting to put a score on the board, but it's been hard going against a strong Pakai Care team. Whoa, this one's down. It might have been off the gloves or the forearm. Yeah, and there's no one's watching. They'll get an extra. Mohamed Kamran saying, what's going on? I think it might have been a call from the umpire. We're going to see.
I think
he's calling it
leg by.
Leg buys. Off the arm, I think. I don't know what the discussion is here. I think they might be trying to say that the batsman wasn't playing a shot, but I think it was a shot. And if it wasn't, he was trying to get out of the way. So I think there's no arguments there. If you aren't playing a shot, then you can't run off a leg. But I think they're just a bit of a misunderstanding as to the rules.
Yeah, getting a little bit niggled. I'm not sure why Cammy there. I mean, to be honest, the batsman, if he had managed to get out of the way of it, it would have been a wide ball. It was way down the leg side.
Well, we've got Cecil from Nevis watching. Wow, in the Caribbean. Beautiful part of the world. Wow, and that was very predictable. That was too fast for everybody. And I'm lucky that the wicketkeeper was there to try and stop that, because that might have gone over the fence without touching anyone, because Mohamed Kamran, he's a little bit fired up and he held himself back, and just shows the competitive nature of this Pakai Care team, doesn't it? As after 8 overs, the Lions are 55 for 5. But even in this game where you say they're well on top, they are pretty individually competitive as well. Mohamed Kamran loves the contest, and took a little while to get into his spell today, but towards the end of it, he really was letting him go, wasn't he?
Yeah, there's some kind of signaling going on from the umpires. I'm not quite sure whether it's to the scorers. But
new bowler, yeah, it's going to be Runner Sahale to bowl the 9th over.
Well, will they push for 2? In the end, go against it, and a wide decision. What a fantastic arm that is.
Yeah, isn't it? And, you know, Rico, I'm looking forward to watching Pakai Care again in Game 5, the final match of today, which will be at 3:30 p.m. GMT, 4:30 in Central Europe, 9 p.m. in India, because assuming Pakai Care have done enough, and we don't want to assume, but in this match against the Lions, then it sets up a matchup with potentially 2 undefeated teams, because the Ripple Warriors, though, we will see them playing against the Royals, so that's not a foregone conclusion. This is up, I don't think it's going to carry down to Jaffrey. Some thought of it too, but they're not going to get there. Yeah, so assuming Ripple Warriors potentially could be undefeated, we could have a match-up, last match of the day, so don't go anywhere. I think that'll be a really good match-up. And the Warriors, well, their first European Cricket Series, but they've been very impressive so far.
Swing and miss. I think both these batsmen now, they'll feel that they've done the rebuilding, and now it's time for them to play some shots. They're running out of time. We did say that's the danger, isn't it? Yeah, you do need to rebuild. You've had a really bad start, but you still got to score the runs. Well, they will know that at the moment what they've got on the board is not enough. Extras will help, but boundaries would do them a lot better. We were saying before the start of the match, brave decision and positive decision to bat first, but they really need to get, I would have thought, at least 100 runs to put some kind of pressure on Pakake, and they're well short of that at the moment. It's a nice shot. Mohammed Jeffrey going for it, and he takes a very good catch. Well taken. The last time he was playing, he did drop quite a straightforward catch, but he did make up for it by taking one. Well, this time he's making no mistakes, and of course the sun is out as well.
It's old Joe Cool on the boundary in the shades, and isn't he happy about it? 2 thumbs up. Mohammed Jaffrey on the long on boundary. He just had to get his skates on, didn't need to get there in time. Didn't want to risk diving. Didn't want to risk getting the trousers dirty. But yes, and don't we love seeing him? Of course, turning out for Brescia in the ECL back in 2019, and we saw him in a couple of different European Cricket Series last year. And fantastic to see him turning out for Pakake.
Well, he's not going to catch this one. That's gone all the way over the ropes. 6 carreras. Vale, así me gusta. Solo tiene 6 pelotas más y necesita mucho más. 6 carreras. Y vale.
Well, that was all muscle, wasn't it? Over the onside. So a welcome Maximo in the 9th over, and the score 65 for 6 with an over to go. Looks like the last over is going to go to Mohammed Asim, I think. As we see Mohammed Cameron in front of us, and what, didn't we see some fire towards the end of his 2 over spell? Love watching these guys. So many personalities as well in this Pakake team, and they're a very skillful team, but also very popular with all our viewers on the European Cricket Network. We know Mohammed Cameron, so many fans all around the world, the way he approaches the game, not only with the ball, with the bat as well, and the way he conducts himself. 10th over, and he has to do some work here. Mohammed Cameron comes round to his left and fields the ball. So 66 with 5 balls to go, and this is just their circumstances. Sakanda Raja there, it's really up to him to see if he can lift his side to something like 75 to 80, something to bowl at. It's not going to help, is it?
No, it's not. I mean, also, you know, we've been showing you our fantasy Dream 11 points, and can you imagine if you've got this man, Mohammed Jeffrey, down? Not only is he taking wickets, he's taking catches, then also the wicket keeper. You got Mohammed Shan, he's taken 2 catches as well. It's all fantastic stuff. Oh, that's gone horribly wrong. I'm not sure which set of stumps he was looking at there. And, well, they'll take the 2. Well, a very wild throw. I was just talking about him and having him in your Dream 11 and fantasy points for his batting and catching. Well, maybe not so much for his throwing, and well there. Once more valuable runs. And don't they need him? Sakanda Raja finding the boundary.
Yeah, well, he got that one away, didn't he? And just replying to Joseph on the chat, he wanted to know how long has Mohammed Cameron been in Spain, playing in Spain. He told me he's been here for 3 years in Barcelona. So, bit of information for you. He happens to be fielding right in front of us, so he's gotten to about 2 meters and asked him from a safe distance. But it's yeah, it's great that he's got so many.
Did he smile?
So many fans. He did smile. He's calmed down a bit now.
He's happy now. That's good.
He says, Ahmed Jilu says,
well, happy Cami made to run here again.
Oh, look at that. It's a genius bit of work from Mohammed Kamran. So he took off inside the field of play and just shows this Pakake. We said how competitive they are, keeping their standards high. And we've got something going on here. Well, we won't speak in too long.
Oh, no.
I
like it.
Oh, how many we got? Is this the last? Must be, because
the race is on, and who's going to win? And it's number 8 wins the race. Number 4 just falling short.
Well, I have no idea how much they ran here, so I'm going to have to check on the replay. I don't think anyone does. I was just saying it was a great bit of work by Mohammed Kamran, and I thought it just sat back down again, and that's, well, we don't know how many. This could be, was that the 7th or the 8th they were going for? 2, 3, 4. Well, I'm going to have to go.
Well,
I have to go to Price Waterhouse Coopers, I think.
I was saying earlier that we were just talking about it, and once more he did the same thing, that Mohammed Ishan, you know, batting
that
bonus
must
points.
have been 2. And then that must have been 3. And then something happened. Well, I hope you can rewind at home and tell us how many runs that was at the end. But it was an interesting end to the innings. I tell you, even these games where you'd have to say so far it was a fairly one-sided contest in the first innings of that game. There was some funny moments also, and look, it's great to see the City Lions involved in the Fancode European Cricket Series. And Rico, they won the toss, elected to bat, but they had a tough time early. So that one getting away with an outside edge, but then Mohammad Jaffrey, well, he was right on target, opening the bowling. The next one was a little edge through to the keeper, and the new batsman came out, but he didn't last too long as that one disturbed the furniture. And Pakai Care, they were up and away.
Yeah, beautiful bowling. The captain deciding he was going to bowl the second. Took us by surprise when we saw Mohammed Cameron warming up, but he did the job. As you saw there, knocking the stumps over. And, City Lions tried to remain positive. Did play some good shots, but well, they kept losing wickets. And there we go, straightforward catch was taken there. That was important at that point. Bilal Hussain taking a catch. Didn't do the best of his work here though, when he was trying to use his feet. So as we recommended, and Mohammad Ishan, well, we've got to say to him, he wanted to throw the ball there and he held on to it. That was a good decision because, well, the one thing he needs to improve on is his throwing, because you may see later on in these highlights 2 very wild throws from him and giving a few extra runs. And there's the superstar himself.
Wow.
All he needed was a deck chair and a cocktail, and he would have looked the part there, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I wouldn't have spoken to him. I'd have to speak to his agent, I think, Mohammad Jaffrey, down the long on boundary. We saw some funny stuff at the end. And Rico, guess how many runs this was? I'll give you one guess.
Well,
have a guess. Go on, you have no idea.
I'm going for 2.
You think it was 2?
Yeah.
Well, you can... Oh, look, they're still going. There was 2 just there.
Well, I don't know the complete
Have one more guess. I think you'll have to get it.
Was it 3 again?
No, it's 4. They ran 4.
They ran 4.
So yeah, they ran 4. So Mohammad Kamran, he's actually stopped the 4. It's an amazing bit of work. Something they've conceded for, but you know what? That's just going to make for a very interesting second innings. And I'll tell you what, I might be looking at that one a few more times. It was an interesting finish to the innings, but ultimately the result is the City Lions. They end up on 75 for 7 off their 10 overs. It means that Pakai Care, they'll require 76 in the second half of this game. This is match 18 of the Fancode European Cricket Series. Well, certainly an interesting start to this one. There's plenty more cricket. We're halfway through the day's play now on the European Cricket Network. We will see you in about 10 minutes for the resumption of play.
Welcome back to the Mount Juliet Olympic Ground. See there on your screens the umpires, Ilkesh Patel and Shahidul Ahmed Zaman are making their way out, and they shortly will be followed by the City Lions. Well, the City Lions have it all to do, and well, if they could pull this one out the bag, this would be a remarkable victory. In the end, finishing with 75 for 7. Disastrous start. They were 4 for 2. And that soon went to the power play. 13 for 3. Continued to lose wickets. 19 for 4. 28 for 4 at the halfway stage. A little bit of a recovery for the 5th wicket, taking the score up to 55 at the end of the 8th over. And though there was a little bit of flurry there at the end, finishing on 75 for 7. So Pak Ikea, they are a very, very strong unit. And well, going by the form book, you would expect them to knock this off quite quickly. And well, I'm just wondering if because of the target that they are chasing, that they may make some changes. We know they certainly did utilise 1 or 2 different bowlers that they may have done and used them in different stages. But well, very much like I was saying about Bengali CC yesterday, I don't think they're an outfit that going to change things too much. They're out there to win, and they're certainly not going to look at these games to be experimental, or certainly not too experimental. The bowler is going to be Shoaib Mohammed, and he comes and he's bowled a full toss on the leg side, and he's been put away in, well, have to say, in typical fashion from Mohammed Hishan. He likes to deal in sixes, and that's exactly what he's done there. Gandhi ball, Sigi Shaka Hoya. Well, that's the way. There's no better way to start an innings. So what's the reply going to be from the bowler? A better ball in the block. And this time Mohammed Hishan, all he can do is just get into line with it and knock it straight back to the bowler. Umar Ahmed is the non-striker in the absence of Mohammed Yasin, pardon me. That'd be a wide ball. Beautiful afternoon here in Barcelona. Glorious sunshine. The breeze that has been fairly strong the last few days is now quite a gentle breeze, and in fact, I suppose for the players out there, quite a welcome breeze. Well bowled again, that's good. We'll take the single. Umar Ahmed a little bit slow going. That's a good recovery from Shoaib Mohammed. The first ball being smashed away for 6 runs. He's bowled 2 very good balls. Oh, that's a no ball because it's far too wide. Didn't even pitch on the pitch, as they say. So not only will you have to bowl it again, it's also a free hit. Shout out to our partners, Kookaburra, Bizaway Travel, Locker Lifestyles, and our production partner, Spring Productions. He's hit that well over the top. There is a fielder there. The catch goes down anyway, but wouldn't have mattered. It was a free hit. Opting just to take the single. And speaking of production, the on-site production team, Hamas, Alvira and Martin, doing a fantastic job bringing you all the images and graphics. He's hit this one high in the air. He didn't quite time it, but it's still going all the way. Goes bang into the catering marquee. 6 runs, manos arriba, arbitro. Well, Mohamed Ishan, even when he doesn't time it, he gets enough on it to send it all the way. Not quite out of the ground, hitting the marquee and bouncing back. He's not in the mood to hang around. And that's a sign of a good player. Not just interested in hitting the boundaries, but when the balls are good and quite happy to respect it, but at the same time always looking to take something from it, getting a single, and gets himself back on strike. So 17 without loss, the end of the first. They're well on their way. If they so wish to do so, they could do this in singles. Just an opportunity before the start of the second over to give a shout out to the European Cricket Network team, Sam Williams, Max Bai, Andy House, Stefan Gooch, Vinny Sandhu, as you know, Barry Eaton, all doing a fantastic job here. And, I think this opportunity also to thank the ground staff and the people that are working tirelessly behind the scenes here. To the Roberto, who does a little bit of everything. He says hello as he goes by, as lunch is arriving here. Looks like we're Sarah doing the coffees, and Javier's all over the place, making sure everything is hunky-dory. And of course the ground staff, you see them quite often in between games, before games, after games, Davinder Singh Kaur, Kushwar Singh Kaur and Ranjit Singh. Doing a fantastic job. We're ready to rumble again here. So the second over. Razak. Good start from him. I've been impressed with him. He's bowled a good line. I think his bowling was very effective in their first game. Certainly answered the calls of his captain. A little bit flat out there, City Lions. I think they need to try and just motivate themselves a little bit. I know it's difficult. It's always difficult when you're up against it, but it's not impossible. That could be a catch. Oh, just out of reach of the man there. Well, short third man. He did stick out a hand, but wasn't able to reach it. And very fortunate there. Moin Safdar was the fielder. And Nadeem Razak thought he had a wicket there for his team. Amir Ahmed survives. Fuller ball, he's latched onto that. Fielder gives it chase, has to get down low, does well. Well fielded there. Sikinder Raja. So Danger Man, Ishan on strike. Slower delivery, good thinking. It's nice to see that the bowlers are not being put off by who they're bowling to. They're still trying things. Mohamed Ishan watched it well though, and able to just push it out for a single. He moves on to 16 of 7 balls. Short, put down the leg side, and there is a wide ball given. Razak in much more. Fuller ball, that's well bowled. Almost got it under the bat of Ahmed. Oh, that's hit hard like a rocket. And the umpire there having to take evasive action as well. Shafidul Ahmed watched the ball well. And 4 runs, a terrific shot. Just look at that, any youngster watching, when you talk about moving your feet, here we go, look at that, absolute splendid shot. And the head perfectly still, glorious drive that. And the end of the over, that's 30 runs now. Of just 2 overs, and well, if there's one thing that Kaikia know how to do, and that is to make the most of the power play. And well, it's hardly surprising when you look at the strength that they have in their batting. Sikandar to come on to bowl, starts with a very, very loose delivery. I think probably trying the slower ball down the leg side. Mohammed had a free hit at that. If any sort of contact, it would have sailed away to the leg side boundary. Misses out, but has to be bowled again. It's a wide ball. Come through for a single, down to the man on the leg side. Once more, drifting it down the leg. On this occasion, getting away with it. Mohammad Ishan is not one normally to miss out on that. Oh, and a rare rush of blood from Mohammad Ishan. Well, his eyes lit up on that one. It was in his zone. We know how ruthless he can be with the delivery that's pitched up there on the half volley, and he misses out on that one, probably trying to hit it too hard. Lost his head for a minute in the air. This time uses his feet, and this time has sliced it in the air. Big moment this, and the catch is nicely taken, and that's the end of Mohammad Ishan. And Nadeem Razak taking a well-judged catch. So he's on his way. And the batsman just checking if they crossed. Well, so the first wicket has been taken with the score on 31, excuse me. And the new batsman coming out is Bilal Hassan, and he will go to the non-strikers end. The batsman did cross. Oh, he's clubbed that away. Captain caveman style all the way. 6 runs. Umar Ahmed saying, well, it's not just Mohammad Ishan that can hit the big ones. Well, it may not have been as elegant or perhaps as authentic as some of Mohammad Ishan's shots, but it was just as effective. 6 runs. Score moving along quickly. There's another go this time. Had to dig this one out, but it goes all the way. There's nobody there. 4 runs, so consecutive boundaries, a 6 and a 4. And just racing along here. They've got the big wicket. It's the 3rd over. Comes to an end. The score has moved along to 42. And Vinny Sandhu is joining us back in the commentary section. Where you been?
Yeah, I've just been around the grounds a little bit, of course, conducting the toss for the next match. I'll give you the news of that very shortly, perhaps at the end of this next over. And we've got Nadeem Razak for the Lions coming in. And yeah, this game going much the way I would have thought, although Ahmed Ihsan going down, 1 shot too many, but Scott Pakak after a very, very strong start. Umar Ahmed as well, showing an ability to clear the boundaries. Here comes Nadeem Razak. Well, he's not going to come this time as he's a bit of a hold-up, just acknowledging the end of the power play. So Pakai Care already. So over halfway there already, 33 runs to go. And that one's past the edge of the bat. Yeah, nice angle across the right-hander there. And this has been one of the things I've noticed as a bit of a tactic this week in Barcelona. Of course, we have had 3 previous European cricket series here, and the players gone away thinking about some tactics. This right arm around the wicket, just getting across the right-handed batter. This time it's chopped down as a low full toss and straight back to Nadeem Razak and City Lions, although I have to say the game's probably gone, but there's a lot to play for here. They can get some confidence, get some wickets. They can perform against this Pakai Care team. It's also good practice holding your catches and trying to execute your skills, and that's exactly what Nadeem Razak is doing here. And again, this time he loses his line, and that's the only risk if you keep that ball inside the leg stump. Well, almost lucky not to get hit for more runs there. There's an unattended fine leg. If anything on that, it's probably going to run down to the boundary for 4 runs. And Nadeem, he has impressed me though on the whole, and there's a lot to like about the Lions, but just a bit of an inconsistent start. This next ball, well, it's hit across the mid wicket, and nice bit of work down there by Hassan Shafakat at mid wicket. He picked it up, he got down to it. I like to see that they're using the hands. And don't forget, keep the chat coming in, the YouTube chat. This is great to see so many people talking cricket and talking about all sorts of things. Over almost 160,000 subscribers now to our YouTube channel, which is a fantastic result. This one's pitched out of the hard leg stump, so there won't be any run there and no wickets either. Let's see what we got. We got Robert. Of course, Robert was wanting to know some questions about, I want to know some explanations of cricket. And look, be happy to help you out if you have anything specific you'd like to know, Robert. But pretty much right now, one team hits, then the other team hits. Whoever hits better wins the match. And it's Pakai Care, the blue team, that are in the box seat. This next ball, well, it's hit away. I don't know if it'll go all the way. It's just going to get over the fielder. It's going to plug. So they get 1. They run hard. They come back for 2. A pretty good throw there on the bounce to the keeper, Kashif Shafi, I should say, and 2 runs to the total. So if you're wondering how you score your runs, or we call them runs, but you might call them points in another sport, you can physically run, and every time the 2 batsmen, you see the 2 men in blue there, well, they're not the men in blue because that's the team, but the men in blue and green, the Pakai Care batsmen, if they can cross ends, that counts as 1 run or 1 point. See here, they decide not to run. That's the other thing, it's a bit of a difference from baseball, that when you hit the ball you don't have to run. That's another key difference that some people aren't aware of if they have an understanding of baseball, for example. Anyway, that's the end of the over, and it's 46 for 1 after 4. And yeah, so that, a key difference in baseball, of course, if you do hit the ball in the field of play, you must run, you must try and get to first base. Whereas in cricket, even if you hit the ball, it's up to you. It's only up to the batsman out there. If they think that they can get a run, then they can get one by changing ends and getting to the other end. Let's have a look at the fantasy dashboard for match 19. It's coming up straight after this one. It's Ripple Warriors. Well, they've been pretty impressive so far. They're 2-0 against the Barna Royals, 1-1, and the Ripple Warriors, Prince Demand, well, he's a bit of a cult figure, and he'll be trying to lead them at the top of the order to another victory. So stay tuned for a more in-depth analysis of that game following the conclusion of this game. Now this is a full toss down leg side and be called a wide. But yeah, you can score runs by physically changing ends. That's why there's 2 of them out there, so they can swap places, and every time they do that, that'll be a run. They don't have to do that if they think it's safe to do so. You also score runs by hitting the ball off the field, which I'll explain a bit more in a moment. As we see Zahid Nawaz coming into shortness. Again, electing not to run this time, the batsman. Yeah, so 1 run every time the batsman swap ends. The other way to score runs is if you can hit the ball off the field. And if you hit it off the field without it bouncing, well, you get 6 runs. That's generally the maximum that you can get on one ball if it bounces before it leaves the field of play. It's 4 runs, and any physical runs, well, they don't matter. If you hit it off the field, you just go back to the same spot and get ready for the next ball. Well, this one, they'll get 1 run, you see, as they swap places. It goes all the way down to Skandaraja at long on. But any specific questions, love to take your questions here in the booth. And Robert, I'm glad to introduce you to the game, and that's what it's all about here. It's a fast, action-packed version of the game, the T10 format. So here, this is hit very well and very fast, and I think in the end they won't get a run. It looks like Nasir Ahmed at mid-off, and that's the thing. So the fielding team or the defensive team, they can get a batsman out in a variety of ways, and once a batsman is out, they cannot take part in the rest of the match in this form of the game. So they only have 1 chance. Once they're dismissed, that's it. They can't contribute any more runs. Now this one is big. It's big. It's over the fence all the way for a Maximo. And what a shot that was. Yes, Umar Ahmed there showing some muscle and muscling that one all the way over the fence at long on for 6. And if you wanted to see an example of a 6, well, you won't see a better example of that. All the way off the field without it touching the field. In fact, I'm not even sure if it's touched anything yet. It's a huge hit. It's a bit too short from the bowler, Zahid Nawaz. He's going to try again. He's going to go the same direction. It's a bit fuller, but the result was the same. It's 6 more. So 6 more runs to Pakai Care, and wow, they are looking to finish this in a hurry. I think a few of them might have been eyeing off the lunch buffet because it's just come out, and they are hungry for some runs and hungry to take themselves their 3rd consecutive victory, and they're in the box seat at the top of Group B in this Fan Code European Cricket Series. So yes, Everett Clouting saying an innings is 10 overs. Yeah, and that's exactly right. So an over, that also confuses people. We'll come to that in a second. He's in the air and he's caught. Yeah, so a consolation wicket for the Lions. It was well taken by Nadeem Razak at mid-wicket. And of course, that's another way to get a batsman out. If you can catch the ball, much like baseball, if you can catch the ball before it touches the ground, after it hits the bat, then the batsman is off and there'll be no further action from the batsman there, Umar Ahmed. But it's a good little knock from him. He scored 32 off 15 balls, and after 5 overs, Pakai Care are 60 for 2. So speaking of overs, and again, it's something that's very obvious if you're a cricket person, but if you're not a cricket person, an over basically is a set of 6 balls or 6 deliveries. 6 times the ball is propelled towards the batsman, and the reason it's called an over is because then you have to change the bowler over. You can't have one person deliver more than 1 over in a row. So yeah, 10 overs, that's 60 balls. And of course, for those of you like myself that are well acquainted with the rules, these things seem quite obvious, but for those new to the game, it can be a little bit confusing. You can understand why, but this form of the game, it's a great place to learn the game, and there's so much to like about cricket. Shoaib Mohammed is the bowler this time, and it could be a 2 in a row, and it is. Well, the new bowler, so it won't be on a hat-trick, but could be a team hat-trick. It's nice to see the Lions holding some catches. Irfan Mohammed there at cover. So there's a lot to like about this Lions lineup, and Pakai Care, well, they're the favourites in many eyes for the entire tournament, not only in Group B, but of course they have won a European Cricket Series before at the start of November. So they're showing that that kind of champions form, but yeah, the Lions, it's a great experience for them. Already had some good results in the tournament, but obviously outclassed today by the more experienced Pakai Care lineup. If you do have any other questions or specific questions about rules, please let us know. Confirmation in the next game. Ripple Warriors have won the toss and elected to bat first. And they're the other team. They're the surprise packets, if you like. The wild cards making their debut in this European Cricket Series. They're unbeaten at this stage, and looking forward to seeing Prince Demand in the next game. This one's down the leg side. It's called wide, and this is one that In this version of cricket, anything that goes behind the batsman doesn't touch anything. It's generally called a wide, and wide balls, they are balls that batsmen can't score easily off due to their width or height, and one run to the batting team, and it have to be rebowled, and you'll see that happen again here. It's gone down the leg side and called a wide. So those balls, they're difficult to score off regular scoring shots for, so that's why in this limited overs form of the game, leg side balls are generally called wide by the umpires. Good umpiring there. Oh, wow, I'll tell you what, that might have been out. You have a look at this. The batsman kind of straight out of his crease, and although the keeper was back, he almost got a sneaky little wicket there. Yeah, you saw that one there a couple of balls ago. The batsman kind of straying out of his crease, and the keeper having a shy at the stumps. Normally, you're more likely to get stumping if you're right next to the stumps, but anything's possible, I suppose. I think this one was off the pad, or it might have been off the face of the bat. There's some indecision from the batsman, but they'll decide not to run. It was a good stop by the keeper. I'm not sure if it was a chance. It was more likely to be off the pad. Have a look at this one here. One's down. I think it was off the pad, so it was a good stop from the keeper. And this one, well, that was 180 degrees to where the batsman wanted it to go. Mohammad Azim Butt trying to launch that one. It just snuck behind him. So Pakakare within touching distance of victory here in match 18 of the Fancode European Cricket Series. But some good fielding and a couple of consolation wickets. Lions and take something out of this game. It's good experience, of course, and I'm sure they'll be much better prepared next time they play Pakakare here in the European Cricket Series. So at the end of 6 overs, it's 62 for 3. Nice over there. Only 2 runs off it, and Shah Muhammad can be very proud of his work today with the ball. Took a bit of tap early, but came back 1 for 19 off his 2 overs. So 14 runs required for victory. I would say this may well be the last over. The way we've seen some of these Pakakare batsmen go about their work, and Captain Shiroz Ahmed now at the crease. 14 for victory. Plenty of time to do it. Still 24 balls. Be something pretty special from the Lions to get this game back in play. Well, this one's up. It's high. I don't think it's got the carry. And it has gone straight through the hands. Unfortunate there, but Zahid Nawaz, well, could have got rid of the opposition captain. First ball, and that might have just put the wobbles in the Pakakare dressing room. They seem very comfortable in the game, but anything's possible in this format. But he squandered that one. Just deftly tapped behind square, and it's a beautiful little leg glance. And Mohammad Azim Butt gets off the mark. It took him a little while, but he starts with a boundary. Pakakare 67 now, just requiring 9 more runs to win. See the nice little wrist work from the batsman. Now this one's down leg side. It may have got a bit of pad, not sure. No call from the umpire. Nice bit of keeping to stop that one as well. So still 9 for victory. Here comes Abid Hussain. Well, he throws the kitchen sink and most of the pantry at that one, but it'll just be 1 run. A bit of acrobatic keeping that time from Kashif Shafi behind the stumps. Trying the behind the back. Now's the time to trial those things, I suppose, and that's the thing with these games. A lot of close finishes, but also the next ball is hit away on the leg side, and it's gone all the way. There's 4 runs there, so there's 4 of them. So getting very, very close to this target now. And Pakakare, well, they're the favourites for a reason. I'm really looking forward to the showdown in the 5th match of the day, match 20 of the Fancode European Cricket Series. This one's up, it's in the air. It might carry, but not quite. Skander Raja down there at long off. So it'll just be the one. That'll be the end of the over. And Pakai Care, well, it'll take one more over. I think they've moved up to 73 for 3. And they just require a further 3 runs for victory. And Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, with you on the European Cricket Network. And just a reminder, not far away. It'll be a little bit of a break, I think, because we might have an early finish here. It'll be about half an hour's time. We'll join you for the next match between the Ripoll Warriors and the Barna Royals. That'll be a very interesting contest. See if the Warriors can keep their hot streak going. Yet to be defeated in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. And the Royals, well, they were in a good position against Barcelona, but self-destructed to lose that game. Plenty of chances to put it to bed, but Barcelona, well, we thought that they were in a bit of trouble early in that match as well. So let's have a look at the new bowl. It's Moeen Safdar with 3 required for victory. This has gone up. This could be the game. Yes, it's gone all the way. That's 6 runs and game, set, match. Pakai Care, they will finish on 79 off 7.1 overs, winning the game easily, and we'll see the players make their way off the field. They've won with 17 balls to spare here against the City Lions. And the Lions, although they had their moments and they did hold on to a couple of good catches, they also squandered a couple of chances as well, and ultimately they just weren't up to the job with the bat. The top order struggling against some strong bowling. We go back to the beginning of this game, and it started in a flash of action as Mohammad Jaffrey getting the edge, and didn't take long before there was another one. The very next ball, little outside edge. Mohammad Ihsan doing the rest. Not satisfied with that. Mohammad Jaffrey to the new batsman. Over went the castle, and at this stage City Lions in some serious trouble. The captain, Shiraz Ahmed, said, well, I'll get into the act as well. Knocking over the stumps again. And these early wickets, it was always going to be difficult for the Lions to recover, but they did their best to get up to an acceptable total. See a couple of big blows there in the middle of the innings. Shiraz Ahmed, well, he was pretty effective in picking up the wickets. So he did a couple of loose deliveries as well, and here was the slinger, Mohammad Atif. He was a bit all over the place, an unpredictable character. And weren't the players having some fun out here in the Fan Code European Cricket Series Match 18. We hope you're enjoying it wherever you're watching around the world. Mohammad Jaffrey, well, he's a pretty cool cat. He had the sunglasses on, and he loves being out there in the Spanish sun, plying his trade in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Then the last ball, no one knew what happened. In the end, I think it was 3 and a run out. But they just kept going, and this is the sort of thing that you can see only in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. And the batsmen were like, well, why not? And no one knew what was going on. We had to get the abacus out. We didn't know what had happened. And the Canada, and in the end, I think the keeper at the wrong end, taking the stumps, and he saw the funny side of it as well. Then was over to Pakai Care and chasing this target of 76. They didn't waste any time in getting things going. And a little bit of censorship there on the back of Zishan's jersey from the umpire. And some nice strokes played by the Pakai Care batsmen as they set up the victory. Skander Raja, well, he's been effective at times, just taking the pace off the ball, trying to put the ball in the right spot. And that one went straight up Mohammad Ihsan. Well, he's a difficult person to get out, a prize wicket. And we saw some good catching. That was the first of 2 good catches from Nadeem Razak in the second innings of this match, but the boundaries kept coming, the runs kept flowing, and Pakai Care, they showed that they were not going to have any mercy here on the newcomers to the Fan Code European Cricket Series right here in Spain. And that was one that went down towards the end. We saw some good catches taken, but you thought that it wouldn't be too long before this one is over. So that's the end of match 18, and we look ahead now to the next match, match 19. Like I said, the news there is that Ripoll Warriors, they've won the toss, they've elected to bat first, and I'm sure they'll be looking to their top 3, Prince Thiman, He'll feature also with the ball, and he's probably my pick for captain in my Dream 11 team if you're participating in some Dream 11 cricket. Also, Waka Iqbal likely to open with him. Mohsin Ali, well, we haven't quite seen the best of him yet, but he is a very, very accomplished player. And on the Barna Royal side of things, well, I think that Usama Shazad being sent to the top of the order was nice. He was unlucky to be dismissed, you'd have to say, in his previous innings. He'll be out for some more runs. Also, keep an eye on Nabil Kaiser at number 3. He might just have something in store. Shajil Kaiser, well, I think he might bat a bit higher than number 8 where he's listed there. So there's plenty to look at there on my fantasy dashboard. There's plenty of information. And don't forget, if you go to our social media at European Cricket, there will be plenty of information and fantasy dashboards and match summaries. And if you go to our website, europeancricket.com, that is a great place to get match previews before every day's play to help you understand the teams and players and what's going on in our European Cricket Series. Don't forget, all the fixtures are there too and the full scorecards. Well, we'll have a little bit of a breather. We'll be back in about 25 minutes with that big clash between the Ripoll Warriors and the Barna Royals. Until then, this is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu for the European Cricket Network saying enjoy your lunch and we'll see you soon.
Well, hello and welcome back to the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Wherever you're watching around the world, it's great to have your company. Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandhu for the European Cricket Network, and we're almost ready for match 19 between the Ripoll Warriors and the Barna Royals. The match referee has the two captains, and it's time for the coin toss.
Tails is the call. Is it heads? So you won the toss. What would you like to do? Bat first. The Warriors have won the toss and elected to bat first.
Well, then you see the captain of the Ripoll Warriors, Waka Iqbal, he's won the toss and elected to bat, and they were pretty impressive on their first day of ECS action, winning both of their matches. It's their first appearance today, so let's see if they get out of the blocks and remain unbeaten. Well, Barna Royals, they started with a great win against the Lions on Tuesday, and they looked to be making it 2 for 2 against Barcelona, but they threw it away. Some costly errors at the end of that game cost them, so they have tarnished their record, but we'll see if they can get over the Ripoll Warriors and get right back into the action. Let's go up to Rico in the commentary box.
Day we're having here, beautiful sunshine, absolute gorgeous setting, and we're watching some fantastic cricket as well. And this game, well, I think you heard Vinny say it's going to be a cracker. I certainly think so. Ripoll Warriors, they're batting first, and they made a very good debut. Prince Daman, well, he's the key player for them, but I have to say, I did see him limping around. I don't know if Vinny noticed that or anybody mentioned that to Vinny when he was there with the teams doing the coin toss, but I saw him limping around. He's got a slight injury which he sustained at work, but he's still here. He's still going to have a bat, but I don't think he's going to probably be able to bowl. The Barna Royals, well, they've got to pick themselves up. They've played 1-1. And this is a good opportunity for them to get right back in it. But let's go firstly to the Warriors. Well, the Warriors, they've played 2 games so far. They made a very, very good and impressive debut. And we've got the dashboard there for you. So yeah, as you see there, if you're looking at your Dream 11 fantasy points, Prince Daman, well, he's certainly not been letting you down, and I bet you'd be hoping more of the same from him. Barna Royals, well, as you know, played 2, won 1 and lost 1. They'll be wanting to get right back in this today. Today against Barcelona, they'll be very disappointed with themselves. They did the hard work with the bat, I think, scoring 114. But, well, they showed a lack of discipline for me in the field. And as a result of that, they allowed their opponents, Barcelona, to register their first victory in this Fan Code European Cricket Series. Ripoll Warriors, well, they beat Barcelona and also Hero Sabadell. The only thing is, batting first, they've only managed scores of 86 and 83. So the question is, have they got what it takes to go further than that? Well, I know the Barna Royals will hope not and will do everything they can to stop them. But it's going to be an interesting match indeed. As we see, the players are making their way out. The batsmen taking their positions. So it's Safwan Naeem and Zuf Zaman, apologies, as the umpires are men in black. I think this is going to be a very interesting showdown. And don't forget, we still have this and one more match to follow afterwards. And I'm sure you'll hear all about that a bit later on. But at the moment, let's focus on what we've got here in front of us. And just to give you an update on who's batting, who's bowling. So, Ripoll Warriors winning the toss, and they're going to have a bat. Barna Royals in the field, and it's Saeed Shafat Ali who's going to come in to bowl the first over. And Vinny, welcome back, right on time. Are we going to see a wicket? We normally do when you walk in at this stage.
That's why I tried to sneak in before the first ball, because I tell you what, we've seen some wickets every time I unlock the door to the commentary compound here at the Montreal Olympic Ground. But yeah, I think it's a fascinating contest in Ripoll Warriors. No surprise to me that they decided to bat first, and eyes are locked on this man, the Fresh Prince, Prince Daman.
You've got a little bit of something on that. I think that's going to be 4 off the bat. It certainly is. That's a delightful shot, the faintest of touches, and that's why there was the chance of catch it. But Vinny, did you notice, did anybody mention about this injury to the Prince? I mean, I certainly saw him limping around. He certainly got an injury.
Yeah, well, I never know with the Prince, because he's often bit of a fox, isn't he? You know, the information, but yeah, it was brought to my attention after the toss actually that the Prince might have had a little bit of an issue, but let's see how much he hampers him, and I suppose if he doesn't have to run that much, it's not going to hamper him that much as far as a batting point of view, but he'll be wanting to deal in boundaries early in this match.
Well, you see there, just playing that, guiding that down to the third man area, and as soon as he played it, he was not interested in going anywhere else, but staying there, just watching that ball going for 4 runs. Well, in some parts of the ground you can be confident about that happening, but other parts, as we've seen already today, on several occasions, is not the case. So, well, he's got to be a little bit wary of that.
You're not wrong there, Rico. You've seen a couple of horrendous non-runs and misjudgments from the batsman today already in the Fanco European Cricket Series. A solid start from the Prince.
Now that is something that always plays in your mind. I mean, I know when I played, many a time you do, because you love the game and also you don't want to let the team down, you do turn up to play some games when you're not 100% fit. In my case, it's normally you know, an ankle injury or groin strain, and you're playing, but you are wary of it. And until you get into a rhythm, it does affect your performance, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. When you're not 100% mentally, and you see that Prince, wow, he told me he was fine, but I'm starting to doubt the Prince's word of honour. He's struggling here, but obviously the Warriors such an important player for them, and that's why he's out there, and he will have trouble stretching out, and you wonder how that will affect him.
Now the thing is here, Vinny, is we'll just let this ball go and we continue this conversation.
Last ball of the over, 8 on the board.
Yeah, so going back to that, I mean, he's come into this match with this injury, and of course I'm pretty sure the tournament referee and the umpires will be well aware of that. So if a little bit further on he is, for whatever reason, unable to continue because it's bothering that much, they're well within their right to say that the 12th man is not allowed to come on because it's an injury.
Yeah, that's true,
that did
Rico.
not happen during the place of the game.
Yeah, that's right. If you do start with an injured player, and unless it's a new injury or perhaps a worsening of an existing injury, then perhaps that's an exception. But generally, you're not allowed to substitute just for a rest, for example, or because of an injury that the player was coming to the match with. So this is the man here, the egg beater, Murad Ali. Look, he's all arms and legs as he swirls around to the crease to bowl the second over. Well, that's gotten through everyone, Rico, and he's going to go all the way through for 4 byes, and wow, you'd have to say the Warriors already a strong batting lineup, and you don't want to give him any extras. But I was having a look at the pitch in between games, had a bit of a break between games, and it isn't that easy for the wicket keepers behind the stumps there, because the ground, they're a little bit muddy, I'd have to say, and that's why you see some of these balls that go into that area. They're not particularly easy. Don't really know how they're going to react off the surface, so especially someone like Ali here.
But he's not just the egg beater, he beat the batsman, wicketkeeper and the backstop.
He's beaten everything there. You see there again, coming down, nice take that time by the keeper, Taki Mazar. But this is why sometimes, look, if you have the skills, being up to the stumps is actually maybe a safer option, because there's a lot of byes the keeper's back today, because like we said, ball shooting through low and bouncing a second or even third time before it reaches them. As if you're up to the stumps, then kind of have a look at it to get it after one bounce. But again, it takes good reflexes and good technique to be able to employ that tactic effectively. Murad Ali.
Oh, he's gone all the way through him there. What a beauty. Well, like, looking at the way that was played, I suspect that Waqar Iqbal was expecting the ball to come up a little bit more. We see this again here from his movement. Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. In fairness to him, it did stay lower than you would expect. But at the same time, I don't think he was in the right line and right position. Ball going through him, crashing into the stumps. And, well, he's got to go. Waqar Iqbal on his way back for a 3-ball duck.
Well, what a ball that was from the egg beater, Murad Ali. And the batsman tried to get something behind it. There was bat and pad. There was a bit of a gap left open, and the egg beater, well, drove straight on in and making an absolute mess of the stump. So the Warriors unbeaten in this tournament so far. And we're looking forward to their clash with Pack Care, of course, in the following match. The Warriors will play consecutive matches here. But the start of this game is no foregone conclusion that the Warriors will beat the Royals. The Royals have shown some good form so far.
Yeah, I mean, once again, okay, you could say the batsman's a little bit unlucky, but that's the benefits of bowling at the stumps.
An easy customer this time. Well, it's miles in the air. The fielder's coming back. He dropped one earlier, and he's dropped another. Oh, what a shame there for Hamza. And it's exactly the same again early in the innings. And Hamza, well, he just doesn't know where to hide at the moment. He made good ground. He seemed to track it all the way, but hands not doing the work. And Rico, I wonder if that's one that will come back to bite the Royals.
I think it will. I mean, Mohsin Ali, well, we saw him. He's been in bad form, and you can see that. He doesn't start well, but if he gets going, he can punish you. That could be a lifeline that he really needed.
This nips back. It looks a little bit high to me, but he's given. Well, batsman not happy, but he has to go. No use hanging around. He's very, very upset, isn't he, the Prince? That seemed to nip back off the seam. Well, look, he wasn't really forward, and he seemed hobbling away. Let's have a look at the height here. Well, it hit him very high towards the top of the pad, and I'm not entirely sure.
Well, he certainly wasn't happy about it, but he has to go. I mean, looking at it at real speed like that, and bearing in mind where the umpires were standing, you know, it's one of those you've just got to decide, is it going to go on to hit the stumps? I think it was probably straight enough. I think it would have hit middle and off.
Yeah,
middle and leg, sorry.
Well, that's the thing, Rico. It was only the height. It was definitely in the right line. It did hit him in line, but that side on angle might have been one of those umpires call. I mean, it looked very high, probably at normal speed, but might have been a good decision from the umpire. You saw where it hit him, and a lot of balls keeping low on this surface as well. Not many going over that stump height, and what a big wicket. The Royals, they're looking to get a big scalp here, and the Warriors previously unbeaten going into this game. And the egg beater getting it done. He's making an omelette of the top order, isn't he?
He certainly is. He's scrambling them all over the place, and in he comes again. Can he get another?
Well, that's well played by the new batsman, Imran Hussain. And yeah, the Royals against Barcelona, they really squandered it, didn't they? And they've come out fighting early with 2 wickets. That's the end of that over, and after 2 overs, it's 13 for 2.
Yeah, what a fantastic start. Okay, 13 off the over. There was those couple of boundaries from the Prince, but in the end, he has got his man. Well, they couldn't have asked for a better start, and you're absolutely right, Vinny, with the way they ended their last game. They were down, but I did say they need to pick themselves up. We've seen plenty of teams do it. We saw Barcelona do just that, the men in blue.
Well, there's a full toss, and it's going to get punished. It's whacked down the ground all the way for 6 runs. And what a shot that is. It was 2 full from the bowler, Syed Shafat Ali, and that was smashed down the ground into the structures behind the baseball fence, and whack, it came back with a thud. So nice fast hands from the batsman there. Mohsin Ali showing what he can do. He's got the power to clear the boundaries. Oh, and this is wide down the leg side. That could go all the way. So 5 extras, and just when you think the Royals are on top, they let it slip, and that's 11 runs effectively off the first ball of this over.
Yeah, and back once more, and you're going to go back to this so-called backstop position, because that's the best way to describe it. He's so fine and so close. If he's not going to be able to stop those, what is the point of having that man there? It is just a pointless fielding position.
Well, can he get it on target? Oh, this time he does. It's well defended quite correctly. I'll go for a run. Oh, that was a good piece of fielding, wasn't it? As The stumps were thrown down. Luckily, the batsman was alert. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen some batsmen caught unawares by a slick piece of fielding.
He did well here, because if you look, the batsman, you say alert, Vinny. I think it was in his crease easy, but he had his back to it, had no idea what his ball was, and there it's hitting there, and it's his turn around. Thankfully, he's inside his crease. Spare a thought for our man there, Hamza Hazard. What a nightmare he's having in the field. Didn't have the best when he bowled as well. Interesting though, he's been put in exactly in the same fielding position where he was when he had that nightmare where he dropped those catches. Is that a wise move? The captain is the captain, not on the ball here. Well, he'll be hoping that he can do the job for his team with the bat, because he's certainly letting them down a little bit here in the field.
Well,
that could be close.
I think he's going to give it, and he does. Wow, so another LBW decision. The batsman not impressed. I think this one is just a matter of where it pitches, Rico, because it looked pretty straight. We see Syed Shafat Ali, left arm over. Well, I think that's probably fair enough. I thought that probably pitched on leg stump. And the batsman, we're not thrilled about it, but I think that's probably a good decision. Imran Hussain getting caught in front, and look, it's one of those ones where, of course, if the ball pitches outside leg stump to the right of the wickets, as you look at it on your screen, if it bounces out there, then it cannot be adjudged LBW. But that, for me, did pitch in line. I think it's a fair enough decision. So Syed Shafat Ali, we'll see here. And some people would think, well, it's line ball, but just a bit of that ball's got to pitch in line with leg stump.
Yeah, it all goes down to what the umpire believes the ball is going to go on to do. And I think, it's one of those, it's very, very close. But, I think, really mind the angle we're looking at it and the umpire's full on, I think that's a pretty good call.
And I don't mind, fairly liberal LBW application in this form of the game, especially wickets not being as consequential compared to a game where you can bat for a lot longer. This one doesn't really shape, and it's straight across the new batsman. And so we've seen a couple of ones that really, they could have gone either way, let's be honest, Rico, and I'd say they were plumb, but I also think both of them were fair enough decisions. The first one was quite high, but again, you just need a bit of the ball to hit the stumps, don't you? Just need a bit of the ball hitting the stumps, and it looked like there was every chance to do that. So Syed Shafat Ali, fiery spell. This is wild again down the leg side, and well, he's been attacking, you can say that, but the odd ball's gotten away from him, Ali. But he's been able to pick up wickets, and that's the main thing. And 3 down for the Warriors, and we're going to see their batting depth tested, aren't we?
Yeah, Ghulam Sabah is the new batsman.
Well, this one's driven away. Slight fumble from the fielder. They might get 2 as they got through the man at point. And they'll get back. So that's it. Ghulam Sabah is off the mark. And so we've talked about this time and time again, the importance of partnerships, and particularly 3 down. Seems a bit of a theme, doesn't it? Three early wickets again, and let's see if these two can dig the Warriors out of a bit of a hole. Well, the run rate's pretty good, but those 3 wickets, they will be a concern early in this match. And this one could be the third. It was hit very full. I wasn't quite sure of the line, but the batsman swinging away to leg side. It'll be the end of the over. It's 28 for 3. Let's have a look at this one on the replay, thanks to Spring. Yeah, I think that's a good decision, actually. When you look at it from straight on, the ball looked to be going down the leg side. Looked a bit guilty any time it hits you on the full. Don't you, Rico? But yeah, I think even the bowlers and the fielders understood that one was going to miss the stumps. But still a very good over there from Syed Shafat Ali. It was a little bit expensive, but he did pick up a key wicket there. He took 1 for 23, and the score after 3 overs is 28 for 3. End of the power play, so 5 outfielders are allowed from this point in the game.
Yeah, certainly got some work to do here. These two have to build. We've seen that a few times in this Fanco European Cricket Series already, where wickets have gone quickly and batsmen 4 and 5 around about that area have to put a partnership together and then have a surge towards the end.
Bowling change, Shadjul Kaiser, and he gets welcomed to the crease with a large shot. It's extra large, it's extra maximo.
Wow.
So Mohsin Ali, wow, we know how dangerous he can be, and that one was on a length. He didn't wait to have a look at Kaiser, did he? He said, have some of this, young man. And that one's not coming back.
That's a super shot. I mean, got into position beautifully right underneath the ball and just sent it back in.
Let's see the reply from the bowler, and it's a wide reply. So again, extras a factor so far. We've seen a fair few, and as you say, they got that almost a backstop position, and using a fielder there, maybe they just think, well, a lot of the fielders aren't doing anything. They're watching the ball fly over the boundary. There are a few extra runs in that position. I told you, Rico, as a wicketkeeper, I would be filthy if there was a backstop behind me. I said, don't you trust me? Here's Shadil Kaiser. He's up and driven handsomely through the offside. There's no one in the infield in front of point on the offside, so there's always a single there. No danger of being caught in that fashion, but it's a single. And Mohsin Ali, I think he is the key to the Ripoll Warriors score. If the Royals can pick him up, well, they've got them in some serious trouble.
Yeah, he performed for them, didn't he, in their second game when they needed to do so. That's well hit. That's a lovely shot, actually. I think it was swinging into him, and he was in danger there of being right in front if he didn't get back onto that ball. Sabir there, Ghulam Sabir, I know him very well. I mean, he's part of the Cricket Federation here, works very hard, part of the committee, but also, he knows what I call him, and a lot of people that were listening to the previous European Cricket Series will know he's the curry master.
Curry master, well, that's someone you want to get to know, isn't it? If you're in here, there's so many good food options around Barcelona, I tell you what.
Yeah, makes
mostly it's takeaway, but still delicious. Ghulam does again. Well, he tries it again and takes a little bit of a risk as he leaves his stumps exposed, but gets enough batting it down to long on. And yeah, it was a good shot by Sabah. Last ball, wasn't it? To the leg side. He timed it really well, and ball flying away to the boundary. It's not always just how hard you swing, is it, Rico? It's also hitting the ball correctly and getting the timing right. Mohsin Ali, I'm really interested in his batting. Look at that. Even you can tell there he's a technically correct player, can't you? Because that one is endangering his stumps, and sometimes that's what you have to do. If it's a good ball, especially in such an important part of the game, when you're so important to your team's chances of posting a competitive total, you just have to keep the odd one out that endangers you and then go after the loose one. This one's a little bit short. It's a slower ball. Not too short, but has time to get the ball out to deep mid-wicket. So just a single. Mohsin Ali and Ghulam Sabah putting together a nice little mini partnership here. That's the end of the over, and it's 42 for 3.
Yeah, doing well. I mean, in context, they've lost 3 wickets, but at least the most important thing here is that they are keeping the runs flowing, because well, I think we've only seen it once in this series so far, and even that was right at the last ball of the innings that a team's been all out. So I think the chances of that happening are not so common. So while you're out there, you've got to always believe that you're not going to be all out. You've got to keep playing your shots and got to keep getting that scoreboard ticking all the time, regardless of the wickets that have gone down.
Well, this is the egg beater, Murad Ali, and I tell you what, he always had another one, and backstop's going to come into play. And I tell you what, that might have been our Ghulam Sabah. Wasn't really off the mark quickly there from the non-striker's end, but I'll scramble through for one, and got some questions in the chat. Or there's one from me saying hello everybody. Well, just in case you got the volume down, I thought I'd say hello in the chat. And Abu Bakar wants to know, who is favourite? Vinny Sandhu. Well, who's my favourite? Or who's your favourite? Well, are you saying I'm your favourite? I don't know. But I would have thought the Warriors coming into this, I thought their form was good on Tuesday. But having said that, the injury to the Prince may have changed my prediction. He did look like he was struggling. Here's Murad Ali, and this one attacks the stumps again and played away on the offside by Sabah. I think at this stage, I think probably the Royals might be slight favourites for me, Rico, and the way they're bowling, and we did see them pretty impressive in their first match, and that game against Barcelona. Sometimes it's a game where you let it slip, and the chance to redeem yourself so quickly, just a couple of games later, a couple of hours later, I think they'll be itching to get out there and put in a good performance, and so far it's been a very impressive bowling display from the Royals.
Yeah, and that man there who's taking a single on this occasion, Ali, he's so important. And you know, I mentioned at the beginning that Ripoll Warriors have not posted any score over 80, 86 and 83. The first time round against Barcelona, they needed the Prince to score 58. The second time round, they needed this man, Mohin Ali. He scored 41 of those. So really, they've relied in both of those games that they won. Incidentally, they've relied on one batsman to score most of the runs. So, well, there's a lot of pressure and responsibility on Mohin Ali to do the same here.
Yeah, I'd say so. Expert analysis from Rico. This one's a bit short and big swing. Not really getting his foot across and getting in a good position for that. So, going to be a dot ball. And this stage of the innings, the run rate not too bad. And Royals, again, we'll see if they can make up for that loss to Barcelona, like we said. And we say 10 over cricket. Doesn't seem very long, does it, Rico? But there's so many twists and turns in these games, and we hope you're enjoying the action wherever you're watching around the world on the European Cricket Network. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Fool, bringing you the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain Day 4 and number 4. We're Ali to continue. This is hit up. It's over cover. Not over by that far. Sliced away. I think it'll just be a single in the end, and good fielding there by the Royals to jump all over that ball.
Yes, and welcome to you wherever you are. I hope you're enjoying what you're seeing, and it's good to have you all involved in the chat. Keep that going. We really appreciate all your comments.
Yeah, of course we do. And if you're not a subscriber to our channel, ECN European Cricket Network, hit that subscribe button. About 160,000 subscribers, growing about 2,000 every day, Rico. So it's fantastic that you're joining us for some great cricketing action. This is a good ball. It's full and straight. And Mohsin Ali, all he can do is work it on the leg side for a single. So that'll be the end of the over. And after 5 overs, the Warriors are 47 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very good ball. And I think only a good batsman, a good experienced batsman, somebody who's in form, and Mohin Ali has literally knocked himself in form. He was in terrible nick, as they say. But in that last game against Hero, he really did throw everything at it. He did give a few chances, and he's done that here. Don't forget, he was dropped. Very first ball here again. But now he's making the most of it.
Yeah, and we talked about the importance of fielding, and it's been recognised by a lot of the teams after their experiences in 2020 in the European Cricket Series. The fielding is one area that needs some improvement, and we've seen a lot of improved fielding. Of course, it's not perfect, but the fielding has been the difference quite a few games now. This is short and worked away. He almost went one-handed at it, didn't he, in the end? And that's gone all the way for 6. So what a stroke that was from Mohsin Ali. You see here, seemed to get himself in a bit of a muddle. He was cramped for room, but he was able to get the hand, I say the hand, through quick enough. He always took one off the bat. We'll have a look at this on the replay. And it's an incredible stroke, really. It's got enough on it to clear the boundary. So 6 of the best. What an unusual Maximo that was, Rico.
Very unusual. A little bit of the old Malcolm Marshall about that, wasn't it?
Yeah, back in the... He had one-handed with a broken arm, of course. This for Jill. This is the wide. I think it's one area the Royals would be a bit disappointed so far. And they got the Warriors on the ropes, I should say. And just letting him off the hook. And it's one thing, you want him to earn the runs off you. You don't want to give away 10, 15... 20 extras in an innings. If you give a couple on over, that can be 20 runs and unnecessary runs. We've seen how many close games there have been, so you need to do everything in your power to make sure you don't give away any freebies. Here's Shajil. Well, he set himself for this one, and this one has wings. It's all the way over the nets, over the hill, and that is a huge Maximo.
Glorious, isn't it? And you see the difference a little bit of match practice does to you. You know, people always say, well, you know, just spend a little bit of time out there in the square. Well, this is what they're referring to. He was at all sorts. He got that one scrapey 41 the other day, but he spent some time in the middle, and now look at him. He's looking well, looking confident, and playing some delightful shots.
Well, Shajil Kaiser, a little bit expensive here, but he can always get his revenge with a wicket. He's not going to get one with this, and again a wide, and a wide following a 6 with all the pressure being released after those 3 early wickets. As these two have put together a nice little partnership.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That pressure's gone out. You know what? I know you can't do much about those big shots, but one thing that I think the Barna Royals have let themselves down in is they've spread out deep too quick. Just watch this delivery. I mean, for example, at the power play, at the end of the power play and the 3 overs, 28 for 3, and you've got to turn the screw on. And I think what they did straight away, because they could have the men out, they pushed the men all the way out, so 5 men right at the boundary, and the men that were on the infield onto the 30-yard line, so nobody was in there stopping those singles, and they've almost invited the Warriors to rebuild.
Also, I think the bowling hasn't been tremendously accurate. I don't think they're quite executing their bowling plans how they'd like. This is Shajil's going to go round the wicket now. He sets himself a bit of an appeal, but again, from that angle, it's going to be very difficult to get an LBW. But nice little partnership from these guys. Put together a partnership of 37 at this point, after the Warriors fell to 25 for 3 in that 3rd over. So come back nicely, and particularly Mosen looks quite destructive with the bat. Here's a full toss, should be put away. Doesn't really capitalise. Go out into that baseball infield for 1. Some thoughts of a second, but wiser heads prevail and just a single. So the Warriors, the game hangs in the balance, and those 3 wickets haven't seemed to have impacted the run rate too significantly, and that's the thing about losing wickets. Don't mind as long as you can keep scoring, and generally you don't run out of wickets in this game. But what it is, it's the batsmen that perhaps aren't as used to batting in the game that might come into play, and this last one's defenders well bowled. So a nice finish for Shajil, but he'll go for 30 in his 2 overs, and after 6 overs the Ripple Warriors are 63 for 6.
Yeah, these two doing quite well. So he's made 10. Run a ball.
I should say 63 for 3, by the way. I might have said 63 for 6. Might have come as a bit of a shock.
Yeah.
63 after 6.
63 after 6. Yeah, these two. Partnership now of 38. And they've been pretty happy with that. They needed to rebuild, have done that, and they've done it by also scoring runs. Picking up the boundaries, courtesy of Mohsin Ali. He's moved on to 31 off his 14 balls. So they've put themselves in a nice position here to have a good attack, a good lunge now in these final overs.
Well, we're going to see Hamza Assar tender some spin. His first one doesn't spin. Batsman was playing for some turn, but it wasn't there. And first ball, no score. Just taking the pace off the ball is Assar. And again, you see the effect of making the batsman make all the pace. Sometimes they overswing, and Ghulam Sabah there trying his hardest, but not quite getting the timing right. Small margin for error for the batsman, of course. It's a faster ball, and it's going to go even faster all the way out of the ground. That is a Maximo.
That's well hit, and I'm pretty sure, Vinny, that Hamza Assar in the previous game was not bowling spin, he was bowling seamers, and well, getting punished like he was there, and you get the feeling he just needs to stick to keeping the pace of it, trying to get the ball in the right areas, and trying to get Ghulam Sabah perhaps trying to hit the ball too hard and missing. If he whizzes it down, it's going to whiz away.
This one's slower again. Ghulam seems to struggle with the slow ones more than the fast ones. I think one of the things probably here, and I come from a baseball background as well, they're quite good in baseball with the subtle changes in pace. I think if you look at what Hamza Assar is doing here, it's very slow or it's very quick, and it's very easy to pick. So in baseball, often it'll be 10 or 20% slower. So just it looks like the quicker one, but it's only a little bit quicker or a little bit slower, and that has the power to deceive the batsman. Maybe versus something that's very fast or very slow. This one is stopped on the boundary, and there's just some social distancing issues down there, but they kept apart from each other in the end, and it'll just be a single. But yeah, you know what I mean, they're quite good in baseball. It looks, their arm goes at the same speed, it's just a little bit slower, and it's just enough to form a false stroke. Well, this one isn't false. In fact, this one's gone all the way again. It's too short from Assar, and that goes over the fence for another Maximo.
Well, he waited on this one, didn't rush on it. Previously, you saw the slow one. He was trying to really hurry it along. He waited, he stepped back, he made room for himself, and just smashes that over the boundary again. Well, it's as easy as that sometimes.
Well, it's a slot machine again, 7-7-7, 77 after 7 for the loss of 3 wickets, and ching, ching, ching. Wasn't the batsman cashing in on some of that? Might have been the old fruit machine, if I'm honest there, because some of those balls, they were too short, they were too slow. and it was good to take the pace off the ball, and probably half of the balls in that over were acceptable, but the other half, well, they were too slow and a bit too easy to get under, you'd have to say. So some good overs, the last 2 overs going for 16 and then 14, so 30 off the last 2 overs, and the Warriors in a good position going at 11 and over. Well, this is going to be even more runs. And Mohsen Ali getting in the act. He just clears the front leg, sends it over long on. A huge Maximo.
That's a very nice shot. And we watch this again. What he does, he makes room for himself. He's almost down, kneeling, squatting when he's playing this. But look at the way he uses the bat here.
Well, it was a
lovely shot, down on one knee.
Yeah, it was a lovely bit of contact, wasn't it? He got himself in a good position, and this is the difference. He's swinging, I'd say, through the line of the ball, not really across the ball as much, and he's actually watching the ball onto the bat and just trying to get the middle of the bat on the ball. We've seen so many times batsmen almost taking their eye off the ball. They've had their head in the sky, but tough start for Karanpreet. This time, wow, it's good contact again. Well, that's going to skate over the baseball infield, and it's going to be 1 bounce and 4 runs. So 10 runs off the first 2 balls with this over. And I tell you what, Mohsen, he's going to town here in game 18 of game 19, I should say, of the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
Yeah, I mean, they're well poised here at this rate to score 110 plus. 16 balls still to go, and pace.
He makes some room this time. Oh, but the result, it's a very powerful Maximo bouncing off the fence and bouncing back almost to the pitch. Mohsen Ali's gone 6 for 6. Pick up sticks, and there's 16 off the first 3 balls of the 8th over here at the European Cricket Series.
Yeah, I mean, I was just about to say, pace is not doing it. You know, you're on to bowl slower deliveries than bowl the slow deliveries every time you push it through. Mohsen Ali or Sabir are just smashing it way back over the head. Remember these boundaries, 50 metres max, maybe 55 at the furthest point. You made good contact there flying over. At the moment, we're just seeing 6s all around this ground.
Well, he might have bent that ball out of shape, because I think they're going to make a change. He's raced along to 48 off only 18 balls, Mohsen Ali. And I tell you what, I don't think he quite have enough to get to a century, but the kind of form he's in, might make one at some point. He dances this time and he loses his wicket. So, the ultimate revenge for Karanpreet Singh, as Mohsen Ali went 1 time too many to the well. That one was a little bit fuller. The batsman was advancing and got himself in a bit of a muddle. And you have to give it to Karanpreet Singh. He held his nerve, able to come up with a delivery, and a very important wicket, a very important time of the game for the Royals. And that's the end of Mohsen Ali for 48.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's, viewers, I'll say it. I know you're thinking it, the commentator's curse. I mean, the poor chap hasn't got to 50 yet, and you're talking about his 100. He's gone on 48, but what an innings from him, 48 of 18. That was superb. And, well, he certainly has got his team, and they know it. Look at them. They're applauding him back into the dugout. He got his team out of a very, very sticky situation. So now it's time for Ghulam Sawer to take over. It's his turn to cut loose and go ballistic.
Yeah, well, getting to the last 2 and a bit overs of the innings, and Karanpreet Singh, he was pretty happy with that one, and why wouldn't you be to see the end of Mohsen Ali in that kind of form? Well, this ball straight away, it's up, it could be 2 in 2. It'll take some catching, and the fielder, I think, has he held on or has he stepped on the rope? We're just waiting for some confident. No, he's gone, yeah, he's taken it.
I think that was an absolute peach of a catch. Just look, he had to be aware where he was. Watch this. That's a fantastic grab, mate.
Extra step, geez, he got very close. He was casual in the end, but I have to say that was an excellent catch. And another wicket fall, so 2 in 2. Might have been Syed Ghurais Hussain down there, taking the catch. But I tell you what, we were on a hat-trick. One thing's for sure. One thing's for sure. Yeah, pardon me, it was Syed Ghurais Hussain who is bowling at the moment. It's up on my sheet in front of me, but I can tell you that he's on a hat-trick. Syed Ghurais Hussain. Oh, he's not going to get it. And it's going to go down as just a single. So, a bit of a rearguard action, and Barna Royals getting back into this game after 8 overs. It's 94 for 5. Well, Mohsen Ali, I have to say, Rico, wasn't just the runs he scored, but also the way he scored them was very authoritative. It was a lovely innings to watch, wasn't it? The way he got himself in a nice position to hit. And then did he send some balls out of this Montjuic Olympic ground? He certainly did. And they've gone a long way.
Well, I think some of them may still be travelling somewhere. But yeah, I mean that's a good mindset. That's the what's the word I'm looking for? You know, the character of a good player, an experienced player. He's in form. He didn't get flustered by the situation the team was in.
Well, this is a bit of a dodgy start to the 9th over. That's going to be a no ball from Hamza Assar. He's been in the wars, hasn't he, today, Hamza Assar? He's had the ball following around in the field, and oh well, this is going to be a free hit, and strap yourselves in. Might have to get underground for this one, because there might be a bomb dropping in the spectator area. Well, he tries. Doesn't get it away, and we've seen sometimes this has been a bit of a theme today, hasn't it, on the free hits, Rico? We haven't seen too many boundaries. The batsman trying a little bit too hard, and I think what you're trying to do there is make good contact. You don't have to worry about getting caught. Try and over swing. Again, this I think is a no ball for off the pitch, so he's his own worst enemy here, Hamza Assar. He'll have a job to do with the bat in the second innings of this game.
Well, free hit. Let's see if we can get something out of this. No, we can't.
Well,
Again on the edge.
That's good turn, but that's good turn off the grass. That's the problem. And any ball that's off the surface, it will be called a no ball. It means it'll be a free hit again. So you can actually hit that one, you know. It's bounced off the pitch because it's a no ball.
That's a good example, though, why it is a no ball as soon as it hits the edge.
Yeah, definitely. Well, he comes down, advances this time, and again doesn't quite cash in off the free hit. So Hamza Assar, he's been thrown a bit of a lifeline here for me.
And the people are wondering what I'm talking about. Well, of course, if the ball is going there and the umpire is saying that's a wide ball, well, if it hits the edge and comes back and hits the stumps, well, you can't be out of a wide.
No.
So that's why immediately it's called a no ball.
Yeah, that's right. On this one, umpire keeps his arms down this time, so he sneaks it on in, does Assar.
I think he was expecting it to be a wild. Did you see the way he looked at the umpire? I thought, oh.
Pleading for mercy. This one's tossed up. Again, we've seen that before. Sabah just struggling when there was no pace on the ball. Well, at any rate,
it's 100 coming up.
Yeah, 100 comes up for the Warriors with 9 balls remaining this innings. What kind of bonus can they get? Well, this hasn't got the legs. It's not even a carry to the 30-yard circle. And Saeed Shafat Ali does the fielding. So just the single. 8 balls remain in the innings, and it's just one of those in-between totals. If the Royals bat well, might have a chance. This one again, he's not happy with himself, is he? But you know, we saw some impressive bowling from the Warriors in the first game. Mohammad Nazim, I thought he bowled particularly well. This time he's launched it, and this one is huge. It's going all the way over his teammates. Oh, that might be almost a 12. That was such a big hit. And he finishes the 9th over with a maximo. And more pain for Hamza Assar. He goes for 27 without taking a wicket of his 2 overs. And after 9 overs with 1 to go, the Warriors are 108 for 5.
108 for 5. And, well, sadly also here, the one Royals is the amount of extras they've given. It's 18 of them, so really, if it weren't for so many extras, we could be looking at them being in the 90s, but instead, they're way past.
Yeah, it's only 90 off the bat, and you have to say that could come back to bite them. Last over begins, and hit out to point. To get their skates on, but they'll make it, and Sabah successfully getting down to the striker's end. And this is Syed Gulrez Hussain to continue. After taking 2 for 17, so a bit expensive in the first over. He did get the 2 wickets though, didn't he? Took a bit of tap from Mohsin Ali, but removed him. When required, it's a big swing, and that's well bowled. And you've seen that Sabah, with any length is given, he loves to get under the ball and swing it away on that leg side. So I'd be trying to stay away from his pads. Probably not even trying to attack the stumps. I'd probably be going a little bit outside off stump and try and force him to play a shot in the offside. Well, he's deceived him with a slower ball, and a third wicket for Syed Gulrez Hussain. He picks up the dangerous Sabah after a nice little knock of 31 from that batsman. Again, coming in at a difficult time. You see this one, kind of off-spinning kind of action. And it was so slow the stumps fell forwards, Rico Full. Have a look at this one. Whoa, down they go.
Down they go, and well, Ghulam Sawer has done a good job for his team. Remember early on when Mohsin Ali was in there with him, he was going at only at run a ball. I think he was on 12 of 12. So when he needed to accelerate, he did. So the Curry Master has done a good job for his team as well. That rebuild was so important.
Well, there was some extra spicy batting out there, wasn't there? That one, particularly the one over the dugouts, went a long way, didn't it? And looks like we've got Akhtar Iqbal Khan coming out to bat here. It's a nice job by Syed Gulrez Hussain.
Yeah, good achievement. 3 wickets he's got.
3 balls remain, Rico. And there's another wicket, so 2 in 2. And he's hit the stumps twice in a row. It's a short stay at the crease for Akhtar. And would you believe it, he's on a hat-trick for the second time.
Well, could he pick it up this time? Remember, we've had one player that has taken a hat-trick. And, well, that was our man Anwar, remember?
Anwar ul Haq, yeah,
Anwar
of course.
ul Haq.
How could we forget? You see this one, again, the poor stumps. They've just been knocked over, put back up, knocked over again.
There's a song that goes like that. I get knocked down, I get up again. Well, that's our stumps. They're getting knocked down, but they're getting up again.
Well, don't know about taking the whiskey drink, the vodka drink, and the cider drink. Although, they say drinking's gone up during this time. The coronavirus. There's some people are drinking a lot more at home. They're cheaper, though.
Well, yeah.
No, well, I wonder now. Can we see our second hat-trick? It's all set up for there's 2 balls left in the innings. 109 the score.
Well, he's got if he gets the ball in the right place, he's got every chance because the batsman is not going to be thinking about blocking.
He's got to go, doesn't he? So, let's see, on a hat-trick, Syed Gulrez Hussain. Can he get his hat-trick? Oh, and he got very close, didn't he? Got very close, but it's just a dot. Still a valuable dot, and again, the game swings back perhaps to an even contest. The Royals, I mean, 110, it's not going to be an easy chase, but if they bat well, every chance. Ripple Warriors have got some good bowling options, but the injury to Prince Deman, I can't see him bowling in this game. So, last ball of the innings, 109, plus 1 more delivery. Well, there's no wide, and I tell you what, could be cue the circus music. They got 1, they're going to go for 2. And I think they've messed it up, so they're going to finish with 2 byes, and it'll be Nelson, 1-1-1, the old picket fence. After 10 overs, the Ripple Warriors are 111 for the loss of 7 wickets.
Well, they did well. To remind you again, at the end of the power play, 28 for 3. They recovered well, of course. Mohsin Ali, thanks to him, 48 of 18, supported very well as well by Ghulam Sawer. And, well, you mustn't forget how important his innings were. 1, he played the anchor role to let Mohsin do all the hitting, and once Mohsin Ali was gone, he took over and hit a few lovely shots himself as well.
Well, incredible last over, only 3 off it. 2 of them were scrambled byes, believe it or not, and we saw some early wickets fall. The Ripple Warriors, they won the toss, elected to bat in this match 19 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series. And then we had this moment just slipping through the fingers of Hamza Assar, and I tell you what, he'd like to wake up and start the day again. He's had some moments. You see the egg beater there, Murad Ali. He wasn't particularly happy with it. Now this was Prince Deman, that did a lot, that ball. And he was amazed to be given out by the umpire. He sees one from side on. Probably, oh well, it's very hard to tell. It may have been hitting the top of the stumps. But then we saw a bit of a partnership taking place. This was the LBW. That was the 3rd wicket. And again, it was pitching in line and hitting for mine, but he was upset to go Imran Hussain. But like I say, that brought the 2 together, Mohsin Ali and Ghulam Sawer. And they worked very hard to rescue the Ripple Warriors and get them up to a defendable score. And once they got their eye in, well, we saw some balls disappear out of the Montjuic Olympic ground, and there was more punishment for Hamza Assar. Well, he'll be keen to make up for his performance with the ball in the field by making some runs and try and chase down this target. But when we treated to some nice stroke play, particularly from Mohsin Ali.
There were some huge sixes. Both बड़े छक्के से And our cameraman, well, Martin up there high in the tower behind us. There were a few that were whizzing past him as well.
We had to almost get a helmet for Martin up on the camera behind the bowler, and that was a big one as well. And not just clearing the boundary, you're clearing your teammates. And Syed Gurez Hussain, someone had to step up for the Royals. And then he was the man who came on and took 4 critical wickets. This is in the last over, getting rid of Sabah. And twice he took wickets in consecutive balls just to keep the Warriors under control. Looked like they might get 120 plus at one point. And there was his 4th wicket. So 4 for 18 for Syed Gurez Hussain. And of course the batsman at the end, just trying to get every run possible. So we have a very interesting chase on our hands here in match 19. The Ripple Warriors unbeaten so far in the tournament. This is their 3rd match. And to remain unbeaten, they're going to have to keep the Royals below that score of 111. Rico, all set up for another thriller here in match 19.
Yeah, well, it can't be anything but. That's all we've had in it, thriller after thriller. And, well, it's there for the taking, isn't it? We know what the Barna Royals can do. They've got some good players. Most important thing is for them to be focused. You can't be making starts into the 20s and getting yourself out. Have to be composed, have to pace yourself, have to have a plan and go out and execute it.
That's right. Well, we'll see in about 10 minutes the resumption of play. You are watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series on ECN. We'll see you shortly.
Andy, namaste, bienvenido, and welcome back to the cricket here. And once more, we have the prospect of a very exciting run chase. The Warriors, after a shaky start, found momentum thanks to Mohsin Ali, 48 of 19, Kalam Saber, 31 or 23, and we saw some massive master blaster hitting from both of them. And despite the efforts of Saeed Gulrez Hussain, who took 4 for 18, was still not able to stop the team posting a reasonable target. The Nelson, 111 was scored, so 112 is the target. Certainly got some work to do, the Banana Royals. Banana Royals? Let's try that again. Why don't we call them the Banana Royals? That sounds a lot better. Some of you may have gathered what I've just been munching on in between the innings. But anyway, it's, well, I got a feeling that it's going to be a interesting game. It's going to go close. I think it may go down all the way to the wire, because there's something about the Banana Royals. I believe that when they go out there, in the second game they played, I saw lots of positive signs, and I'm sure that the man who's coming to join us pretty soon will agree, Mr. Maximo himself, that we're in prospect of a mouth-watering chase here. Well, the man who's going to try and stop it for the Warriors is Mohammad Nazim. In he comes now. We did like the look of him first time we saw him. Certainly got some wheels. He bowled a very good line. Pretty quick, pretty sharp. So he wants to negotiate. But once more, once you've got the pace on the ball, if you do get a little bit of something on it, it does race away. And if you time it well, especially inside the power play, remember only 2 men allowed outside in the first 3 overs. So every opportunity to try and hit over the top. And that's a good ball, nice and short. Well, he's got other ideas. I know I'm saying I think it's going to be close, and I think the Banana Royals are going to make a good run chase of this. And he's got other ideas. And well, a little breeze coming through the door. It's been opened, and Mr. Maximo is coming through, and I'm sure he's got a little bit of info for us, because the next match number 20 is going to be a mouth-watering affair. But will it be against the victors of this match or the losers? Because either way, the Paul Warriors are going to be the team playing Pakake next. Give us some info, Mr. Maximo.
Yes, thanks Rico. I've just come back from the toss for the 5th and final match of the day, match 20, and I can tell you that in the big clash between the Wirpal Warriors and Pak I Care, it's Pak I Care that have won the toss, and no surprises, they have elected to bat first, and they'll be hoping to put a big score on the board. But we're not quite there yet. The Wirpal Warriors, they have a very important game here against the Royals, defending 111 as Mohammad Nazim comes in, and this almost gets through, and it gets through everybody, gets through the keeper, almost hit the helmet actually. It's going to be a bye straight to that backstop, who saves the extra 3, and that's the captain Waka Iqbal. And a bit of movement off the seam there, left to right for Mohammad Nazim, and you can see that it's not been an easy task getting these 112 runs, Rico, because the Warriors do have a couple of very handy bowlers.
Yeah, I mean, that was the batsman there, got lucky there. Hamza Mazhar not having a great day.
No, he's
that
not.
didn't miss his stumps by much.
Oh, and tell you what, this one is also, well, it's going to get away from the backstop. It's got through 2 of the Wirpal Warriors, and it's go down the leg side, and that's the risk when bowling at this kind of pace. It's gone all the way for 5 extras, 5 wides, and Waka Iqbal, well, he just kind of launched himself, and it was a bit of a fumble behind on Amir Shahzad. He had a good 50 metres to have a look at that ball, but it wasn't enough, was it? And he spilt it across the line, and 5 freebies to the total.
Yeah, we've seen a number of fielders in that area today. When they have been deployed, it has to be said, they've not been at their best and haven't done what they're there to do.
Well, this is well bowled, well pitched, and I think they'll just get the one. Some thought of it too, and they're going to chance their arm. Goes to the keeper's end, and that's actually good running, although sometimes I think that it depends. It's called good running if you make it and bad running if you don't, but I don't think that risk was necessary at this stage, but especially when you've got one of your premier stroke makers at the top of the order, you don't want to risk him. A good throw here, had him in serious trouble, but they get back for 2. Mohamed Nazim, 1 ball to go. He's conceded 9 in this over. Oh, this is edge, and it's just going to get over. Looks like Sabah there. That short third man, and that's another handy boundary. And Syed Shafat Ali, he's going to finish the over with 4. So after the first over, the Barna Royals are 13 for no loss.
Yeah, you got to feel a little bit sorry for the bowler there. He's very, very unlucky. I mean, he's given it everything. We said earlier we do like the look of him. 12 runs from it.
Let me tell you one of the things I love about cricket, Rico, and that's your luck. It can change so quickly. And Hamza Assar, I see what he's had an absolute, I don't mind using this term, and I don't often use it. He's an absolute stinker of a day, hasn't he, really, with the ball in the field. And I tell you what, he's got the chance to make amends here, though, and that's what's so great about this form of the game. He's got another opportunity. He's opening the batting. Imagine if he could put together a really nice half century or something like that and get the Warriors on the way to their target. His target of 112, he had to be approaching 11 and over. That's the kind of pace you need to go, particularly in the power play. I think it's your chance. You've seen there sometimes pace on the ball. Nazim is a very good bowler, but it also gives the opportunity. There's some edges flying away for boundaries. There's 5 wides as well, so it's going to be Akhtar Iqbal, the regular opening bowler. Now this one is blasted over cover, and I tell you what, he's a man on a mission, isn't he? He takes his first ball, sends it all the way over the mid-off fence, and 6 runs to Hamza Assar, a big Maximo, and it's welcome for the Royals.
Well, he literally did club this away. Look at this. I mean, this. At one moment, if you look at the way he finishes there, you're expecting to see the ball going along the deck somewhere. It's almost like he got right on top of it. He's hitting it down on the deck. How it ended up going where it did, I will never know.
Well, he's taken all his frustration out on that cricket ball. Let's see if we can follow up here. Oh, he tries it again. Well, might be just a stroke of luck he needs.
It's a good reply from the bowler. It's not easy when you're being smacked with 6. He's come back, just changed his line a little bit, changed the pace on the ball, and ends up getting a dot ball in there.
Keeper up to the stumps now. Wakar Iqbal. Here's Akhtar Iqbal Khan with the ball left arm over the wicket. This kind of off-cutting kind of delivery, moving away from the right-hander. And Hamza, it's a nice chance for him to get down the other end and think about it. It was a very good shot over cover, wasn't it? A very powerful stroke, and I'd say he's probably having a better day with the bat. Hopefully he can go on with it. These two have an incredibly important role to play. The start's so important as we get towards the end of this match 19. Had so many good contests, Rico, and so we've got a couple of mouth-watering matchups to finish Thursday's action. Well, no ball call, and they're going to cash in. Now it's unforgivable from the bowler. Akhtar, he dug it in. I think it was a front foot no ball. And Syed Shafat Ali, well, he made no mistake. Whether he heard the call or not, it was short, and he was always going after that stroke. So that's no ball +4. The next ball will be a free hit as well. So the score getting up there now. Looking at 25 at the halfway point of the second over.
Yeah, we've been saying that we haven't seen much made out of free hits. Can they take something out of this one?
Let's see this time. Well, this one, there's a fair bit of bat on it. I don't think it's going to have the journey. It may just plug in the outfield, and running from the batsman, they'll trot back for an easy 2. Again, he got enough bat on that, but inconsequential whether that was caught or not, as it was a free hit. Moving on to 27 after 4 balls and of this over, and Aktadar, well, that took a little bit. That could quite easily have disappeared over the fence into the no man's land. Nobody knows what's on the other side of that fence, Rico. It's a long way down.
There's a few snakes, I think. And
I tell you what, they're well fed if they eat cricket balls. But yeah, elevation is 185 metres, isn't it? The elevation here at Montjuic.
Yeah, we are a long way up. A very flat hill.
But beautiful view, though. You get a great view of the city, don't you? Of course, the Olympic baseball was played here in 1992. Here's Aktadar. Can he answer? This is short again. And I tell you what, this one has gone all the way. Well, that one's going to feed the snakes, Rico. That's another Maximo. And what a start it's been for the Royals. Well, they might have thrown away against Barcelona, but they're in the box seat here against the Warriors. And the Warriors, well, they're in some serious trouble. And the umpire calling for new balls, and rightly so.
Qué guay, eh? Adiós, pelota. Eso, pelota, tienes un viaje de Barcelona. Necesita más. Qué grande, qué fuerte tienes esta hombre.
Yeah, that is absolutely travelling, and they won't be finding that ball, Rico. I'm getting what you're putting down here. Beautiful day for cricket in Spain. There's a ball to go in the second over. The score already 33. He's back over the wicket, Aktadar. Well, he's going to go for it. It's very high. It's with the wind. I think it's going to carry all the way. Consecutive Maximos. And what an over that is. What an over that is. There were 26 off it. And after 2 overs, the Barna Royals are 39 runs without loss.
Eso es muy grande, eh? Mamma mia. Well, it's all happening here. And, well, I was saying, when you got a run chase going on, you got to hit a few runs, you got to hit big. And he's hitting big.
Well, isn't he? Went and got that one and took it downtown. Well, coming up after this, we have match 20, the final match of the day. And the Warriors, they're going to have to back up and they're going to play a powerful Pak Care team. And I did suggest that Mohammad Jaffrey could be promoted to the top of the order with Mohammad Ihsan in that game. That's the inside scoop if you're playing some Dream 11 cricket. I'm sure Mohammad Jaffrey is a lot of Dream 11 teams indeed. Mohammad Ihsan, of course, has been very powerful. Both of those guys at the top of the order for Pak Care having over 200 Dream 11 points, although Jaffrey mostly because of his wickets. Well, Prince Demand, he's under a bit of an injury cloud, but I wonder if we'll see him at the top of the innings for the Warriors. Also, we saw Mohsin Ali coming into some form. So if you're watching the first innings of this match, I'm sure that he is a very good person to have in there. So don't forget, follow us on social media at European Cricket. You can get all that information as soon as it comes to hand. Those dashboards and, of course, the match summaries. Of course, for the full scorecards and our full match previews, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com. This looks like Deepak Rana coming in. He's bowled well so far in the tournament. Well, this one's going to go a long way, and not mucking about is Hamza Assar. He's put another one down there. He says, hello Deepak, goodbye Deepak. That ball is gone. It's a huge Maximo.
Hai rabba, gidda pao, tol bajao, shakke bajde, patake chalpe. It's a party of sixes at the moment. They're flying all over this ground. Well, most of them going out of this ground.
Well, as you would say, Rico, chaka the fat there. That one is out of here. And Deepak Rana, welcome to the crease. Can he come back? Well, he tries again. This one doesn't really time it. It's just going to be the one. And we got the fresh Prince down there, but the Prince is hobbled. We saw him had a bit of a leg injury, didn't he? And we don't think we'll see him at the bowling crease. So that's a bit of a blow to the Warriors bowling stocks as well.
I think somebody, probably before Hamza Assar came out to bat, showed him a few highlights of his fielding and maybe his bowling, and he's up for it. And we know he can bat. He scored 39 of 29 balls in that match against Barcelona.
This is Syed Shafat Ali with the bat. This one's just going to be 1 run down to mid-off, and the Prince doing the fielding. And yeah, that's a bit of a concern for the Prince. And one thing we would say, though, in this Group B, they won't play again until Monday week, so they got a bit of a break between games. 11 days, actually, between games. This whole week, week 1 in Barcelona, has been Group A and Group B, so we've seen half of the teams. Now, Group C and Group D, they'll be playing week 2, starting on Monday, of course, the 15th of February. Here's Deepak Rana. Well, this is another one, and the fielder, well, he was entertained by it, but it's just over his head, and it's going to go for a Maximo. And 6 more runs. And this man, Hamza, well, we said that your luck can change in an instinct. in an instant, I should say. And that was a very interesting one, that plugged. And I tell you what, Rico, if that boundary was 1 metre longer, it wouldn't have even been 4. So quite an interesting shot from Hamza. I think he might try it again. Deepak has the right of reply. This one's always uppish towards square leg, and the fielder does well to get something on it.
Yeah, it's
still get a single.
Difficult fielding position, that, isn't it? Because you get the ball, you're sort of halfway on the grass, on the clay, and if it's coming to you there, you don't really know how it's going to bounce. He managed to get enough on there to stop it going through to the boundary. And well, Hamza, well, the catch he dropped cost 48 runs, so maybe he's been told he's got to go out there and at least get 48 runs.
Well, he's on his way and already past the 50 mark of the Royals. This one's quite wide, and yeah, I think it's going to be called. So Deepak Rana, he's been a pretty effective bowler in these conditions, but he's got 2 batsmen going hard at him, and they're going hard in the power play. Still a ball to go. And I have to say, it's been an impressive display of hitting by the openers. What do you think? If you're watching on our YouTube channel, let us know on the European Cricket Network. Here is Rana with the last ball of the over. Well, this is up, it's in the air, and Prince has got a chance. He has to go back. It'd be an amazing catch. Oh, what an effort it was from the Prince. But it went all the way off the end of his fingers. I don't even know if he would have been able to stay in the field of play. So an excellent effort and great commitment from that player. I know he's a fan favourite, but the result is clear. It's 6 more runs and another Maximo to finish the power play. And the Barna Royals, what a power play it was. They're over 60. They're 61 for no loss after 3.
Wow, what a power play indeed. It's hard to believe we're watching the same team there. The Prince, well, diving, but there was no way that even if he had taken that catch, which would have been amazing anyhow, but there's no way he would have stayed inside the rope by doing so. So it was always going to be 6. End of the power play. Well, they're absolutely gone ballistic here. 61 off 3.
Yeah, well, I mean, his best case scenario, perhaps he could have caught it and flicked it back into the field of play, and they may have got probably 2 runs, but still, the Prince, and we know he's not 100% fit. In fact, I don't even know he's 50% fit the way he's moving around, Rico. But he went after that ball, and he'd be disappointed. Couldn't pull off something miraculous, but he's that kind of player. And this is Amish Azad. He's going to bowl the 4th over now, of course. End of the power play, and 5 outfielders allowed, and the Warriors relieved about that. And his first one can be missed by everyone. We go for a bye. So what's the equation? We've got 50 runs now off 41 balls. So they've got it under control, don't they? I mean, this run rate's around the 7 to a 7.5 and over required, and they've got it in hand. But we did see the Royals earlier make a meal of their game against Barcelona. They seem to have them on toast, and much the same situation, although batting second this time. Can they cruise to a victory? Well, and he's away. An edge, and that's the end of Syed Shafat Ali. It was short of a length, perhaps not quite short enough to play that stroke, and from an off-stump kind of a line, you see there's nice bowling Amish Shahzad, perhaps a little bit full, but good sportsmanship by the batsman as well. He knew he'd edged it, and he walked straight off, not waiting for the umpire's decision. The game being played in very good spirit here in Barcelona, Spain, but an important wicket, and we were just talking about it, weren't they? And we've seen power plays that are huge, and then we've seen teams really struggle sometimes to carry that momentum throughout those middle overs.
Yeah, that was a good delivery from Shahzad. In fact, the first 2 that he's bowled been very good, beating about the first time around. And this one, well, good angle, good pace, good lift, and smart catch taken. And as you say, the batsman not needing to be given out, not looking at the umpire. He knew he snicked it, and he was on his way. So the first wicket goes down. Well, they need a few more here, the Warriors.
Well, the new batsman has come out to the crease, and is Taki Ubazar for the Royals. He plays this one, well, I thought he might get it past the bowler, but he didn't quite, and Taki Ubazar, the keeper for the Royals, come out to bat at number 3. Just looking in the YouTube chat, Rico, we've got Shubdeep Deb. Wow, from the men in blue. I bet they're still thrilled about that golden ball win yesterday. He's saying, good afternoon, Luke. Of course, Luke Belgium in the chat. Seems to run the chat, doesn't he, Luke? And he says the next game should be very exciting. Pakai Care versus the Warriors. This next one is hit towards cover. Some confusion, but smart that he didn't throw that, Rico, because there's no one backing up So a good option from the fielder there. Yes, he thinks the next game should be very interesting. Pakai Care should edge it, I guess. But yeah, who's to say? Especially with no Mohamed Yassin in the lineup today for Pakai Care. And Jaffrey's been a little bit, well, not inconsistent, he's been consistently bad with the bat lately, hasn't he? And this one is hit down the ground. Rana will do the fielding single. So Pakai Care, can you see them? Can you see them dropping the game to the Warriors? Or do you think that Pakai Care, I mean, on paper they'd be big favourites, but you never know what's going to happen, especially last game of the day. Weird things happen, don't they?
Yeah, and I think the other important thing is, especially for them, is they're batting first. That's what they like to do.
It's a good toss to win. This one's off the thigh pad. That'll be just the single. So again, you see the power play comprehensively won by the Royals, but we've seen, we even saw the game the other day where there were more scored in the power play, the 3 overs, than they scored in the other 7 overs combined. So, you know, it can change, and again, different feel of the game with 5 outfielders as opposed to just the 2 outfielders, and sometimes the batsman trying a bit hard. So Hamza Assar, I tell you what, the guy needs a break though, doesn't he? You said he made 39, of course, on Tuesday, but he's bowling and fielding today, costing his team a lot of runs, but he's had a chance to get it back. But look who they've brought back at a key moment, and it's Mohamed Nazim. Bowled very well in his first over. Pacey. Wow, this one's pacey. It's off the bat. Makes a little bit of room, sends it out of the ground. That's a Maximo.
Welcome back, says Hamza, and take that.
Oh, Hamza, I tell you what. Oh, don't know if he's got a stress ball in the dressing room, but I tell you what, he's taking all his stress out on this ball, isn't he? Wow, I can't believe the aggression from the man there, Hamza Azhar. Nazim, probably I think the best bowler for Warriors at the moment, and he's just shown him no respect. Nazim, can he come back? This is short and cracked. Don't think there'll be a run there. There's a try, no one backing up. And a run, but I tell you what, it's actually, normally overthrows aren't great, but I'd be pretty relieved to have Hamza at the other end if I'm the Warriors right now. That huge 6, what a shot that was, first ball of this over.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good bit of cricket there. I mean, a lot of people have different views about do you have a shot at the stumps or not. Obviously, in this format of the game, every run is so important, as we keep saying. But if that had hit and you got the main man, Hamza, out, it would have been massive. So worth a go. And he's got 2 men back there backing up.
That's right, and Nazim comes in again. Well, this is up, it's in the air. I think it's going to carry just over Deepak Rana and 6 more. So frustration for the Warriors. That's 2 Maximos that have just gone over the boundary by only a metre or so. Yeah. And Deepak Rana, well, he did well, came around, made good position. He couldn't have done much more. You can see where he was there. He's right back on the line.
Well, Mazar in on the act now as well.
Isn't he? Oh, this one's gone up again. And this could be a chance right on the line as the fielder, and he takes an excellent catch. So a key wicket there. Taki Umazar came out and he was 6 and out. And you got to say, that was an excellent piece of fielding. The breeze carrying that all the way, but he was right back on the line.
That's a very, very good catch. And you know, if you ever want to see a good technique, how to take a catch, how about that? He kept his eye on the ball all the time. Then he got balanced, got down low, cushioned the ball coming into him and made it look easy. And how important was that?
Yeah, Amish Shahzad down there, and he held his nerve at a key moment. And we saw Taki Umazar come out, and he wasn't afraid to go. Obviously, quite a few of these Royals fancy themselves with the attacking strokes, and why not with the main man there as well. At the moment, Hamza Azhar, as long as he's there, they'd be pretty confident, and so why not play your strokes? Nazim just comically losing the ball in his run-up, so he'll get a chance to go back and bowl that one again. But wow, seen some fireworks, haven't we, from the Royals, and it's hard to believe against Barcelona they let that game slip, but they're playing like they've got a score to settle. As Mohamed Nazim comes in, just blocked away down the ground. Shajil Kaiser has come in to join Hamza Assar. So, twists and turns of this game, hey Rico? It's around a runner ball just over, so you'd say as long as Hamza's there, the Royals have it under control, but he could go at any moment. And we've seen these games change complexion very fast. 1 or 2 quick wickets can make all the difference. That's the end of the over. And at the end of that over, the score is 79 for 2. And pretty good over there from Nazim. Went for a 6, just carried the line. 78 for 2 is the score. That leaves the equation at 34 runs off 30 balls, so under 7 and over. So you would think that the Royals are still in the box seat here. Hamish Shazad's going to continue. And he's bowled! So a big wicket at a key moment of the game. Hamza Assar, he tried to work it on the leg side. Looked like it got a little bit of pad and crashing into the stumps. So again, every time you think the game's going one way, there's a twist around the corner, and Hamza Assar, well, he's got his team in a winning position, but he'll have to leave it to his teammates. You can see Hamish Shazad, well, he was the man of the moment a second ago, taking a key catch out on the boundary, and then he grabs the ball and takes the big wicket of Hamza Assar, and that's the end of his involvement in match 19. Assar, well, what an adventure he had. That one crashing into the stumps. So, Amir Shazad, you see this one here, just catching that front pad on the knee roll. You see it crashing into the stumps, and again, Hamza Assar saying, well, his game finishes a bit like it started, feeling a bit frustrated about that. It could quite easily have gone anywhere off the pad, Rico, and unfortunately for him, it crashed into the stumps. So, here's Amir Shazad again. And now, well, let's hit the keeper on the end of the fingers. I think he's not particularly impressed about that. Waqar Iqbal, we said it wasn't that easy to keep back there. Some of them shooting through, and look, on paper, 7 and over looks easy, but when you're out there, you're not playing on paper, are you, Rico? It's a different proposition when you're brand new to the middle. We've got 2 brand new batsmen here, Sharjeel and Anna Sultan Khan.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one thing that we were saying earlier as we see this delivery come through now.
This is pulled away nicely, and I think this might run all the way. Yeah, just using the pace of the bowler. Hamish Shazad straying onto leg stump. And he says, nice shot to Sharjeel, so good sportsmanship as well. And he knows he made a bit of an error there, putting the ball in an area where he didn't have much protection. There was just the fine leg, and he's a lot finer than where that ball ended up. He's moving another player out there now. So an important boundary just to keep the Royals on target. The Ripoll Warriors, well, they were undefeated in this tournament before this match, but they look to be in some serious trouble here in match 19. Well, that's well bowled. Shazad, a good comeback, and I like Shazad the way he goes about his cricket, Rico. He tries very hard, gives everything for his team, and that's what it's all about. These players so enthusiastic, they just love the game of cricket. We love to watch them play.
Yeah, I think we're in an interesting phase here because you've got the key men that are out. There's some conversation going on between the umpire and the captain here. But it gives me time to say that one of the things we said at the beginning of this is say this run chase, it relies on batsmen getting in and seeing their way to the end and finishing the game, and that's one thing that we haven't seen a lot of. So both 2 batsmen there getting into the 30s, looking really well, looking strong, and then getting out, and that puts pressure on the other batsman. And I think Ripoll here, they've got their tails up, a couple of good overs in here, and well, they fancy themselves to defend this.
I don't know how many close finishes I can take, actually. I'm running out of my heart medication because there's been a few heart stoppers, haven't there, here in Barcelona for the first Fanco European Cricket Series of 2021 in Spain. It's a great place to be. Sun's out tonight. 15 degrees. Shazad, well, this is well bowled. He attacks the stumps, and it's a different ball game, isn't it? You've got the new batsman out there, and we saw it yesterday. We saw it with Karkus, of course, yesterday, reaching his 50 and 20 short of victory. They went down, and yeah, it's difficult for the new batsman to come and adjust again. The surface is not super easy either because it's not really a traditional cricket pitch, the wooden base and the carpet over the top. It's a little bit unusual.
We look like we're at runner ball now. This is a well, a big decision being made here. Now we know that Prince Daman has been hobbling around. We saw him struggle when he was batting. We've seen him, well, he's probably got it well strapped up. We've seen him move around a little bit freer in the field, attempted diving catch, which would have been extremely unbelievable if he had taken it, especially if he managed to stay inside the rope as well. But now he's given the ball. He's going to have a bowl. Let's see how this goes.
This is courageous or foolish, depending what you think. Well, he tries, and this is comes through at a decent pace. I get one. I think about two, but Shajil's going to get sent back by his partner there, Anas Sultan Khan. And it's a no ball. So Prince perhaps overstriding, and well, that's probably the last thing we were expecting from the Prince. And this becomes a free hit, so that could be crucial. But the Prince, well, he's a charismatic player. This reminds me a bit of the Karate Kid at the end. He's on one leg. This is a slower ball, kind of short delivery, and a bit clever because it wasn't what the batsman was expecting. He expected it to come through a lot quicker and gets away with it. So gets away with only one off the free hit. Another free hit that the batsman couldn't cash in, and that makes it 25 off 24 balls, 23 balls I should say. Next one's edge, and it flies away past the keeper, and that went at a rate of knots. Not much Waqar Iqbal could do. He's not having the easiest time behind the stumps. He's creeping forward to try and get the ball before the second bounce, but when it takes an edge like that, it whizzed past his ears, and it's gone all the way. So even though the Prince is struggling a bit, he still can whip those arms through and get the ball down at a fair pace. So 4 runs, and the gamble with the Prince. They really need a wicket now.
Yeah, they've been unfortunate there. I mean, the Prince has seen that edge going through. Nazim Mohammed had a couple as well.
Well, this is up in the air, and the chance is there. Shazad, oh, he couldn't quite catch it, but it won't go for 4. The batsman should come back for 2. It was a good effort. He had to come forward, and it wasn't an easy chance. It would have been a sensational catch. But in the end, it'll be 2 runs, and 2 valuable runs for the Royals.
Yeah, and they'll be thinking, or should be thinking, they don't have to take any risk. They've already got the required runs they need of this over, but took another chance there, but it'll drop safe. They probably won't go for 2 this time.
Yeah, just a single this time, and tell you what, this is where the Warriors, they just need to find a way to take this game deep, take it into the last over. Don't let the Royals run over them too quickly, and see if they can build some pressure and tension in that batting lineup. This is up in the air again. It's going to be into the gap. It's going to skate away, and Shazad, I've been impressed with his fielding. Could be a chance. Oh yeah, I think he's got him. And he's getting given out. So what a good piece of fielding that is. And well gathered by Prince Daman at the stumps. It bounced just in front of me. A slight fumble, but then he was able to gather it. And I didn't mind that. Shajil coming back, trying to force an extra run. Perhaps he was pressured into it by his partner, Anas Sultan Khan. But you see this? He's through very quickly, and I think it was actually Shajil that took the initiative and ran back there, trying to put some pressure on the field, and that's not a bad idea, but the fielding's been very improved this series. We talked about it time and time again, Rico, and the fielding making a difference there.
Yeah.
And again, a dangerous player removed, and another wicket goes down for the Warriors.
Yeah, I mean, there's good cricket there. I think, again, Shazad has been very good.
For the Royals, I should say, and Prince comes back in, pushes the batsman back, and it'll be a dot. So again,
I think for a moment there, and Shazad thought the same when he got the throw in. He saw where the Prince was standing, wasn't really standing in the right place, and he thought that chance was going to go begging. But the Prince did well, stopped the ball. Luckily for him, I think it dropped in front of him off his hands. He was able to pick it up and get the run out. And again, all of these things matter because it's they didn't complete the second run, so it was only a single. They've got a new man now at the crease. And the Warriors, if I was in their position, if I was their captain here, I would keep attacking. I would put pressure on the batsman that's in to try and force him to hit big and not allow him to get the strike as much as he wants and get the new person on strike.
Well, we've had some redemption stories so far in this match already, Rico, and this is Iqbal Iqbal Khan, who went for 26 in his first over. He bowled the second over and took some punishment, but he has a chance to make amends here in a key moment of the game. It's well bowled, and they're just going to get a single, so it's run a ball, and run a ball seems pretty easy, but with 2 new batsmen, quite possible you can get a couple of dots and then just build the pressure, force a mistake. But what's critical here for the Warriors is that they take every chance that is afforded to them if they're going to win this game and secure victory. Oh, this is well bowled. Just what we're talking about there. It's Anas Sultan Khan just playing and missing, and that evens the equation. 16 off 16. Tension here at the Montjuic Olympic Ground. Well, this is in the air. I think it might be in the gap. Not much that the Prince can do about that. It carries the boundary again for another Maximo. And that relieves the pressure for the Royals as they get within 10 runs of this target with a tick under 2 overs to remain.
Yeah, this is a big shot, and it makes a huge bit of difference to this match. I mean, like you're saying, they need 6 and over. Well, that's them scored off that one shot. Already got a single in this one.
Look, they need a wicket here or a dot. And a dot will do, and that brings it back 10 off 10. And again, we said, Rico, they've got to take it to this last over. Anything can happen if you take it to the last over. Anas Sultan Khan just pulling the big shot out when it was required. The Royals, they don't want to let another one slip. They're within sight of victory. It's Akhtar Iqbal Khan. Wow. Tried for the big shot. Again, at this point, and I'm going to sound like a broken record, I'm sure, Rico, but run a ball, 10 balls to go. You just can't afford dots. That's the only way you can lose. Just score. You've got all the field back. You've got all the field back, and if you're sure, if you get a ball that's obvious that you can hit for a boundary or hit for a Maximo, then by all means, but I wouldn't be trying to hit those good length balls out of the park at this stage. That's what he tries to do here, and he's going to find Shazad down at deep cover, so just the single, but yeah, all the tension makes it 9 off.
2 overs to go.
Oh, 2 overs to go, yeah, pardon me.
And
so we've got, yeah, at the end of the over, it's 103 for 4. So, yeah, just the 2 overs to go. 10 runs required. 9 runs required. I'll get something right eventually. It's been a long day. But, yeah, 9 runs required. So it's really important. And they might be giving another over to the Prince. And look, why not? He's the kind of X-factor player. But you know, I'd say you need a... Again, 9 off 12 looks very easy. But we have seen overs, even towards the end of the innings, only go for 2 or 3. We actually saw the last over of the first inning of this match. There were only 3 runs, and 2 of them were byes they shouldn't have got on the last ball. Yeah. As they threw the ball around. So that might come back to be very important in the context of this match as well. This is Prince Diman. This is struck away nicely, and I think they'll probably get 2 comfortably. The infielder has to go back and get it. It was Mohammad Nazim who did the fielding. So again, they seem to be on their way to victory here, the Barna Royals. 105 already, so 7 to win off 11 balls. The old corner store, 7-11. And it's number 7, Prince Diman. Again, he goes for his shot and he'll get a single, and now you'd have to say they'd have to fall over to lose, the Royals, and it's be a good victory for them, especially after that disappointing performance against Barcelona where they had the game in their grasp. And it keeps things interesting in the middle of Group B, doesn't it, Rico? Here's the Prince again. Is there another? There's another twist in store.
Yeah, he's got a snick on it. He's walking.
Yeah,
the umpire gave him the nod.
Yeah, you just see there no real celebrations from the Warriors. They think they're in a tough spot here, but again, anything can happen. There's still 6 to get. There's 9 balls remaining. There's a new batsman at the crease. You've got Anas Sultan Khan at the other end, who has been solid in the last couple of overs. Just getting a runner ball, but it's been what's required, hasn't it, from the Royals. But again, what a pressure situation. You've got 6 off 9. I'm telling you, if this new batsman coming out, and you can see he's coming out in the bottom half of the order, you wouldn't be surprised if you see ... here, and suddenly you need 6 off the last over. So his game's not dead yet.
Yeah, I mean, Prince Damian, he's got to make sure that nothing loose, try not to bowl short, right up. I still think a couple of overs ago, I said it then, that they've been too deep. If they were in more, they have more chances to take a catch, more chances to stop those type of shots. Yeah,
true. I agree with you there, especially mid on, mid off. You can't see the number 7 coming out and going over the top. And
Yeah.
It would be a difficult shot, wouldn't it? And if he does, well, good on him. But yeah, the single coming in was Anna Sultan Khan. He's just had what's been required for the Royals here as Prince Diman comes in. And this is sensible batting.
Yeah.
Because they are back on the edge of the circle, you have to say, and within sight of victory. But what a game we're going to have. The Warriors look, they're going to have to be Warriors, aren't they? Because they look a bit down and out after this game. They've hurt their star player, Prince Diman, battling through an injury, but he'll be a key man if they're going to challenge Pak Care in the 5th and final match of the day.
Once more, that's what I'm talking about. There's just nobody there. I mean, look at that. The wicketkeeper, the captain himself, he still ain't picked on it. He's got to run all that way to retrieve that ball. Nobody there at all. It's almost like Nilkesh Patel.
It's like
the umpire's got to feel that there's nobody around him. And they've just not put the pressure on. You know when the game's sort of slipping away from you and you think, you know what, they're going to get there easy. We need wickets. They would need wickets to win this game or to slow the run rate down. And their men have just been too deep. They haven't put a ring around them. They haven't really made them work too hard for these ones.
Yeah, you said it. And yeah, it was a bit of a ghost town in the infield, wasn't it? But I think they're going to have to come up now and take a bit of a gamble. This game is a last over game. And we've got another last over game to you here on the European Cricket Network. There's 2 to tie, 3 to win. The score 111 to 109 at this point. Prince Diman, he's going to wander back to his position at long off. And they've trusted Mohsin Ali well. He came up with some fireworks with the bat. Let's see if he can provide something special with the ball. He's only got 2 to defend. And he does come up with the goods. The first ball of the 10th over. And this game is alive. They've only got 2 to play with. 3 required for the victory. And the score is still 111 to 109. And Mohsin Ali, well, he may well be the man of the match in what may be a losing cause, but it won't be a losing cause if he has something to say about it. And you see here, perhaps a bit of inexperience from the batsman. He went the big shot. It wasn't the one to play it to. So still trailing by 2. They need 3 to win now off 5 balls.
5 balls, 3 to win. I mean, I'm just wondering if they're going to make a change here in the field. They've got to surely. Well, I do see there is one man now that's in now. Still got somebody right back there on the boundary at square leg. They've just got to come in. They've got to get into the ring and put a bit of pressure. They can't afford them to take these singles.
Yeah, I think you need to gamble and try and keep Anna Sultan Khan at the non-strikers end. This new batsman, he'll be desperate to get down to the safety of the non-strikers end. Mohsin Ali comes up with a good straight away. Here he comes, 3 off 5. And it's dropped.
Put him down.
Well, it's edged and dropped, and no run probably is the most important thing about that. And Wakali would be upset, and I'm sure Mohsin upset. That flew away. And I tell you what,
there's no harm done.
I would love to be a hand surgeon in Barcelona at the moment, because this one, I think it's gone on the end of the fingers. Wakali, it flew away so quickly, he didn't really have time to move his feet. I often think actually wicket keeping at this distance is more difficult than wicket keepers and first class bowlers where you're a long way back.
3 or 4.
You have no time. Yeah, 3 or 4. Oh no, it couldn't be, could it? Again, it's another dot. Well, 3 off 3. I know what you're going to write down. I know it starts with a G, and the second word starts with a B. Enrico, are we heading? We've got 3 off 3 now. I tell you what, I might blow through the roof of this tent if we had another golden ball. 3 off 3. The batsman, Nabil Kaiser. The captain, what can he do? 3 off 3 required. And he's missed that one, so 3 off 2. Oh, and could they snatch defeat from the jaws of victory? The Bana Royals, they did it before against Barcelona. So what do we got now? 3 off 2 required. So 3 off 2, 2 singles for a golden ball. He needs to score. I think they need to run almost no matter what. Even if he has to sacrifice himself to get Anna Sultan Khan down that end. He's watching helplessly. 3 runs off 2 required. And he'll get through. This might tie the game. Yes, and it does. So Mohsin Ali, whatever this has been, the scores are tied. 1-1-1 to 1-1-1. It's a double picket fence. Rico Full here at the Montjuic Olympic Ground in match 19 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
Well, they're finally getting the message. The men are coming in. For me, they're still a little bit too deep there on the offside. That's a little bit better. Yeah, close them in, get the ring in. And you know what? I fancy this being a dot ball.
Well, you know, it could quite be, but I know they're going to be running for absolutely anything, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Imagine the pressure if a ball is popped up in the air, essentially. At this stage, they need one run. If they don't score a run, we're heading to a golden ball. A golden ball tiebreaker. Here's Mohsen Ali. 1 to win for the Royals. A single run required. And it's a wide. It'll be the end of the game. It won't matter. Even if it's out, it's given out. But the game is over. The wide will win the game for the Royals. So what dramatic circumstances that is. I'm not even sure if the wicket counts because the game might be over on the call of wide. But regardless, it is by the barest of margins. The Barna Royals, they sneak in off the very, very last ball. And Mohsen Ali, wow, he bowled such a good last over. Just slipping that one down the leg side. And of course the wide, it's out. But then that's the moment that he realises, oh no. As soon as that ball goes down the leg side, it's out. And although the run out was affected by the keeper, and it was a nice bit of work by Waqar Iqbal there down the leg side as well, unfortunately, it was not enough to secure victory. And the Royals, well, they get redemption. And I'm feeling pretty good for Hamza Azhar at the moment, getting his team over the line. And good sportsmanship from the Warriors as well, applauding the other team. And what an exciting game. And just when you think you've got a clear outcome of a game, of course, Rico, you can expect in the Fancode European Cricket Series, things are going to take a turn.
Oh my word, what a game that was. I mean, who would have thought it was going to go right down to the last ball? Mohsen Ali, well, you got to give it to him. I mean, what a fantastic over that was. You know, for someone who's not bowled, he's mainly a batsman, he put them back in the game, and in the end, well, okay, the ball going down the leg side to finish it. And you're absolutely right, as soon as the ball went for wide and it was given, that was the end of the game, so the run out there won't count. But well, what a game. We keep getting these games. We're just,
wow.
It's just, you just don't know which way it's going to go. Absolutely fantastic. And guys, that's why Rico Ford always says this European cricket is a frenzy of explosive and action-packed entertainment, and no wonder it's taking the world by storm.
Well, you're not wrong there, Rico. And Mohsen Ali, wow, what a game he played. He's still my man of the match regardless. I know he wasn't quite able to drag his team across the line. And the Warriors, they lose their first game of this Fancode European Cricket Series by the barest of margins. That was a fantastic catch there earlier in this match. And you can see they're appreciated from a safe distance by their teammates. But wow, just when you think it's going one way, something will come. And this was a great bowling comeback when you think about it. The fact that they snuck in by a single run, how important were these 4 wickets by Saeed Gulrez Hussain? He had 2 wickets in consecutive balls and did it twice, and it was twice as nice for that player. And you can see there getting it done in that last over. He only had 1 off the bat in the last over, did Saeed Gulrez Hussain, and that proved to be all the difference. And you see there a wicket which changed the game really. You see this one flying away, some pace on the ball, and Akhtar, well, he got a fair bit of punishment. Our man Hamza Azhar, well, he didn't have a great time in the field or with the ball. But I tell you what, with bat in hand, Rico, he was very destructive.
Very destructive indeed. I mean, he smashed the ball all over the place, 29 of 14. And you know what? You got to feel a little bit for the Rico Warriors because they had a little bit of bad luck there at the beginning as well. Ball hitting the edge, going to the boundary. And sometimes, you know, it's just not meant to be. But they never gave up. They kept fighting. And to take this game right the way to the last ball, that was really some doing. And they almost sneaked it in.
I said it, didn't I, Rico? Anytime you take the game to the last over, anything can happen. And this is a nice catch by Shahzad. I thought he applied himself well. He can be proud of his efforts from the Warriors. And that was the moment when they had it all under control with Hamza Azhar. Said, oh, why me? I thought perhaps I could see us home. And this is a nice bit of fielding as well, throwing off balance. Shahzad taking a risky second. You see an awkward bounce for the Prince. But he scooped that one up and just nonchalantly knocked over the wickets. And then an interesting finish by Mohsen Ali. He said, is it possible? Is it possible? Unfortunately, even though the run out was affected on the last ball, it was all to no avail as the last ball was a wide. And so in the end, it'll go down as 1 ball to spare. But we know it was a last ball finish here in the Fancode ECS Spain. Looking at my dashboard for match 20, it's the 5th and final match of the day And we're going to see Pakai Care come out to bat first. The Ripple Warriors, well, it says 2-0 there. They've just fallen to their first loss, so they'll be 2-1 going into this game against Pakai Care 3-0. And you see Pakai Care, they've got a very powerful top three that they've listed. Oh, the Mohammeds, Ihsan Shafri and Kamran. Umar Ahmed, well, we saw him open the batting as well, and he's a powerful stroke maker as well. And Shiraz at 5. So that's the thing about the Pakai Care batting lineup, because they can all hit the ball well. They have confidence to go for their shots, and I think we're going to see some fireworks in their power play.
Yeah, absolutely. This game is going to be all about character again, character of Ripple Warriors. That game would have taken a lot out of them. It was hard for them in the batting, hard for them in the fielding, went all the way down to the wire. They'd be disappointed losing that game on the last ball, and they haven't got a lot of time to regroup. Also, what's the injury to Prince Damien like? Has it got worse?
Yeah.
A lot of ifs there, but you know what? As we've seen already in that game, it looks like a team's out of it, and they just come back. That's the beauty of this T10 format.
That's right. And look, the Warriors, they'll be desperate to make amends. They'd love to get what surely would be an upset against this Pakai Care lineup, but Mohsin Ali, the way he was hitting the ball, anything's possible, and they've shown that they've got some players that can rub it with the best here in Barcelona. So we'll leave you for now for about 10 minutes, but don't go anywhere. Go make a cup of tea, or perhaps if it's a bit later at night, you can make yourself a little drink of whatever you like. But join us again in 10 minutes for the intro to match 20. It's the 5th and final match of the day. This is Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full, and this is the European Cricket Network, and you are watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. We'll see you shortly.
Well, hello and welcome back to the Fancode European Cricket Series right here on the European Cricket Network. Mr. Maximo with you here, and we're ready for the fifth and final match of the day. It's match 20 of the Fancode European Cricket Series, and Pack I Care are going to come back to play the Ripoll Warriors. What an interesting matchup this is going to be. I'm going to hand it over to the match referee for the toss of the coin.
Tails is the call, and it's tails. So Pack I Care won the toss. What would you like to do? First. Pack I Care won the toss and elected to bat first.
So you saw there the Pack I Care captain, Shiraz Ahmed. He's definitely going to bat first on this surface. He told me he'd really want to get out there and try and put a big score on the board. We've seen how destructive they've been at the top of the order. Mohammad Ihsan, he's been in great form. He missed out a little bit with the bat in the previous game. I wonder who they will partner with him. Could be Mohammad Jaffrey. He's been a bit short of runs. Perhaps they'll send him to the top of the order. And of course, Mohammad Jaffrey, very destructive with the ball. They've got some superstars in their team. Mohammad Kamran, of course, he is a crowd favourite. Well, the Ripoll Warriors, they lost some early wickets in that last game, so their batting's been a bit shaky, and we wonder about the fitness of their key player, Prince Deman. But I tell you what, Rico, it's going to be a very interesting finish to the day here in match 20. With 5 matches every day, the European Cricket Network keeps serving up the cricket entertainment. It's over to you in the box.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Yes, we're in for an exciting run feast. That's my prediction for this game. I mean, Pack I Care, we know all about their strengths, and they're just strong in every department, aren't they, really? It's not any weaknesses really to point out when they're on top. They're on top, and at the moment, even though they're missing a couple of their key players, like the normal captain, Mohammad Babar is missing, spin bowler Sikandar Ali. They'll probably feature perhaps later on in this Fancode European Cricket Series. Remember, so many more games still to come. In total, 124 games. But they've been awesome. Mohammad Ihsan, I would guess that he will be opening up again. Well, if he shows the sort of form that is when he scored 74 in just 33 balls, well, that'll be something to see. And I just got a feeling here, with the sun shining on them, with them already having played today, that we're in for a feast, an exhibition of T10 run scoring. I could be wrong. I could have put a curse on them. I hope not, because it certainly would be great to finish the day with a game that's full of loads of runs. We've seen loads of wickets fall today. We've seen a fair number of runs. Oh, key players for me, I've mentioned Mohammad Ihsan. Well, Mohammad Yassin is missing, but Mohammad, well, I think he batted very well, stepping up to open the batting, hit a few big ones himself. Then, of course, you can never write off the likes of Mohammad Jaffrey and Mohammad Kamran as well. And I'm sure there's a few others down the order which we wouldn't normally see that are around us. Ripoll Warriors, well, they've got to pick themselves up. They're right back doing what they were a few minutes ago in the field. They've got to start all over again. And in the end, well, they somehow took that game to the very last ball. But how much did that game take out of them? Vinny Sandhu back in the box. Welcome back, Vinny.
Yeah, it's good to be back. And yeah, no surprise to me when Pack I Care won the toss, electing to bat first. And now, Rico, if you remember yesterday, we made an interesting prediction in match 5, didn't I? I predicted a bit of an upset. I predicted Fateh to get up last night, and they didn't quite. So would you like to know who I think is going to win this game? I'm sure a lot of people are interested out there.
Well, you know, I know that you sometimes can be a gambling man, and you like to...
Think I tip an upset? Do you think I might tip an upset?
I think you may do, and I can understand where you're coming from, yeah.
Well, I can tell you, I think Pack I Care are going to win this comfortably. I think Ripoll, I think that, it can't be easy backing up. Although Mohammad Nazim, I tell you what, he will have to do some damage to the top order. And the reason is, I think it's pretty tough for the Warriors to come out backing up after that dramatic last ball victory, or loss I should say, victory for the opposition. The Royals sneaking through a wide off the last ball of the match, and here's ball 1 of match 20.
And bowling to Mohammad Jaffrey is opening up.
That's a nice shot as well. It's going to take some stopping. It's going to go all the way to the boundary. So Mohammad Jaffrey's been pushed to the top of the order. And I think that breaks his run of ducks, Rico.
It does indeed. I was just about to say, you took the words out of my mouth. He finally opening up or coming in higher up the order, manages to avoid getting 0 to his account. He opens up, first ball, 4 runs.
Interesting, he faced the first ball as well. I mean, Mohammed Ihsan opening up with him. And he's been very destructive. Took 32 off and over the first over of the innings earlier in this tournament.
It's well bowled.
I actually think this suits Mohammed Jaffrey a little bit better. The pace, he's quite an accomplished cricketer. He's played first-class cricket back in Pakistan, and that kind of experience. He's not too bothered with the pace because he's got a good cricket technique. Mohammed Nazim, not an easy customer for most on this wicket, but you can see there timing the ball crisply, and he enjoys the ball coming onto the bat. So I'd consider actually slowing the ball down, perhaps bowling a spinner the second over, just to try and disrupt the rhythm of the batsman. Well, he didn't know much about this one, did he? As he had a waft outside off stump and some good pace and carry for Mohammed Nazim.
Yeah, big swing there. I mean, if we do see that again, you'll see he's not really moved his feet. He's had a big old swipe, but you've got to move his feet. He's an experienced campaigner. We call him probably the Mr. Evergreen of European cricket, really. He's been around the scenes. Well, got one more to fend off. He played that well.
And they will get a single this time. And we'll get our first look at Mohammed Ihsan, and he's been a revelation for Pakai Care. Very powerful, sets a solid base, and been pretty impressive so far, to say the least. Also, he does a very handy job behind the stumps for Pakai Care. But it's got to be early wickets, and this Pakai Care batting lineup so strong, so deep. Well, this one, you see what happens, and it goes over the top into the marquee, and that's the first 6 of the match.
Yeah, lovely shot, and again, just pure timing, isn't it? I mean, in all fairness, this wasn't the worst of deliveries.
Well, it's certainly one way to get off the mark, isn't it, Rico? When we all love to do that, but you see the extra pace. Some of these batsmen with good techniques, they enjoy the extra pace on this wicket, and they know how to use it. And that one almost ripping a hole in the marquee as that was whipped over the square leg boundary for 6.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a smidge going down the leg, and how quick he was to latch onto it. Short. That's a good response. Something different.
Yeah, that's the end of the first over, Rico. Good one from Nazim Mohammed. And at the end of the over, it's 11 for no loss for Pakai Care. A pretty good over, but we've seen some pretty explosive power plays. 11, not too bad when you consider as well that over half of them came in that one stroke from Mohammed Ihsan. So, Pakai Care, what sort of a power play target do you think that they'd be happy with?
Well, we know what they've been achieving so far. They're sort of under par here. I mean, I suppose Mohammed Ihsan will say, well, that's what happens when I don't open. But no, I still think 30. They know that's what they would have set themselves. Power play has got to be 30 plus. So I think some shots coming here.
This looks like the Prince. He's going to open the bowling for the Warriors.
Digs it in short, nobody there at all, not very sensible, smashed away. I mean, when you think he's not 100%, he's not running in and banging that in, well, he's going to have to do an awful lot or put an awful lot into this pitch to get that ball anywhere up, looking dangerous to a man like Mohammed Jaffrey. That's easy pickings for him.
We were worried about getting too full to Jaffrey, but an overcorrection. Let's see what he comes back with here, the Prince. It's a better length as it's a straight pull down the ground for a single. Now, I want to know about Mohammed Yassin. Is it true that Mohammed Yassin, any truth through Mohammed Yassin and Mohammed Ihsan aren't talking to each other after the run out on Tuesday?
Not that I've heard.
And very grumpy. There's a lot of chatter on social media about that because they had a nasty mix-up, didn't they, as they were flying in that game on Tuesday. Here's the Prince.
Oh, well, that wasn't too far away. Shots of catch it.
No, just joking, actually. This Mohammed Yassin taking the day off. It's a long tournament, of course. 10 group matches for each of these teams. But after today, we won't see these Group B teams again until the first day of week 3. I think the 22nd of February. So I'll get a bit of a chance to rest and recover.
That's well hit. Is it going to beat the fielder? Chases on, but the fielder can't get to it. That's very well hit. Straight and hard, giving no chance to Deepak Rana.
You see the power there of Mohammed Ihsan. He didn't look to hit that super hard. I mean, it was obviously a pretty good connection, but it raced to the boundary. throws his hands at this one, but there's a man set back there, so just a single. But yeah, it's a good chance, I think, for Mohamed Jaffrey. You mentioned he hasn't scored a lot of runs in the European Cricket Series, and let's see if he can build on this promising start in match 20.
Well, this time Rana having to run to his right. He will get there. Goes down, stops the ball, restricts Jaffrey to the single.
Again, I mean, anything's possible, isn't it? In this game, the Warriors, especially with the form of Mohsin Ali, you saw last time, and we know Prince Diman, what he's capable of with the bat. That's the end of the over. It's 22. And again, so legs 11 twice. That's 22 off the first 2 overs. And the Prince, after a bit of a loose start, comes back and recovers. Not too bad, and we thought we might see some big fireworks, and we've seen a couple of nice strokes, but nothing of the magnitude that we saw on Tuesday in the power play. Both their power plays over 60, I think they were on Tuesday, but
Nazim to continue. That's a good throw, and he'll be struggling and deciding against the single, probably thinking a few years ago, maybe 10, he would have taken that.
Well, it was a nice pick up by the Prince, wasn't it, on the first bounce and on the edge of the circle, having a throw, but preventing the run. So Jaffrey to face.
It's in the air, and well, just over the head of Prince Diman there. Good shot to be playing inside the power play. Doesn't matter too much if you don't find the middle of the bat. It's more about placement, and he plays this in the right area. The wrist coming into play, guiding that ball to the area you wanted to. So Mohamed Jaffrey, though he's not hitting too cleanly, still finding the boundary. He moves on to 15.
Just makes a different kind of a sound when you hear the ball off Mohamed Jaffrey's bat, don't you? It's a sign of a good player. And he has lost his wicket early quite a few times. Here's Nazim.
Oh, he's mullered that. Balle, smashing into the board in there. 6 carreras más. Mira esta hombre. Qué fuerte tiene 6 carreras.
Wow, this was a mucho maximo. We'll see it on the replay. And it was just too short, and he loves pouncing on that. And he loves the ball. We see how much he loves the pace coming onto the bat and just using Mohamed Nazim's pace against him. And it crashed into the fence. That's a long way past the boundary line. Let's see what Nazim comes back with.
Oh, that's smashes into his pads. I think Mohamed Jaffrey will be disappointed he didn't make more off this. He got into shape, but was hurried a little in the end on the shot. I think he likes to play on the back foot, doesn't he, Mohamed Jaffrey? And if you're going to be putting the ball where he can get on his back foot and rock away and pull you or cut you, he's going to do it.
Well, just a couple of balls left in the power play now. Well, that's very loose, and that's going to be trouble for the Warriors. That one's gotten away from Mohamed Nazim. He tried to go a little bit fuller, but he lost the radar, and unfortunately the edge of the pitch made that race away for 5 extras. So with 2 balls left in the power play, Pack Care are 37 for no loss. And I tell you what, when you're playing a team like Pack Care, you don't want to give them any unnecessary runs just like that.
No, not at all. And we were saying that the minimum they'll settle for in the power play is 30. Well, and I was saying, well, they want to be excelling the 30s. Well, they have 30.
This will be a
37
free.
now.
Is this going to be a hit or miss? It's free hit, Rico. Quick, hit or miss?
Oh, hit.
Hit. I'm going to go miss. Oh, it's kind of a draw, isn't it? Oh, but hold on, here we go. And it's, oh my word. And just a bad misfield down there. And it's going to go all the way for 4 runs. So I don't know.
Did you say that was a... How can that be a draw?
I think that's
a
draw.
boundary.
Well,
No way.
No, I'm talking about...
No way.
I wasn't talking about the result. I was talking about whether it be a big hit or not. I don't think that qualifies as a big hit.
Well, other than a
Agree to
6.
disagree.
Other than a 6, yes, it was.
Double or nothing next time.
Come on, guys. Rico or Vinny? It's got to be Rico.
Luke Belgium says, worst ball of tournament? Question mark. It wasn't far away, was it? Especially for one of the better bowlers, Mohamed Nazim. Well, he's got his chance to get his revenge here against Jaffrey. It's a bit short again. Don't bowl there to Mohamed Jaffrey. In fact, I don't know if they're going to find this one. That's gone a long way. It bounces all the way off the baseball fence. And Oh, Mohammed Nazim. Well, there's no doubt that that was a hit, Rico. That one's gone a long way.
Long way indeed, and yeah, that warrants the title of a Bizaway Super 6. We were just saying he likes to be playing on the back foot. Well, we know it, I think, Vinny, but well, some of the Ripper Warrior bowlers need to understand that as well. They're just basically feeding him at the moment.
Yeah, and you can see that it doesn't have to be that short. He's looking for it. It was good footwork. He transfers the weight onto his back foot, and he's merciless on those short of a length deliveries. You've got to get Fuller, try and force him into a stroke now. At least they have the luxury of pushing some extra outfielders back, as that's the end of the power play. So 5 are allowed out of the circle now, and the Prince is going to bowl out, and they're really throwing a couple of their better bowlers at the top of this game. I don't think it's a bad tactic from the Warriors. But this one, there's no mercy again, and it's Mohammed Ihsan, of course, saying anything you can do, I can do better, and 6 more to pack I care.
Yeah, just lovely. Lovely to watch, especially if you're not a Ripper Warriors player. It's good hitting this. Super stuff, and there was 25 that went off that last over, and with this one starting on 6, well, it's looking, well, the 50's up already, 53.
Well, the Prince can be tough.
And that's better bowling, took the pace off it, concentrating on outside the off stump. And it's interesting that, I mean, if you were to quickly just pause this match, if you could, and have a look where all the runs are being scored, well, it doesn't take much to know where you need to be bowling. Outside that off stump.
And you see exactly what you're saying is correct there. Expert comments from Rico Full. Now, there's half a chance of the bowler's end. It was very slow to get going, wasn't he, Mohammed Ihsan? But get home. You're exactly right, Rico. And when you see where the runs have been scored, if you saw the wagon wheel, a lot have gone on that onside. Almost all the runs scored there. So you've got to find a way to get it outside there. And the other thing I wouldn't mind seeing them try is just a slower bowling option.
The man comes in again. Short, and it's going to be put away. They're just not learning. There goes another one. Ginna bada shaka patake chalpe aki in the baseball ground, the Olympic Montjuic ground. We're seeing 6s all over the place here.
Maximo mucho. That was really huge. That one's almost gone over the fence, and it's a tall fence. Let's see what happens next ball. He tries it again, but oh, Rico and Jaffrey, you can't believe he's collected a pond full of ducks so far, hasn't he, in the European Cricket Series? But I tell you what, he's making up for it here, and he's really going to town here in match 20 of the Fancode European Cricket Series.
So, I was about to say well bowled, but it was obviously wider than I thought it was.
I'm going to make a big call here. You ready?
Go on.
Because you know, I know you like my big calls in match 5.
Go on.
Century to Jaffrey.
Okay. That means Fierce, he'll be out this ball. Hit in the air. And thank you very much.
Give me a break. Give me a break.
La 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 la.
Foot on the line. Oh, I tell you what. Looks like I'm out of the prediction business.
Okay,
Got to be kidding me, don't you?
You see your bag?
Oh,
Just pack your stuff and go
my bag's
home.
full of wrong predictions. I might start walking home. Got to be kidding me. What an important wicket that is for the Ripple Warriors. What do you guys think? Luke Belgium, you have some sympathy for me there? He was on, wasn't he? Got to be kidding me. Oh, tell you what, Mohammed Jaffrey, when you watch this back, you owe Mr. Maximo big time. Tell you what, I thought you were on today. He's disappointed. It was the only way he was going to go, wasn't he? Oh, well, it gets late in the day. We get a bit crazy here at the Fancode European Cricket Series. And I'm going to have to write. The next prediction is I'm not making any more predictions for the rest of the year. Not even, don't even mind the rest of the day or the rest of the week or the rest of the tournament.
What a great catch that was. And that
Wasn't
was
it ever? And you didn't want to drop him, did you?
Jugaad Singh taking a good catch under pressure. He's seen the ball being hit all over the place. Bowlers are bowling no balls, wides, 6s galore. Under pressure, takes the catch. And, well, it's Mohammed Ihsan on strike.
Yeah, Mohammed Kamran's come to join him in the middle, and this will be interesting. This ball will need another one because that one is gone, and I think that one might be in the ocean.
Well, it's probably bounced off the Olympic Stadium, and yeah, Pretty sure going all the way into the sea. That's big. Well, he's probably saying once more to Mohamed Jaffrey, who is 37 off 17 balls. He's back in the dugout saying, this is the way you do it. If you're going to hit it, you hit it.
Well, Amir Shahzad, welcome to the crease.
Slices that away, and agonisingly for the bowler, goes in between the two fielders there, and not able to cut off the boundary as well. So getting a little bit lucky there. But, well, if you're going to have a swing and you swing hard, it's one of the few that have gone out onto the offside. And, well, Mohammed Kamran there cheekily trying to educate Mohamed Ishan and how he needs to play those shots. I don't think he needs too much coaching, really.
Oh, it doesn't, does he?
There we go.
Got all under control. And you know what? I'm going to do my little bit for the Warriors here. Now, I knew I just said I wouldn't make any more predictions, right? But I reckon Mohamed Ihsan, century. What do you think? He's a bit behind at the moment.
I'm just not even entertaining you anymore with this.
Century.
I'm not entertaining you anymore with this.
Look, I want a good game.
You're bound to get something right eventually.
I just want a good game.
Yeah, it didn't quite go where he wanted to. I think he was looking for this gap here towards us.
Okay, a century might be out of reach. I'm going to say 80 plus. Okay, I'm going to go 80 plus. Come on, give me a loan, Rico. I need it. Need to feed the kids. Oh, I've been struggling, haven't I? This is why I just stick to watching the cricket normally here. Here he is on strike. This pushes away. It's pretty well bowled, actually. I like Amir Shahzad as a cricketer, Rico. I like the way he's always giving 100%.
Yeah.
No matter what he's doing, whether it's with the bat or with the ball or in the field. And yeah, you see then the way he went after that. And even this situation where they're taking a bit of punishment, aren't they, at the moment, the Warriors, but giving 110%. Amir Shahzad, he can be very proud of his efforts. And we've got European Cricket Network, they're on to me. Preparations prevent poor predictions. Well, that's if Mohammed says, Mr. Maximum, please don't make predictions. I was famous for my predictions last year. They were pretty accurate. Yeah, that's it.
You wait until you hear from the Mohamed Jaffrey fan club.
Well, I'm a member of it, actually, the Mohamed Jaffrey fan club. Love to watch him. How good was he pouncing on those short balls as well, Rico? He was sending each one further and further.
This is good bowling here. And all of a sudden you just see the difference. Just took the pace of it, not trying to whiz the ball through, bowled a good line, and those boundaries stopped, and we're going back to singles. Well bowled indeed there.
I'm also going to predict that I don't win the lottery. Just so you know, next week I'm pretty sure I won't win the lottery.
Well, we're at the halfway stage. 75, the 1 wicket gone, and that of the man who was predicted to make a ton but never did. But we're moving on from that now.
I tell you what.
And well, this is a gamble, I think, here. They probably haven't got too many other options. But Iqbal coming on.
This is Mohammed Kamran. I'm sure he'd love to get in amongst the runs. Just sensible this time, though. Pushes away, and that's good batting, actually, Rico, because Mohamed Ihsan is the man with a hot hand. He's 30 off only 12 balls. 2.5 of balls, a pretty good striking rate. And with just under 5 overs left in this innings, this could be a very big score if he gets going.
Just adjusting the field slightly here, and bringing the offside players in and pushing another one back on the leg. Short, and it should be put away. Once again, one hand coming off the bat.
And that's just a sign when you see that timing's slightly off with the batsman when you see one hand off the bat. Sometimes you've even seen a couple of times today, the ball still make the boundary or go over it, but it just shows the slight deception. But the batsman's committing to the shot and still swinging the bat through.
Still making the changes here now. Ghulam Sawer has also been moved across. So 1, 2, 3. Oh, hang on. No, they've changed his mind. He said, no, I don't like that.
I don't know where he's going. He's just right behind the bowler at the moment. They're really packing that area. And Mohamed Ihsan, I mean, some of these fielders, they might have to be about 50 or 60 metres tall to catch some of these, but this is the area that he scores in. He's very strong. That's Mohamed Kamran on strike at the moment, actually, but he's also very strong in that area.
Well, there you go. Take that. You can put as many you want on the leg side. I'm just going to hit it for a 6 on the other side.
Well, that was class, wasn't it, from Mohamed Kamran? They packed the long on boundary. There's 1, 2, 3 men out there. Slightly less protection on the offside. And he just moseyed down, made a little bit of room. And all 5 of these fielders are in front of the wicket. You don't often see that. But that's just trying their best to protect these boundaries. But they're very small to protect. Akhtar, just a nice hitting pace for Mohamed Kamran.
Oh, well, he went for it. Bowler will say that's a minor victory for him.
One thing I'd say is that they'll give you a chance, won't they, Pakake? I mean, they do go for their shots, but they will give you chances. Now, if you do get a chance to hold one, we saw it there with Mohamed Jaffrey, that he gave one chance and they took it. Let's see if they take the next one that's given up.
Well, he's bowled him. Well, Mohamed Kamran was disgusted with himself playing the ball before, and he almost looked like he had a little talk to himself and saying, no, I mustn't do that, but he couldn't resist. And well, I thought this was going to be a little bit of a gamble, putting Iqbal on. Thought they would take him on. Maybe that was the plan, to try and make him hit. Well, he took up the challenge, but he fails, only hitting the 1-6 over the offside there, but now he's on his way back, so it hasn't really had an impact with the bat, Mohamed Kamran, as he would like. He's been bowled by Iqbal Khan for 9.
Well, I would say that the last 5 overs, often they call it the happy hour, but it's ended in tears for Mohamed Kamran, and he just went for 1 shot too many, and it just shows when he played a more correct stroke over the offside, he looked $1 million. But then Akhtar coming back, and that's always the right of the reply you have as a bowler. You don't have it as a batsman, do you, if you make a mistake, but the bowler can come back and deliver a delivery which can remove the batsman. So bowlers generally have the last laugh, don't they, no matter what the form of the game. But
the captain said, I've had enough of this. Comes in himself. He batted quite well in that game and starts off in the first game they played, starts off with a single.
Yeah, Shiraz Ahmed, and chatting to him just before the toss, he was very keen to put a big score on the board. They're well on their way there, but we have seen, and this has kind of happened before, we had a large start, 61, 75 off 5 they were, but they're still already single digits in that over, and it's 84 for 2 after 6 overs, and what I see is you can still turn the screws here, 4 good overs, just however you can. Now, it's hard to see how that's going to happen with Mohamed Ihsan at the crease, but if you can starve him of the strike, he's not on a strike at the moment. We're going to see Mohsin Ali, and geez, he delivered almost a miracle over to pull off an unlikely victory for Ripoll. Just slipping a ball down leg side when they couldn't concede any runs whatsoever. We were so close to another golden ball, weren't we, Rico? Let's see what Mohsin Ali can deliver.
Down the leg side, it's going to be pushed through that gap. Yes, it is. That's a very, very good shot. It's all about timing, all about placement, and we've seen him play a few there. He does like to whip that away.
Yeah, no, I reckon those fielders on the leg side boundary about 15 metres apart, but he managed to still get it with enough power, and that's all timing, wasn't it?
Yeah, apologies. That's the captain. I thought it was
yeah, Shiraz
Ihsan,
Ahmed.
Shiraz Ahmed.
Yeah, he can also hit the ball very well, and you saw there timing the ball incredibly well to get 4 runs.
This one, there could be a chance for a catch here, and it's taken very, very well indeed. Ghulam Saber taking a very good catch. The Curry Master showing what he can do. That's fabulous.
Well, I'll tell you what, he swallowed this one, the Curry Master, hasn't he, on the long on boundary. He was really travelling and struck very well. Shiraz is going to be a little bit upset with himself, but I tell you what, he hit that very well, but safe hands for Ghulam Saber. I'm sure he enjoyed that one as well. And we talked about having to take your chances against Pakayakea. They've got a strong batting lineup, but they will give you chances. And Ghulam, well, we saw him do a bit of damage with the bat in the previous game, but this time his safe hands paying off for the Warriors.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, batsman Mohsin Ali taking another wicket.
Isn't he doing well with the ball? And, well, he almost pulled a victory out of nowhere, bowling the 10th over. Only had a couple of runs to defend, and in the end, going down to a last ball finish. But Mohsin Ali just putting in a spot where it's not a foregone conclusion. This is Umar Ahmed, who's come to the crease. Not getting a chance to cross. That went so quickly to long on, didn't it? So Umar Ahmed will be facing Mohsin Ali.
Umar Ali, we know he only likes to play one way. He had played quite a cameo role in the opening in the last game, And he was stepping in for Mohammed Yassin, wasn't he? And he did a great job. He did stuck around earlier on and then opened up when he needed to.
Yeah, he's a pretty good player. Well, this one was on very, very high. Is there a chance for the fielder? Well, Ghulam, he might catch it, but he'll be catching it in the commentary box because that is 6. And Ghulam, well, you just see the power of the player there, Mohammed Ihsan. He got the height and often a slight breeze, just a little zephyr, taking it over the boundary. And a nice effort there from Ghulam Savar as well. He was very keen to get his hands on that one anyway, but 6 more. And I tell you what, Mohammed Ihsan, he's raced to 37. If he can get some more of this strike, it could be a large score on the cards for Pak Care.
Oh, that's nicely played this time on the offside. Take the single. Good backing up there from Umar Ahmed.
Yeah, and all the players of the Pak Care very popular with our viewers on the European Cricket Network. And who's your favourite Pak Care player? I know Mohammed Kamran's got a lot of fans out there. People love the way he goes about his cricket. Mohammed Jaffrey, of course. We've got a few comments here, not surprisingly. Atif Mohammed saying, Mr. Maximo, please don't make predictions. Well, I think that's a very, very good call. And getting a bit crazy. And James Stewart says, predictions like a good suit. Loud and often colourful. Well, thanks, James.
Oh, that's gone. Balle, balle, balle. Out of the ground it goes. ¿Qué fuerza tienes esta hombre? Es un hombre que tiene mucha fuerza. Es genial. Impresionante.
Well, and you can see there the double threat because that wasn't Mohammed Ihsan. That was Umar Ahmed. He's just come to the crease and he can also clear the boundary. That's what is so dangerous about this Pak Care batting lineup is it's not just 1 or 2 or even 3 players. Here we are, the number 5, Umar Ahmed coming in. It's only his second ball. He's sending it well out of the ground in the Montjuic Olympic round here in Barcelona, Spain. And what a day we've had of cricket action entertainment. It's Akhtar Iqbal Khan. He's going to take up the attack again. And can he remove the dangerous Ihsan? They desperately want to see the back of him.
100 is already up in the 7th over. Doesn't quite time that. Fielder did well. Had to get down low and quick. Made sure that that one didn't escape through. If it did, it would have gone all the way to the rope.
And this is something I do when I'm looking at the game at this point. After 7 overs, you'd expect if Mohammed Ihsan had faced half the balls, he would have faced 21 of the balls, 42 balls before this over. He's only faced 15, so he's been a little bit starved to the strike. He finds himself at the non-strikers end again, and it's Umar Ahmed who can only work away for a single, but just shows you the difference about who's facing the deliveries. So Mohammed Ihsan, he's flying, he's going at over 2.5 a ball before this over, and if he had somehow faced 30 balls instead of 15 of the 42, you think what Pak Care might be on right now. So he's right up the business end at the moment. Let's see if he can do any damage against Akhtar.
Wow, he can do damage. All right, that's big. It's gone all the way over the ropes again. And I like this little clever movement beforehand, trying to put the bowler off and then stood still, waiting for the ball, smashes it away. That's just pure class.
Well, Mohammed Twinkle Toes Ihsan, remember, I called him for 80 plus, so I think my predictions might be back on here because he has gone very, very big, and there's still a few more balls left in this innings for Pak Care. There's still 15 left, and you wonder if he faces a few of those and what he might end up on, but he's raced to 45 off only 17 balls, and Akhtar, well, just giving him a bit of length to work with. He's got to get a bit fuller than that. He's get up in the block hole.
Balle, 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 out of the ground it goes, and what a way to bring up your 50. This is absolutely fantastic. Well, we said we were going to have a little bit of a run feast here, and he's delivering. Does that little trick again with his footwork, and bang, there she goes. That's big.
Well, Twinkle Toes, Mohammed Ihsan, he's making up for lost time, and he just got out in the first game of the day at a time when he maybe didn't expect to, but Akhtar's going to try around the wicket, but I think if he strays on the leg stump, this one might disappear as well.
On the ground, but should be cut off, 2 men.
Yeah, blasted down the ground, wasn't it? And, well, 51 off only 18 balls, 52 now off 19, and Mohammed Ihsan, such an exciting player to watch, and we've seen all kinds of cricketing talent and different approaches, of course. There's quite a variety of skill levels and techniques in Spanish cricket, but Mohammed Ihsan is beautiful to watch, and the sound of the ball hitting the bat is music to my ears.
Well, that's a very rare dot ball in this match, especially the last few overs that we've seen. When it brings up the end of the over, and look at that score. 8 overs gone and 117 for 3.
Yes, and Akhtar, well, they can be pretty proud of his efforts. He went for 24 off 2, but won't have the ugliest figures for the Warriors. They're going to have a big run chase on their hands, and that man, Mohamed Ihsan, when he sets himself and opens himself up to that leg side, it's very difficult as a bowler to come up with some sort of a plan. And we might talk this over about how we might approach this, because very difficult to keep running and bowling and getting the same result. And he's on strike right now, and he sets himself and doesn't quite time this one. And look for his second. It's good hard running, hoping for a fumble, but he's not going to get back. And probably my tactic to Mohamed Ihsan is to try and bowl full and wide. Like, he does like to try and, not say premeditate, but he does like to hit on the leg side. So probably my tactic would be maybe round the wicket and try and sneak the ball inside the wide line. If you do give away a wide, well, it's only one. If you get it wrong to him, and you're kind of guaranteed to go the journey. So easier said than done, but it's important the bowlers do have a plan, even at this stage. This is Umar on strike this time.
Oh, he's hit that well. That was, well, very unfortunate, the batsman, but we've seen that a number of times at that part of the ground. I mean, the money was on the ball, racing away for 4 runs. He hits the ground and just held up the bit of backspin. And I think in the end, just taking a single there.
Yeah, it's Akhtar Iqbal Khan. Well, he had given up on the ball himself, hadn't he? He just and went around to his left, looked like he was going to skate away, but then he decided at the last moment to try and gets across this time. Well, this is banged, and I tell you what, my fooling outside the off-stump tactic, well, Mohamed Ihsan must have heard and said, well, this is what I think of that. I'm still going to make it disappear over the leg side. Another huge shot for the Pakai Care opener.
Well, 125 is the highest score that's been registered in this Fancade European Cricket Series so far in Barcelona, where they've reached that already with that shot. So they're going to go on to score the most runs so far in this series. And, well, with this man still on strike, there's going to be a few more scored as well. And that's well bowled. Not giving him room this time.
Yeah, it's all length, isn't it? I mean, I don't know who you are. Like, any time you give him any length to work with, he's got really fast hands, doesn't he? And he gets him through the ball, he's able to elevate it. So that kind of a length, and you see bowlers practicing, or you put a shoe on the popping crease or something like that, some sort of target. That's what you need to do at this stage. And that, even if it's a low full toss, you know, like, that's the sort of thing that just might make it a little bit more difficult to elevate that ball over the field. But he's just so powerful, and because he is so powerful, he's got that margin of error. He doesn't even know how to hit it in the middle of the bat. It tends to still leave the arena.
That's hit in the air. I don't think it will go all the way to the boundary. And, well, the Prince Demand taking a very comfortable catch in the end, got into position. And, well, often we say when we look at the fielder running in to take the catch that you get a good indication if they're going to take it or not. Well, there was never any doubt there. Yeah,
Prince like shelling peas for him. He might have a slight injury, but he just had to take a few steps round to his left. And good reward for Amish Shahzad, who's bowled pretty well in this game, I think, under difficult circumstances. And a nice little cameo. He did hit one big shot there, Umair Ahmed, but that time holding out to one of the 3-men placed back there on the leg side boundary. And the Prince doing the rest. Well, the Prince might already have on his mind how he's going to approach this target. And you do think at this stage it might be in excess of 140. Ihsan on strike, and this is very well played. He had to be very nimble with his wrists there. He took the gamble outside the off stump. He exposed the pegs at Rico. The bowler thought he might have been through for a second, but Ihsan was equal to the task.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know what? We saw this attempted by Vicky Sondhu, didn't we, in the golden ball going right the way across. Well, Vicky, if you're watching, hi, buddy. I hope you're enjoying it. And by the way, that's the way to do it. 4 runs.
Slightly different ball. That one's a full toss and slightly more difficult, but poor Vicky Sondhu, he batted so well. He scored 42 in that game and trusted with the golden ball and took the gamble, trying to play a little ramp shot, but who'll forget that? Abhishek Borika. If you haven't already, go back and watch the highlights of match 12. You can watch them on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Wherever you are around the world, there's some great man of the match videos and highlights videos. Also, you can check out some content at our website, europeancricket.com. And don't forget to follow us on social media, Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at European Cricket. Here comes Deepak Rana.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. But just needed to get the single and get the danger man back on strike and see if he can at least get one prediction right for the man standing to my right, Vinny Sandu.
I said 80 plus, and now he's going to run out of time. Will he run out of time? It depends how many balls he faces. I mean,
a couple of big uns.
I think I'm back. I think I'm back in the prediction business if he gets 80 plus, because everyone heard it. Go back and rewind about 10 minutes.
Rana.
Don't rewind any further.
Here he comes. He hit that one. Balle, balle, balle. Brrrr. Fireworks around this ground.
That's disappeared over the horizon. I lost it and it was still going. That was massive. And that's the thing. You give him any length to work with at all. And I tell you what, he's gotten out the one wood, and that one was driven out of here. And he's on 70 now. That could be a wide. Oh, and Deepak Rana says, thank you very much, umpire. Have some mercy.
Clever bowling. Goes back to what we said right at the beginning here. You got to bowl the right line. And the right line is you keep bowling outside the off stump.
Here he comes again, Deepak Rana. What's he thinking right now? Well, you see here, obviously, Mohammad Ihsan knows about the prediction I made about him making 80 plus.
You know what?
Missing 2 in a row.
That for a bowler, that for Rana is a massive victory. To bowl going 2 dot balls to this batsman at this stage in an innings, well, mate, he should get an award for it.
Rana's like, why am I a bowler right now? This time he gives him a chance. Well, he didn't get all of this, and it might be a chance. Well, it's going to come back for 2, I reckon, regardless. A good throw will have him. I'm not even going to try, so we stuck down the other end with a ball to go. We'll end up on 71 off 27 balls. What a knock, though, from Mohammad Ihsan. And he's treated us to some delightful stroke play, setting up this massive total for Pak Care. They're 138 with a ball to go. Giving Mohammad Azimbat a go off the last ball of the innings. And he says, I'll take 6 of the best. Thank you very much. And Pak Care, after 10 overs, winning the toss and electing to bat, they have set a massive target of 145 for Rapol Warriors, as they have scored 144 for the loss of 4 wickets off their 10 overs. And Rico, well, we've talked about this Pak batting lineup, the depth of it, and the amount of players they have that can clear the boundary. And we certainly saw some big hitting here in match 20 of the Fanco European Cricket Series.
Yeah, didn't we just? I mean, Mohammad Jaffrey started straight away, hitting the boundaries. He was in good nick. We said that when he normally bats early on, there he is. He's just clubbed that one away over the top, over the tournament referee's tent, and a few more went over there. Look, it's almost like, well, that sort of proves what we're talking about. The same ball, and he's playing the same shot all the time. That was a nice one. He waited for that one, clipping it off. But, well, could only find the fielder, and being caught, well, Mohammed Cameron then came in, and we looked like he was going to get going, played that lovely shot, and then played all round this one. The ball before tried the same thing, and he was lucky to still be there. The next ball coming down the track, and he'll not be happy when he looks back and sees that one. There you see.
Socially distanced.
Yeah.
Little congratulations from the batsman, and there were plenty of things to congratulate. Yeah, Cameron will be upset with that stroke. But then we saw a couple of moments. Ghulam Sabah thought that was a good catch on the boundary. This one, well, it went very, very high, and they thought they had a chance. Ghulam said, I'll go after it anyway. And he wasn't able to hold on. He's well over the boundary. It was inconsequential. As you see, Pak Care then unleashed fury. In particular, Mohammad Ihsan on his way to 71 off 27 balls. And Deepak Rana, well, he was questioning his life decision to become a bowler. Although he snuck a couple past Ihsan, he was also disappearing for a couple. And Ihsan at this point thinking, well, if I hit a couple of 12s, I might get close to 100. He didn't quite get that one out of the middle. Half a chance for the fielder coming in from fine leg. And then it was over for the last ball to his partner, who blasted a 6 off the final ball to take them to 144 for 4. Now, Rico, we might just mention before we go to the break that we do have 5 matches tomorrow as well. 5 matches coming up here on ECN. It's the final day for the week. We're Monday to Friday for this week and the following 4. So 5 weeks here in Barcelona, 5 matches a day. And tomorrow we head back to Group A. It's their 3rd day of action, although, of course, it was rain affected on Monday. So we'll get to see those teams once again. We'll get to see the Catalonia Tigers again, and they lost their only game they completed on Monday. I'm sure they'll be keen to get back out there. But Rico, what do you think about the Warriors? How are they going to approach this target of 145? They do have a couple of players that were in pretty good form last game.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like we said, they won the first 2 games. That 3rd game went all the way down to the wire, took a lot out of them. They weren't at their best. I still believe that if they had a plan in place and if they had the field placements better, it could have been closer. But you know what? That doesn't matter. That's all in the past. They've got to think about this one. Look, they would love us and the viewers around the world be talking about a run chase where they got 145 in a T10 match. And you know what? They do have the players to do that. If the likes of Prince Daman can get going, yeah, Mohsin Ali, Amal Shahzad, you've got 3 guys there who on the day can do what we've just seen Mohsin Ali do. And that's what it's all about. I said it in the last game. They need batsmen not just to get into the 20s, but they need to go on from there. And that's what the likes of Mohammad Ishan does. You know, once he gets in the 20s, you just, like you said, Vinny, you just said, right, he's going to go on and score 80 and score a ton if there's time to do it. That's what they need to do. Batsmen have to start and they have to go on and make big scores. Yeah. And they have every opportunity.
Look, they've got good batsmen also. They're going to have to do it off the likes of Mohammad Jaffrey, Mohammad Kamran, of course, as well as the captain Shiraz Ahmed. So there's some good bowlers, but we've got some good batsmen. So there's plenty of action and excitement left. That's what you're guaranteed here on the European Cricket Network. We'll be back in about 10 minutes to join you for the run chase. It'll be the Rapol Warriors chasing 145 victory against Pak Aceh here in the 5th and final match of the day, match 20 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. This is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full, and you're watching the European Cricket Network. We'll see you shortly. Yes, welcome back here to the Montjuic Olympic Ground here in Barcelona, Spain. It's the second innings of the final match of day 4. It's match 20 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. And Pack Eye Care, after winning the toss against Ripoll Warriors, have set a formidable total of 144. And so it'll be 145 for the Warriors. And I think Rico Full next to me, of course, Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu. I'm going to tell you that I think we're going to see a few fireworks in the power play here. If they're going to have any chance of getting anywhere near this target, they have to go, and they have to go early.
Yeah, very much so. And it's, well, Prince Daman and Mohin Ali at the non-strikers end. The two big guns are in there straight away.
Well, I mean, it's one of those things that, you know, to have any chance, they need to go, and they've got the players, they've got the firepower up the top of the order, don't they? Ripoll Warriors, and but look who's at the bowling crease, Mohammad Jaffrey. Well, I actually got his age wrong earlier. He's only a tick under 32 years of age, so he's very upset with me for that.
Are you serious?
It's a typo on my notes. Yeah, he's much younger than me. Here he is at the bowling crease at the moment. Oh, it's wrapped him on the pads, but I think it might be just heading down the leg side. And yeah, so Mohsin Ali, well, he played some outstanding strokes in the earlier match 19, but we saw some outstanding strokes during the Pack Eye Care innings, principally from Mohammad Jaffrey early, but then Mohammad Ihsan really took over and he sent plenty of balls out of this little ground at Montjuic, didn't he, Rico?
Certainly did. Mohammad Jaffrey making 37 of 17, and he's also been bowling very, very well as well, picking up wickets quite regularly.
His slip in play, and Mohammad Jaffrey does have a handy knack of getting those little outside edges, doesn't he? So they put a man there. It's the Mohammad Kamran at slip, and wouldn't he love a little edge? And they'd love to remove one or both of these openers fairly quickly and put this result beyond doubt.
Well, that's what we need, more of those. Well, they've got to be up for the challenge, and what a start that is. That's big. And well, we said that it's going to take something special. Mohin Ali here, smashing that away. Look, I mean, look at this, Vinny. European cricket here, T10, and look who we've got out there. We've got the bowler, Mohammad Jaffrey. What a star player he is. And then we've got two star batsmen in there as well, Prince Daman and Mohin Ali. Well, you know, you got to love it, haven't you? You just absolutely got to love it.
Taste of his own medicine there, Mohammad Jaffrey, as he comes in again. Tries to launch, and this has gone straight through the pegs of the fielder on the onside. So, what a start for the Ripoll Warriors here in this run chase. They're going to need a bit of luck, and it's afforded to them there by the fielder at mid-wicket. This was just dragged down off the toe of the bat, and he's got no excuses there on the clay. It normally rolls pretty truly, but 4 runs and motion. Can he pull off some sort of miracle chase? We've seen these kind of totals chased down before, and they make for very exciting matches.
Slower ball, and that's very, very clever. You know what, I was just thinking, a man like Mohammad Jaffrey, he's been around a long time. It's not that often he probably gets that much stick. What's he going to do? What's he been thinking? Well, there you go. He's not afraid to put the slower ball in, and what a beauty this was.
Wasn't it ever? And didn't he deceive Mohsin Ali there? You can see how early he is on this shot. The ball hasn't arrived. He just held the ball back, and it was almost a kind of a leg cutter, but it wasn't that obvious. Not picked by the batsman, and Mohammad Jaffrey, well, he had the last laugh in the end. Like I said, he got a bit of a taste of his own medicine earlier in the over. But you'd have to say that is a huge wicket and a critical blow for Pack Eye Care early in the second innings of this match.
Yeah, and well, I called him Mr. Evergreen, and if you're saying, well, he's only in his 30s, well, I can't call him that anymore, but you know, that's just a wealth of experience. He is just bowling so well. I've got to say, it's the best that I've seen him bowl in a long time. I'm not just talking about the European Series here in Barcelona. He's been around the circuit, as you know. He's been playing European Cricket Series in other European countries. He was involved, of course, in the European Cricket League in 2019, also here in Spain in La Manga. And you know what, I just think he's bowling so well at the moment. You just, every time he gets the ball, you just think he's going to do something. Even there, just been hit for a 6 and a 4, and he then comes back and takes a wicket.
Yeah, that's the end of the first over. So 11 for 1. Ripoll Warriors losing that wicket, and you're right, Mohammad Jaffrey, especially bowling up the front end of the innings, the fact that he's picking up wickets is putting the opposition on the back foot. So Pakai Care, along with Catalunya Tigers, a lot of people fancying them for the trophy here, but you see Mohamed Kamran again, another fan favourite. Left arm over the wicket. Yeah, Tigers stumbling in their first match on Monday and not getting a chance to play since then. So I'll be very interested to see them back in action. Tomorrow, of course, Friday, there'll be 5 more matches here on ECN.
It's a massive day for them tomorrow. They've got 3 games. Now that's going to take a lot of doing. But of course, if they start well and continue well, it will certainly help their cause in Group A. Oh, that's nicely played. Mohamed Kamran, there's just a hint of this ball coming back in to the right-hander batsman. That's what he's trying to do. He's bowled 2 deliveries where he's starting on off and he's just coming in. The batsman so far, though, being able to negotiate it. Will it be something more of the same here, or will he bang in that firecracker? Oh, there you go. See, that's that movement again. And I'm quite surprised here. We've mentioned when Mohamed Jaffrey bowls, Mohamed Kamran is that slip. Now, normally, when Mohamed Kamran is bowling, we have Mohamed Jaffrey at
Well,
slip.
actually, I know why Mohamed Jaffrey's not at slip, Rico.
Go on, tell me.
He's scared. Go back and watch the highlights of the other morning's game and you'll see what happened when there was an edge off Mohamed Kamran. Yeah, Mohamed Jaffrey, where is he? I think he's there at the mid-wicket. He's just popping back towards the boundary at the moment, and yeah, that's exactly why. So, yeah, we saw an edge. It was very early in the morning, wasn't it? And an edge, and Mohamed Jaffrey, he wanted to be anywhere else. In the split second, the ball went from the bat to him in the slip squad. But this is Mohamed Kamran. Takes a while to warm up sometimes. Oh, this one between and pad, and not gathered cleanly by Mohamed Ihsan. And that was a slight edge, so it could have been a chance there. You see that Mohamed Ihsan sets high standards behind the stumps as well. Mohamed Kamran, you see that just a little inside edge and maybe not carrying to him. Not an easy one, a little bit frustrated behind the stumps. Mohamed Kamran likes to warm up into his work, doesn't he?
There's that line again, just keeping it in that corridor. This is clever bowling because he's getting this ball to go right across the right-handers. Then every so often he brings that one right in. And don't forget, he's also got the quick, very quick short ball as well. You don't see him use the slower ball as much. He does have it.
He's got one that's quicker though, and that's the dangerous one as well. Let's just slip this one through.
There we go. That's the one which is more on the stumps. Just trying to get that to get in between bat and pad.
Yeah, and we're getting a look here at Amir Shazad coming out number 3. And I mentioned before, I like the way he goes about his cricket. Seen him fielding quite well in the outfield for the Warriors and also contributing with the ball. And he just seems to try all the time, giving his all for his team. That's what it's all about. Wherever you're watching around the world, I hope you're enjoying these players. So great to be broadcasting this cricket from Europe. It's growing all the time. And if you are in Europe, why don't you join a club? Go and look up the association in your particular country and get involved. This is Mohamed Jaffrey. Well bowled and pushed away by the Prince. Seems to have recovered a little bit from that leg injury from earlier in the day. Yeah, but there are opportunities if people are in Spain, or not necessarily Spain, anywhere across Europe. This grassroots cricket growing at a rate of knots, expanding all the time as more and more people are aware that it's being played. And of course, every country has a large population of people that come from traditional cricket playing countries. So get involved, and we hope you're enjoying the action here on the European Cricket Network.
Here comes Mohamed Jaffrey. This is the last of the power plays. The score, that will take it to 16. 1 wicket down. So already the poor Warriors are seeing the required run rate at around the 16 and over. And if this over goes the way it is at the moment without a boundary, or a few boundaries really, that's just going to go up close to the 20s, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, it could be there before you know it. And it's not easy to go after these top bowlers, Jaffrey and Kamran. But you have to try something. At the moment, still for me, I understand they're trying to preserve their wicket, but they're going to run out of time, and an unlikely victory it might be. They've still got 9 wickets in hand, and I'd be inclined to try and have a go, especially with the field up. No need to slog though, you can try and play through the line of the ball. But you've got the wind behind you. Play with a straight bat. Comes straight back over the bowler's head. Mohammad Jaffrey though, very difficult to get away.
Yeah, just trying, that was his effort ball there I think, but just losing his line a little bit going down the leg side. Still 3 to come in the over. Being the wide. Well, let us know late in on the day what's been your moment for the day. We're still there looking up on the chat. It's certainly been a day once more full of entertainment, and I know that my mind is scrambled trying to think of my best moments. There's been so many great games. Well, that's a beautiful shot, classy. 4 runs, you don't have to run for those. It's nicely played, getting right on top of the ball, through the gap. Going like a bullet to the boundary.
What a shot there. He timed that one and just what they needed, but they needed more of it and a lot more of it if they're going to get anywhere near this total, the Ripoll Warriors.
Well, that wasn't very far away from taking the edge.
Yeah, and just you see the difficulty there. He's played a good shot, and of course he's just trying to ride his luck, isn't he? And Jaffrey, I like about him as well is that's a good ball, a bit of seam away, and he gets hit for a boundary, but he often comes back with something of a comeback ball, and we saw him murdered out of the ground by Mo Snarley in the first over, but ended up having the last laugh.
It's gone up in the air, and it's observation that needs to be made when that catch is taken, and I just clocked it myself before the ball. I mean, a wicket goes down. We're talking about Mohammad Jaffrey, how he always comes back. But I had a quick look around there, and even though we're inside the power play and 2 men are allowed outside the ring, nobody was outside the ring. Everybody was in the ring because they know they've got the runs on the board. They're making the batsman trying to hit over the top. And you would see probably a shot like that in some of the other games, the fielder wouldn't have got to it because they're on the boundary. So they know what they're doing. They're a very professional outfit.
Yeah, and there was no fuss there either from the captain, was there, Shiraz Ahmed? He just settled under it and had very safe hands, correct technique. And look, that's one thing about the Fanco European Cricket Series this year. The fielding has improved a lot, I would say. Also, the umpiring has improved a lot in this series, and it's brilliant to see things improving. And this is one of the things, of course, last year we saw a variety of standards in the European Cricket Series across Europe. But one thing's for sure, that all these players, they go away and they work on their game. And there's more and more players improving the standard of the competition as well. So hopefully we can keep doing this for a very long time, and you'll see standards steadily improving across the continent. And look, one day, you know, my dream, Rico, is I'd love to see a 32-team Cricket World Cup that's competitive, and that not necessarily the big countries at the moment are always dominating. I'd like to see a more even competition, and that's one of the things I hope that I see. And it might take a generation, but we're on our way there with innovations like the European Cricket Series. Here's Mohammad Kamran, the firecracker. And sometimes I've noticed his second over, it's a little bit quicker, isn't he? He says, you know what, I haven't really given it everything in the first over, and I'm hungry for some wickets. Mohammad Kamran, he said he's been playing for 3 years here in Barcelona. Very popular figure for our audience on the European Cricket Network.
22 for 2. Power play is over. We're into the 4th over. And the captain, Waqar Iqbal, has come out.
Oh, and that's off the back. So I tell you what's a little bit of instinct coming into play for the batsman there. It's dug in short. And you have a look at this on the replay. And you wear a bit of padding in cricket, but there's no padding there. But I like that. Bit of man-on-man action. He was just not letting Kamran know if it hurt, and it probably did. Didn't rub it. Here he comes again. What's the reply? Well, again, there's some good pace from the left armour, and he's going to be a big weapon, isn't he? We haven't seen him really fire with the bat. He's played probably a couple of loose strokes with the bat, but with the ball, Probably one of the quicker bowlers, the quickest bowler probably we've seen this week, it's fair to say. Just a very smooth action and experienced campaigner. Knows what has to be done. Can't be easy to face. Nice correct stroke this time, and this is the quandary, isn't it, for the Warriors at this stage. They are 20 odd with 2 wickets down, and 22 for 2. And with this rate, it's already over 3 a ball. You just can't see them getting close, and it's hard to see who they'll go after as well, isn't it? I mean, maybe have 1 or 2 bowlers you'd fancy your chances against, but the rate's going to be so out of control by then that you just wonder if they're going to get close at all to this target of 145. This looks like a wide. Yes, good call from the umpire. Again, we mentioned the umpiring has been pretty good. Of course, you're always going to have the old one, Rico, aren't you? That there's perhaps the umpires miss, especially with no replays. But you've got to say that for the most part, the umpiring's been very good. And I know a lot of people working behind the scenes to improve the standards of the umpiring. You can see the fruits of that already. All the guys doing the job, taking the job very seriously and doing their best. And we do appreciate their efforts. As we see Cameron in again.
There is that slower ball. We saw 3 short balls in this over from him, and then cleverly put in the short ball. Didn't quite do the trick as it did for Mohammad Jafri, but nonetheless good bowling, showing his class. Now he's going to try come in.
Well, I reckon he's got the crosshairs on this batsman. He's going to come round the wicket. I think he'll be angled in his body. Oh, well, watch out. It's coming straight for you. Oh, it's right in the helmet. Thank goodness that batsman was wearing a helmet. Wow. And that was a very, very quick delivery.
Yeah, you called it, didn't you? You
Amir
knew what was
Shahzad.
happening.
Oh, look, and you know what? I'm just so happy that Amir Shahzad is wearing a helmet, because we saw some batsmen batting without a helmet before, even to Mohammad Kamran. That's the end of the over, and look, while we gather our breath, let's have a look at the fixtures for tomorrow. We go back to Group A, and we'll have 5 matches. You mentioned the Catalonia Tigers. Well, they'll play 3 matches tomorrow, starting, of course, 7:30 a.m. GMT. That's 8:30 in Central Europe. It's 1 p.m. in India. They'll start the day by taking on the 11 Stars. And 11 Stars, of course, a brand new team to the series. So Catalonia Tigers playing 3 times. 11 Stars playing back-to-back matches in the first 2. But make sure you join us tomorrow from 7:30 a.m. GMT for those exciting 5 games. Of course, Bengali, they'll get their chance in the 5th match of the day to see if they can go 5-0. But again, Rico, I'm just very, very thankful. And that's a good lesson to a lot of the players. And if you're a young player at home, that could have been a very, very nasty injury to Amir Shahzad. But luckily, he had his head protected.
Yeah, I must say, as this one goes down to Mohammad Cameron, who delivered that delivery, I am one to say that I think that pretty soon in the sport of cricket, you know, it should be compulsory that all batsmen do wear a helmet, because, you know, not only from quick bowlers can you get an injury, quite often you see the ball coming off the bat, coming straight onto you as well. So, yeah, I'm certainly one who'd like to see that.
Next one, get past the bowler for 1. And if you haven't played cricket, you don't realise how hard this ball is. And probably the one I'd probably compare it to is maybe like a field hockey ball. It's probably around the same kind of hardness. It's quite hard, and they're extra hard actually, the balls that we seem to use in the Fanco European Cricket Series. But Amir Shahzad again, lots of courage. He got behind it, and well, thank goodness, like I said earlier in the day, not every batsman was wearing a helmet to Mohammad Kamran, but he was, and definitely saved him a serious injury on that occasion. Anyway, let's get back to the game here. And the Ripoll Warriors, well, you know, they had a fairy tale start to their European Cricket Series career, didn't they? Winning their first 2 games, but then they've come back to earth. Of course, it was a really close game in match 19. But then we find ourselves looking at them struggling in this chase against Pakai Care. And we fancied at the beginning of the day as potentially a couple of unbeaten teams.
Yeah, I think that's a good decision. I'm not sure. Well, I thought he was going to swap helmets, but he's actually sent his helmet off and not needing it.
Well, the situation, I think, is that obviously the bowling's not quite as quick now, but also that helmet might have a little bit of damage on it. So he's dispensed with it now, but it's definitely done its job, that helmet.
Yeah, just to recap, I'm not saying it's a good job he's taking the helmet off. I thought it's good that he replaces it with another one in case it was damaged, but he's deciding he doesn't want one.
Probably thinks he can't be hit again, but I've seen it before, and we won't see it again. But again, probably slightly more safe. The slow ball of Shiraz Ahmed, the Pakar skipper.
Now, Vinny, what do you do here? I mean, we're looking at over 20 required per over. It seems very, very unlikely, even with extras like that, taking the 2.
Yeah.
Now, as the batting side is still, we've still got we're not even at the halfway stage, we're approaching it now. What are you saying to yourself? Look, so we just try and get in and set yourself a different target?
Yeah, well, I think this is one of the things, isn't it? And we'll come to it after this ball as Shiraz Ahmed comes in again. Looks like it'll be just a single, and it is. Yeah, well, look, one of the things I used to try and train myself to do in some of these games is, look, it's my job to get as many as I can. If it really is unrealistic to go for the target, because things like net run rate can come into play. Now, they may or may not in this competition, but again, while you're out there, there's always a contest going on. See Ahmed come in again. This is very high. I can't see it being caught. Mohamed Jaffrey's coming around, and he's just going to get it on the bounce. They'll walk through for a single. Yeah, I think in this case, it's a good test of your cricketing skills as well. Trying to execute your skills, and this is all good practice. You won't get better practice than this for your remaining 6 group matches, that's for sure. As we see there at the end of the over, it's 31 for 2 at the halfway point of the innings. So look, I know it can be a little bit difficult with this thing out of the game, and you can tell, from the Pack I Care point of view, they know that the job's done in this match, but yeah, you need to try and get something out of it. And like I say, you can practice, and actually you can't even practice here very much, can you, at the moment with all the restrictions, but this is a chance just to get used to the pitch, get used to the conditions, and the practice that you do here may come in handy down the track in your remaining matches. This first ball, from Mohamed Azim Butt down the leg side for a wide. So yeah, I mean, I've played in games where, 2020 games I'm probably thinking of, where the target's just gotten out of reach, it's getting over 3.5, 4 a ball. And you just think, you know what? There's every chance. As we see, the next ball is going to come out, and I feel like that's going to just pitch in front of Mohamed Jaffrey. Yeah, I remember a game we were chasing something like 140, and we were in all sorts of trouble, and we ended up kind of around the 80 mark with a handful of overs to go. And I thought, well, we just need to get as many as we can and approach it as if we're batting first and trying to almost get everyone we could.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. I think as the 2 batsmen, you'd probably say, okay, look, maybe the 144 is not realistic, but you know what? Why don't we set ourselves another target? Why don't we say 100, and that's, see if we can get to that. And, if they get to that sooner, then the 10 overs are up, then change, then say, right, okay, look, we've got to 100, let's, 120.
Yeah, but
so
the difficulty is, Rico, obviously the fielding side, they're not bringing the same kind of intensity that they would, I suppose, in a game when they were defending 100. So much as you can tell yourself to try and chase that imaginary target of 100, you assume that the other team is going to care, no pun intended, about the target. So here, the Pack I Care, they've had a bit of a long afternoon. You can see them just sitting here enjoying a bit of the sting out of the game now, and it gives us a great chance to reflect on the day we've had, though, and I'm sure we'll go through some of the earlier matches. If you want to stick around after this for a couple of minutes, we'll have some highlights of today's match 5, and then also we'll recap all the action. Just a great chance as well, if you don't already, why don't you follow us on social media at European Cricket, because there's all these clips and highlights. They're going up all the time. There's been some very exciting highlights. I mean, we didn't quite get the golden ball today, but we went close, didn't we, Rico? And I'm sure we've got plenty more action to come. Still over 100 matches to go here in Barcelona, Spain, for the first Fan Code European Cricket Series of the year. It's great to have your company on the European Cricket Network. See a comment by Luke Belgium. I'll come to it after this ball. Yeah, hit down for a single, and he said it's another clear example why helmets should be compulsory, in my opinion. And I think, Luke, that's a very, very fair comment. And one of the things is the players of this generation, some of them have grown up not wearing helmets, and you see in most junior cricket these days that helmets are compulsory. You see so when these kids grow up, hopefully it's just more natural for them to wear a helmet. Some obviously helmets quite remarkably recent innovation in cricket, aren't they? It was the late 1970s before they were even trialled, and you kind of saw throughout the 80s even so it was considered a thing of weakness to wear a helmet, which is not something we think of these days. We think of it as a fairly standard part of the cricket equipment, but it's just times like that, and it could have been such a nasty injury. He's definitely a player I've highlighted several times today, Amir Shahzad, and I'm just so glad. I mean, that could have put him out of the tournament and could have done even worse. Could have been a very, very serious injury. So very happy that he's okay and he's continued his innings here today.
It's nicely played, just trying to find the gap. I think we'll take the single. I was hoping probably to get a little bit more onto it to try and come back for 2.
Yes, and look, it is tough, isn't it? But it just shows this Pakai Care team, they haven't stumbled at all, have they? And even they've got more firepower to bring back into this team. Mohamed Yassin, not available today, so
it's well played again.
Sure, he'll be back at some stage. But they just tend to do the basics right, and I notice this about the good teams. You see here on the boundary, they're fielding the ball cleanly. And when the catchers go up, they're catching with correct technique. And those little things, I remember, like, my coach has always drilled into me how important it was to do the little things right. And that's good players do them right all the time. It's a nice slow ball here from Shiraz Ahmed, but it's gotten away. It might have a chance. And yeah, it's going to go all the way for 4. So it was a good slow ball. I don't think it was completely picked by the batsman, but he was able to stroke it away through square leg for 4. So 4 to the total, but even little things, even going back to when I was a junior and I was playing around 11 or 12, and our coach said, make sure when you throw the ball back to the bowler, we're a good team, it goes from one player to the next, to the next, to the next, and doesn't get dropped, doesn't get thrown over anyone's head. And the little things that good teams do, and I noticed Pakai Care doing the basics right. It's a nice looking stroke down the ground. It'll be just the single to Waqar Iqbal, the captain.
Yeah, and looking at Waqar Iqbal there, you see he's not getting carried away, not doing anything silly, and I think he's probably already spoken to Amir Shahzad and said, look, let's just enjoy this, let's enjoy the knock, let's treat it like a net practice.
Well, looked like the last 3 balls in net practice. That's generally what happens, isn't it? Is that what happens where you're from, Rico? So then the coach or the manager or whoever's in charge of the nets will say, right, last 3 or last 2.
Oh yeah,
and then you just get to have a huge windy woof or whatever comes down. That's your reward for batting sensibly all the rest of the time in the net. You get to have, although I don't know about practice these days. I think practice has changed a bit with all these short formats and aggressive strokes. The batsmen are learning to play. And here's one right now. It's going to carve over covers. Half a chance. Oh, almost a sensational catch by Bilal Hassan. From take a catch earlier. Yeah, Rick, I'm not sure if you're aware, but these days, of course, with the advent of short form cricket in the 20 over and 10 over format, as we see this good effort by Bilal down there at cover, he had to turn on his heels and head backwards. It's the end of the over. It's 45 for 2 after 7. Yeah, so you actually see some practice these days, and it's a lot more like a baseball practice, where someone will kind of underarm balls or bowl balls at a fairly comfortable speed, and the batsman will practice what they call range hitting. So they'll just basically have 6 hitting practice, and it's kind of unthinkable for the old days. It's a bit more old school. It's more about your keeping the ball on the ground.
Yeah, I mean it's changed immensely. I mean, I remember years back, just a couple more than you, of course, when I was learning, and it was all about, no, you mustn't hit the ball in the air, no, you mustn't do that, and well, a lot of raw talent was being taken out of players, but these days they're using that talent, and I think that's why the game has changed so much. I mean, we see shots now that you would never dream of being played all those years back. Yeah,
that's absolutely correct, Enrico, and yeah, the game's changed also. Sometimes people realise there's more than one correct technique in cricket. It's a full toss, and not quite sure if it's got the legs, and yeah, just gets over him, and so that's going to be a Maximo late in the day here in Barcelona. Yeah, you see, I mean, lots of these players, look at players like Steve Smith, for example, as an example of someone who has a few quirks about him. In the old days, that would get coached out of players, and what you find is that some of the most effective players at the top levels, they do things slightly differently. And so to foster that and keep the aspects that tend to work for individuals. But yeah, Rico, look, it's been a great day's cricket, and we're 4 days down in Barcelona. I'm very thankful we haven't lost another day to rain, so hopefully the rain holds off tomorrow. Hope you're enjoying all the action here on the European Cricket Network. Well, this is hit almost past the bowler. Always had a chance there, but just the single. And so they've passed the 50 mark now, but geez, it's been hard going, and makes you think, doesn't it? This Pack-I-Care team so strong, especially strong in all facets of the game. It's not quite going to carry. One hand, one bounce, says Mohammed Cameron. Don't you remember he got run out like that a couple of days ago? He tried to get his revenge. And we saw him get out that way the other day off a free hit as well. It was on the Tuesday game. And Mohammed Cameron, look at it here, attacking the ball and having a go at the Ripple Warriors skipper Waka Iqbal, who was just dawdling in the middle of the pitch. You see here in the 8th over, it's beautiful skyline at the moment. Barcelona, wow. I know the world's not quite the place it was a year ago, if you like, but still such a beautiful, beautiful part of the world, and it's great to be here bringing you the action on the European Cricket Network. Here is Mohammed Azim Butt again. This could be an easy catch. Yes, it's taken. So Mohammed Afzal getting into the action for Pack-I-Care. That's the end of a fighting innings from Amir Shehzad.
Yeah. Yeah, in the end, I suppose as the overs are running down, he's decided to try and play a few shots, try and get a few boundaries in, finding that he's lost his wicket. Yeah, you're talking about this setting, and I know we both, to end the day, have a nice, it's almost a 30-40 minute walk back to our base. And I was reading somewhere, and I checked up on this. Those roads that we go around several years ago was actually the circuit for the Spanish Grand Prix.
Is that right?
That is right. And the Spanish Grand Prix was held there for several years. And you can imagine what a beautiful setting that also would have been here.
This is Ghulam Sabah, the new batsman. He's a non-striker's end because it was the end of the over. At the end of 8, it was 52 for 3. And look, some people might say in this game, Rico, that, well, how could they not be more runs because they've only lost 1 or 2 wickets. But I tell you what, it hasn't been that easy to score out there. They've had some quality bowling. This is Rana Sahel. He's getting a go in the 9th over. Be interesting to see who Pack-I-Care use, where they perhaps use some of their lesser-known bowlers. Give them a go on the big stage to snare a wicket. Rana Sahel.
Now, Ghulam Sabir is in now, and we know he played a hefty innings, but he only knows how to play one way, so he's not going to.
Well,
the sort of net practice he's going to have is just
enough, says
swish,
Ghulam
swish.
Sabir. Yeah, well, look, a big fan of this guy as well, and we saw him contribute in the last game, and we also saw him fielding pretty well in the first innings of this match too. He's a real character, and he's heavily involved, of course, behind the scenes in Spanish cricket. He gets hold of this one. It's well struck, and that's going to go all the way for 4. So Ghulam, he starts with a bang. He started with a windy woof, but the second one was right off the middle of the bat and 4 runs.
Yeah, I mean, very low back lift. You see this, and straight to the boundary. There's a nice shot. You can imagine the coach standing at the other end saying, "No, son, I want you to play a forward defence."
Yes, so Ghulam says, "I'm a bit new school, coach. Stand back and take notice of this."
There you go.
He threw it at it, doesn't he? Oh, I love watching Ghulam. He's a real character.
You know what, I mean, you just said how he's so involved with the cricket out here, with the Federation of Cricket Catalonia. Not only is part of the committee, but it's the work that he does with the juniors as well, along with Nadeem, doing a fantastic job. And that's smashed away as well. That's gone right the way over the scorer's marquee. 6 more. Well, he knows we're talking about him. Okay, you might as well take a bow. Well, Ghulam Sabir, 6 carreras, que fuerte. Shaba, shaba.
Yeah, 6 puntos. Ghulam Sabir. He stood and delivered that over the offside. Nice looking cricket shot. This one, he sweeps this away. Stand up sweep behind square leg and 4 more. So Ghulam Sabah has come out after a kind of stalemate and an arm wrestle through this innings, and he said, why wasn't I in earlier? And he's come out, and admittedly, it's not necessarily the quality of the bowling, which the other batsmen had to negotiate, but he's having a bit of fun here in the 9th over. And that will be the end of the over, actually. It's 67 for 3. And I can tell you, got another question from Luke Belgium. And question for commentators, are you both going to be on each day, or are there some other commentators on the schedule? And ECN saying, Rico and Vinny doing a super job, but there will be a rotation of the commentary team coming before voices are lost. Thank you, ECN, whoever's at the wheel there. But yeah, a lot of things, complications basically with travel schedules and restrictions at the moment. But is that a good thing or a bad thing? Luke, he's just said thank you. So I don't know if that's what Luke thinks, but yeah, well, we're enjoying anything we get to do. But of course, we've got a great team of people around us at the European Cricket Network, and a lot of people that put in a lot of effort to make this cricket and bring it to you behind the scenes. Some early mornings and late nights, organising the players and the schedule, and of course, all our production crew as well. And thanks to them for another great day's cricket action. Ghulam really pins the ears back. But Rico, it really is a team effort here at ECN, isn't it? And we just like to extend our appreciation to everyone at the European Cricket Network and all their operations team as well that get this cricket going, because they put in a lot of time and hours to make these games happen.
Yeah, into the last over here. Ghulam Sabah, remember, scoring 31 of 23 in the earlier game. And he's hit this one high up in the air. The head got lifted, but you know what? I think he's going to go all the way. It does. That's an incredible shot. And look at that pounce there on the clay for the baseball. That's a great shot from him. Well, we're loving this.
Ghulam Sabah, he's padding his stats, isn't he, right now? That's what you do at the end of the game. You know, he might end up getting man of the match if you do it strictly on the points. You see this sometimes. The game's long gone, but Ghulam Sabah, well, he's having a lot of fun as the sun sets on another day of cricket here in Barcelona. It's the slinger. And he's got this one out of the screws as well. That could be 6 more. In fact, this one's even bigger. That one's cleared the grandstand. So Ghulam Sabah, well, I know this is a game that they've lost comfortably, but I can guarantee he'll be watching this one back several times tonight, because he's got a couple of the biggest sixes you'll ever see. And look at this. He just opens himself up.
Chal mere bhai, chakde fatte. Shaka. Is he going to hit another? Comes down, he goes in the air. I don't think it's going all the way. Fielder's got it covered. He puts it down. He wants to go back and hit another one. He's told no. Well, the curry master.
Well,
I tell you what.
Wakar Iqbal, the captain, saying why not. And Ghulam Sabah, he's got the hot hand, but he won't be able to get to face the last ball.
27 of 9. Well, how about that? Yeah, Ghulam Sabah, you're definitely a master blaster, one of mine. And, well, whatever it is that you put in your curries, it certainly does the job. I'll have one, I think.
Tell you what.
I'll be racing down the hill and up here again tomorrow morning.
Yeah, so you'll find that that will bring things to a close here on the 5th and final match. It's the end of day 4 in Barcelona, Spain. Make sure you join us again, of course, tomorrow from 7:30 a.m. GMT. It's 8:30 in Central Europe. It's 1 p.m. in Europe. Stay tuned, because we're going to give you a bit of a recap of the day's play. But before, let's have a look at some of the highlights. And I tell you what, a little bit earlier at the start of match 20, there was some big hitting, and Mohammad Jaffrey was pouncing on anything short of a length, and he looked like he could be set for a big one. Very, very strong over that mid-wicket region. And you did say that Pakai Care, well, they were very confident, very quick to say they'd bat first after they won the toss, Rico, and you can absolutely see why.
Yeah, I mean, it's their baby. That's what they like to do. And the thing is, you don't see them rushing or panning to do this. Mohammad Jaffrey being caught there. 37 he made of his 17 balls before he perished. Mohamed Cameron came in, and they were putting a field to the leg side to him. He played the ball before that for a lovely 6 over the top of the off, and then went for his usual tactic shot, missing it, and finally he had to go back, and he'll feel that he missed out on a run feast today. It was an opportunity for him to perform up the order.
Yeah, Mohamed Cameron, be upset with that, and this one's stroking. You just wonder, this Pakai Care team, they're kind of batting under no pressure all the time. You wonder what might happen if they are in a bit of a pressure situation. And that just showed a little bit of indiscipline there from Cameron, but I tell you what, definitely made up for it. Gulam Saba, well, what a game he had. He's always taking crowd catches and he's playing. We saw some great hitting from Pakai Care, and this man in particular. Well, wasn't he destructive, Muhammad Ihsan? He just manoeuvred his way around the crease and got the deliveries he wanted, and he punished most. He missed a couple in the last over. He's just wondering what happened to those couple with that last ball. Again, giving a half chance, but there was a total of 144 on the board. And although Mohsen Ali started with a bang, with a big Maximo, and he got a couple away, including that fielding error from Pakai Care, it was a very clever piece of bowling that saw the end of him. The well-disguised slower ball, and really from that moment, Rico, you kind of had the instinct that the Ripoll Warriors weren't going to be in the hunt in this chase.
No, especially when Prince Damian went as well. There's him going. And, well, that was curtains, really. The big guns were gone, and that allowed Mohammed Cameron to bend his back a little bit, bowled well, and in the end, fair play to the Ripoll Warriors, and they knew the game was not on. A bit of a partnership being put on between the captain, Waqar Iqbal, and Amir Shahzad. Mohammed Cameron there, quite deceiving. Got a quick throw in, trying to take a wicket. Speaking of wicket, that was the wicket that went early, and then this man came in. Ghulam Saber, and well, we were talking about what an inspirational guy he is for Cricket Catalonia. Had a lifeline there, ended up being not out at the end. Bludgeoned the ball all over the place, certainly hit one of the biggest sixes of today. What a great day it's been, thoroughly entertaining. And well, going back to Mohammed Ihsan, well, don't forget he was the top batsman in the European Cricket Series 2 here last year at the end of November. 376 runs he scored at a strike rate of 264.78, and the way he's going here, Vinny, it looks like he's going to surpass that.
I mean, that strike rate of over 260, that's an amazing rate to be scoring runs at, an amazing rate of knots. So you see, that's almost 3 a ball. He's going to be hard to stop. So very comfortable victory, and he was instrumental in it with his 71 off 27 balls. And it was, of course, Pakai Care getting over the top of the Ripoll Warriors in this match, 104 to 81. With the ball, Muhammad Jaffrey, he was the one that did the job. Good all-round effort from Muhammad Jaffrey, 37 off 17 with the bat. He threatened to make more. He must have heard that I predicted him for a ton. He was out the very next ball, caught right on the mid-wicket boundary. But again, he delivered with the ball early in the innings and stifling any chance of a chase. And you know what? That slower ball was a very, very skillful piece of bowling. And you can see the experience there in this game. And, you know, ultimately, they fell around 63 runs short of the total set to them by Pakai Care. With the bowling, like I said, Muhammad Jaffrey 2 for 18, but the only other wicket was to Muhammad Azim Butt in the dying stage of the innings. It led to a really interesting cameo from Ghulam Samar, who ended up with 27 off 9 balls and lost a couple of cricket balls for us. But ultimately, it was a one-sided affair in the last match of the day. But we had an excellent day of cricket action here. Of course, 5 days every day, Monday to Friday, 5 weeks, and as the sun sets over the horizon in Barcelona, I'm certainly looking forward to seeing the Group A teams again, in particular the Catalonia Tigers, and we'll come to them in a second. But perhaps first we might have a little look back at the day we've had, and geez, it seems a long time ago, doesn't it, that we came to the ground. Actually, we come to the ground before dawn, don't we, Rico?
We do. I mean, it's pretty dark out here. I mean, just looking, I was just having a thought to myself about Pakai Care. And one thing I don't think we've seen, and probably haven't seen it much in this Franco European Cricket Series here in Barcelona, too much from any of the teams yet. He's a good spinner, a good wrist spinner that gives the ball a little bit of flight. We've seen, I would say, slower bowlers, but I don't think we've seen really a genuine spinner that can really make the batsman think and be, do I come out, do I go forward, the risk of being stumped, do I commit myself? And I think, just a thought that maybe Pakai Care, that's perhaps something worth trying on them, taking the pace right off the ball. We know they like the pace on, they're big hitters, they've got a good batting lineup, but we haven't seen a good spinner yet, and maybe that's what will make the difference. Well, maybe that's what we'll see in the other groups. Remember, still very early days here in this Fan Code European Cricket Series. I mean, we've only just seen Group A and Group B. We haven't really had a chance to look at some of the teams coming up in the other groups. To give you an idea, you get to see the Bangladesh Kings, and they are a very good outfit. Minaj, remember, unfortunately couldn't take part in the European Cricket League last year because it managed, but they've been playing really well. So a lot of teams still yet to come.
Just up on the screen at the moment, you see the standings of Group B, and it's Pakai Care, and not surprisingly at the top of that table, and the others are playing catch up. They've got 4 wins, and at the top of the tree in Group B. And looking ahead to tomorrow, of course, we mentioned we've got the Catalonia Tigers. Well, they'll play 3 times in matches 1, 3 and 4 on Friday the 12th of February. The 11 Stars also play back-to-back. And we'll see Bengali, and haven't they been the stories in Group A, winning a bunch of close matches. They are 4-0. They'll hope to go 5-0, and it's a big game against Gracia in the 5th and final. Now, let's just quickly recap today. Well, we started with the City Lions, and they got over Paxalona in a game where, well, Paxalona, they fancied themselves in the chase, but ultimately they fell 7 runs short of what was required. City Lions winning in the last over. And of course, next came match 17. And this was another very, very interesting encounter. And wasn't it interesting? Another last over game. The Royals, well, they looked to have Paxalona on toast, but Paxalona rallied and led by an impressive innings of 44 off 19 by Shahzad Khan. They were able to win that game with 3 balls to spare. Shahzad Khan, a great all-round effort, 44 off 19 as well. He took 2 for 20 with the ball. Then next we had match 18, and this another close game. Well, it looked to be close for a while, but of course Pakai Care winning comfortably in the end in the 8th over. Probably wasn't their best performance with the bat, but they always had it in hand. Mohammad Ihsan, he only fell for 20 on that occasion, but it was Umar Ahmed who was down up to the top of the order doing the job, scoring 32 off 15 balls. Mohammad Jaffrey 2 for 5 off 2, as well as Shahzad Ahmed. They were very handy with the ball. Sikandar Raja tried hard for the City Lions, but it wasn't enough to put a competitive score on the board. And just before match 5, we had match 19, I should say. And this was one that also went down to the wire, didn't it? And in the end, the Barna Royals, they won with 1 ball to spare, but ultimately the scores were tied with a ball to go. And a wide was delivered by Mohsin Ali, who almost pulled something out of the hat. He scored 48 off 19 and dragged the Warriors up to that score of 111. He was brought on for the last over, and he only conceded 3 runs. And he looked at perhaps he would take them to a very unlikely victory, but it wasn't to be. And unfortunately, the Ripoll Warriors, after a very good day on Tuesday, they weren't able to secure another win on Thursday. So they finished 2-2 going into the break, and they'll be back on Monday week, the 22nd of February, where we'll see them perform in Group B again. Well, Rico, it's been a pleasure being with you today again, of course. And we'd like to thank all our viewers and all our subscribers all around the world. We hope you've enjoyed it. Yeah. And Rico, look, I guess we've got some more cricket tomorrow, and then we'll break for the weekend.
We certainly will. I tell you what, I mean, we started looking at the groups. Pakai Care, of course, sitting right there at the top, but how close are the others behind? 2 teams joint on 4th place, the Barna Royals and Ripoll Warriors, and then they're holding up the bottom, City Lions, Paxalona, Hero Sabadell. I tell you what, everything to play for. It's so exciting, isn't it?
It absolutely is, and we hope to see you tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. GMT. That's 8:30 in Central Europe and 1 p.m. in India. But for now, this is Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. It's a pleasure having your company always on the European Cricket Network, and we'll see you tomorrow. It's goodbye for now.